Hello, everybody.
Hi guys, welcome.
Good morning or afternoon. How are you all? We did it. We did it. Welcome to Upgrade.
Welcome. So grateful to have you guys here. Welcome to Friday.
Oh
We're
my
grateful you're going to
goodness, we've
spend
got a
some.
big day for you guys. Yeah. How's everyone feeling? Hey, Cherry, I wanted to talk to you about something. A couple of nights ago, I feel like in anticipation for this event, and it was like midnight. I felt like my whole body start vibrating, like all my chakras were activating at once. I had that before, but it happened the other night, and it felt like I lifted off the bed. I was just lying in bed, yeah, and I had a couple of other people message me the next day going, "Oh man, at midnight." So something weird happened. I saw this big like bolt of light come through. I'm like, yeah, must be in preparation for upgrade.
Yeah. Lots of energy shifting planetary wise, but also individually too, right? We're going through massive upgrades right now. I don't tend to pay too much attention to what like everyone else is talking about solar flares and stuff, but definitely we are headed for the next level. And this is just part of it. We go through these different steps to put us through the veil. So that's just an amazing experience. I must have been like right in the middle of me getting back from my trip last week, so I was pretty much out cold. Definitely lots of upgrades though. So we're excited that you guys are going to jump in and do this with us for your upgrades this weekend.
Oh
So
god, yeah. Cannot
we
wait.
received them too. So
All right. Well, we better get straight into it because we're on a bit of a time schedule. What do you think?
sure.
So Sherry is going to be doing some Atlantean healing today. I don't know if any of you guys ever heard of Sherry. Anyway. Yes. So sharing her gifts with the world. So I hope you guys enjoy. I'm sure you will. And I'll leave it to it, Sherry.
Thank you so much. Thanks for joining me with this, Chai. Appreciate it.
No worries.
I appreciate all of you guys joining in today. Thank you guys so much for coming in and joining Jai on in this adventure of upgrading and activating yourselves. So I'll just give you a little bit of backstory of this Atlantean Healing if you weren't on the first Upgrade Summit. So in August of last year, I did a plant medicine ceremony and I just asked for the next level of healing. And this is what actually came through from Source himself in that ceremony. So it has become quite the experience. I've done it quite a lot on lives, but not the whole thing. And it's really helping people with seizures or stuff going on in the brain. I just did a little bit on a lady that had fibromyalgia the other night and she's got no pain. So it is huge. So the biggest thing is just state your own intention of what it is you want to have happen. You don't need to put in the comments. That is not necessarily how it works, but just state it for yourself, your own intention of what it is. And you might hear me breathe a little bit heavy. Do not follow my breathing. If you have anything that has to do with like breathing issues, if you start to follow, you may fall into a little bit of that. If you need to mute yourself because that starts to trigger your breathing going into mine, please feel free to do that. It's still going to receive it. It just, you won't follow my breath. Some people don't like that. But I'll make sure that you guys stay really grounded during it. And then we can talk after I'm done. And you guys can share your experiences. If you feel at any point that it's too much, just jump out and you can jump back in or just disconnect from the energy and said, I'll pass. And you can go and watch this later. For some people, it is a lot. With that said, does anybody have any questions before we jump in? Okay. So the one thing I will recommend is you put your feet flat on the floor, and this will help you stay a little bit more grounded as we go through this. All right. Again, if anything arises, Jai's going to watch the comments there. You can feel free to message. He can jump in and say, hey, we've got an issue. And it's not that something it could go wrong. It's mostly would be from like the breathing that I do. So if you have a concern or something, just put it in the comments and I'll jump out and help you. Okay. So we're just going to put feet flat on the floor. And you guys could just start to breathe nice and deep in through your nose. And out. We'll just do one more, just lowering that heart rate just a little bit. pulling you guys out of fight or flight. And just hold and release. All right, so I'm just going to just drop in now. And again, you guys state your own intention of what it is you need healing for. Nasoriyaramayana sayarshana yatiyaramayana. Nasuriyashana yadamayana siyatayara. Nanase yaramiyana siyatoshana yatiyama. Namesirushana miyana nasiyatayaramoya. Just try to breathe in your lower abdomen if you can. Breathe into your diaphragm, not your chest. Don't hold your breath up here, please. Yasaramiyana kiyasoro amashana yadahi dayara. Nasarira shuramayana siyarere moyana yeneya. Nasuriya shanamiyana isere romoya. So if you feel like you need to cry, that's okay. Just let yourself have that release. Yasaramiyana kiyata isura anna shiyatiriya taramiyana yasare shana yatikiyata. Namasira shuraramiyana hisari kiyana mayasare shotana. Nasura shana yatakiyata ramasiyata shotaranamiyana neseya. Just try and stay out of that breath in the chest. Bring that breath right down into the lower diaphragm. I'm just going to bring in a little bit of a different language with this as well. Some of you guys have heard it already on TikTok. Asuna amayana kiataya soro anasha. Nayataya soro anashiatia tia soro amaya kiataya namoya. Nari kiataya te serieta mayate te asana osha ana kiata kiata. Nayasaya tamaya shianaya te kiato oso onayaya. Niyata kayata yasato anayatiata sono asyatai. And just take a deep breath. So I'm just going to go through like a little bit individually. I'll kind of group you together and similar things that are going on. Some of you start to feel a little bit woozy. That's okay. Just ground a little bit. So you can just command yourself to ground if it's too much, or if you feel dizzy, keep your eyes closed. Yep. That's very normal, is to feel dizzy. It's recalibrating like literally every cell in your body. For those of you who have like seizures and then like neurological stuff, I'm going to put you guys in your own group. Not so much that you can receive all the other stuff going on. They're just saying to pull you over here because yours will be a little bit different. Just take a deep breath and release. Breathe low in that gut. I wouldn't suggest like suppressing any emotions, just let them go. You don't need to know what it's attached to, just let it be. How's everybody feeling? That's okay. Just take a deep breath. Just allow that to release. You guys walk around like you're tough. Lots of suppressed emotion. Yeah. Amazing. You're okay. Here, just let everybody's body relax. You can just take a deep breath. And now we're just going to super ground. How's everyone feeling? Super ground, yeah. It does super ground you. Makes you guys drink lots of water. I need a nap now. That was good. Body feels all loosey-goosey. Much better. Yeah. Yeah. So welcome. So I'm just going to go into those few who've got like the seizures and stuff, or done the seizure stuff with me. I'm just going to shift a little bit of stuff coming in neurologically there. Oh, you guys are so welcome. You're amazing. That was intense. Feels good. It does. And for some people, it might take a couple of days to like get the full effect of it, but it should be pretty quick for most of you. You're so welcome. There. So those with neurological, and I've done seizures on a few of you guys, so that's all balanced out now. Does anybody have anything specific they want to work on? I might not get to everybody individually. If you have something specific that you've been kind of like working through or can't seem to shift, you can put it in the comments. Yeah, you're so welcome. I love doing it. Your arms won't let you lift them. That's very normal. I did some water healing. Were you guys able to see the different or feel the difference when it shifted? Diabetes. There, that just shifted. I would stay sitting down though. Was it Bruce? Yeah, I think it's Bruce. Bruce, just stay sitting down. Don't get up. If you have water, drink some of that. It's releasing a lot of stuff all at once there for you. Helen says throat and upper respiratory. I already did the lung stuff, so they said you're good. Plantar fasciitis. How does that feel, Helen? It's easier if you guys breathe down into your diaphragm as opposed to up here. If you're telling me lungs right now, that's because you're stuck breathing up here. Because I did the lungs already. Yep. And always out of choice, I just did your liver. Helen, I will do Jennifer when we're not on live so that the people who purchase a ticket can receive, but I'll do her on the other side, okay? Like once I jump off. Annette O'Connor says left rib and lung. There you go. How's that? That was pretty fast. No, you still received it, Linda. It's okay. Catherine says left hand, wrist, knee. How's that feel? Star, I didn't see. No. Sometimes they get stuck. Yeah, Bruce, you're welcome. No, it's just the individual. Not doing it as a group because not everyone needs liver. Yeah. It's a good question, though. Just watching a few of you shift just for a minute here. Sherry, I did yours. You're ready for a nap? Awesome. I think everybody might be ready for a. We should add nap time in here, Jai. We just a little bit of a nap time for everybody. All right, now you guys are shifting even faster. I would drink some water too. So Debbie Jensen says eyes. How does that feel? Yeah, you'll have lots of emotions. Even if you haven't experienced it just yet, you will have a release. You could feel a release for the next couple of days with this, and you may not feel like you need to cry now, but all those tears that I was crying were all yours. They're not mine. So yeah. No, you're not late. You're right on time. The links are in the email. I don't know. I don't want to pronounce your name wrong. Abyss. So vision. I'm just gonna address this just to see if you understand this. Do you ever remember hiding in your closet when you were little? Yeah, I feel like you witnessed abuse. Not, I feel like you were scared, but I see like it's almost like this side, the left side, it's almost like it's like you're hiding. You won't address what's in front, and I see you hiding in the closet. And they're showing me that's why your eyesight is not as good as it should be. Yours actually goes left eye and then right down into the back. Mental abuse, 100%. Yeah. I see you witness someone getting hurt though, like slapped or hit, because like you won't address it. And usually when we do this, it's like we're in protection, afraid to get hurt. But the verbal is 100%. You're holding it like this in your neck. There you go. So just let yourself cry there for a second if you need to. How does that feel? I feel like you're going to release for the next couple of days. You cried? Good. How does your neck and shoulders feel in your head? Feels like you got a little bit of a headache, but that's opening up the site. Yeah, it feels like it's not there anymore. So you can try and go back there, but on my side, it's done. Yeah, let yourself cry. Like, don't suppress that. That's quite a bit, especially for a little one to have to endure. Yeah, it can. All healing does is come in behind whatever you're storing as emotions and pushes it out. So if you're feeling more pain or hard to breathe and all that stuff, it's just because it's moving the energy out of the body system. So yeah, you can just breathe and disconnect as well. Some of us do this, and this is like a very much accurate description of what most people do. And it's not to poke fun, but we all do it. But it's the realization. It's like, if this is the thing that we're storing that we don't know, right? And let's just say it's right here, right? So we'll do it this way, right? So you don't know it's there, right? This is normal. And then all of a sudden the healing comes in behind it, and it's like, okay, we gotta let go. Okay. Most of us, when it gets to this point, want to go, well, hold on a second, I want that back. Right? So it's about letting go. Envisioning it releasing and it being gone is two different things. You can envision a whole bunch of things releasing. It's just about going, I'm done, right? Allowing yourself to say no more. So I did notice that a lot of you guys put eye stuff there. So I will do a little bit of eye stuff for everybody. Just remember, don't itch. We go through this on TikTok too. Don't itch your eyes, right? Because then once you start, it's going to be hard to stop. You guys already feel much more clear though. Like the body system's not trying to hold a ton of crap. Some of you guys are starting to heat up as well. So just disconnect or drink some water. There you go. Yeah, I did vision for everyone. You're all going to cry now. Well, mostly. That's okay if you do. Yeah. So I'm just going to ground you guys again, and that will be good. They're like, no more. So because it is so strong, it's like knowing the capacity. If you didn't have it prior, yes, it's a release. Yours seems like it from all the stuff that's going on in your home. How you guys feeling? You feel more grounded, that's for sure. Much more clear in the head too. You're so welcome. Does anybody have any questions about the Atlantean healing? I can share a little bit. I don't know the full story of it as of yet. I just know what I received. So it does come from Atlantis. It is exactly the way that they used to heal. And what was very interesting around learning this is that back in 2021, 2021, my girlfriend and I went on mission for the Galactic Council, and we brought a modality here called soul transformation. And in that, we actually had to learn different things. And we had to actually go to Atlantis, to the healing room. And so this modality is from there because it's the exact same presence of how they would do it there. And so as soon as they let me know that, I was like, holy crap, makes total sense. So it's a massive release, but it's also a massive understanding of pure love. Home stuff. Feeling more peaceful. There you go. Yeah. Feel good, release. Yeah. Good. Much better. Yeah. It's based off pure love. Even though people will talk some smack around Atlantis, between Atlantis and Mir, they're like, who's the worst? Who did what? It doesn't really matter. It's what we bring out of it to share back to humanity. So this has been quite profound with what I've been able to kind of help people with. And I incorporate it in everything now. So if you guys have any questions, you can. We'll learn how to do in your course. Yeah, I'm actually teaching a course on August 3rd. It's a 4-hour class. It's not going to be, it's not short. It's actually going to be 6 months. So once you come in, you learn the gist of it, and then we're going to meet up over 6 months. What we're going to do with this is create the healing hubs that was from Atlantis as well. So we're going to create healing hubs around the whole world as people come in and learn this. But I've got people in here they haven't even had the whole session, and they've got clean bills of health now from their doctors from seizures and stuff. So yeah, pure unconditional love. All of that together, love. Feeling almost out of body. Yeah. It can feel that way. Absolutely. I was doing activations on people as soon as I came out of the plant medicine, and they were like, holy crap. So it connects you back to source as well, because that's pure unconditional love as well. So if you're in Atlantis, the matter of remembering again. Yep. You feel like you're floating. Amazing. Mistakes and destruction. There's no such thing as mistakes. We destruct things because we don't know. We don't need to. It's all about propaganda right now. It's the same thing. It's all about power and money. If we take away those two things, if we stop giving our power away to things that we don't need, we bring it back to ourselves. That's walking through the veil, guys. So we awaken in our spiritual journey, and then we walk through the veil of lies and bullshit, and then we emerge on the other side, and none of that stuff even matters. We already know that we can change everything in the course of seconds. Just so you guys are aware of that, last night on TikTok, we did a little bit of United Pure Humanity for Jasper. They already got rain. One of the gentlemen already posted in the group that they received rain from that last night. So everything. Haven't had a seizure since you did it. Yeah, so Phyllis was the first person I actually did this on for her seizures. And she's going to actually try I have a light that flickers. And she's going to go in and try it and see if it activates a seizure for her, because hers is light sensitive. So yeah, Lux as well. So Lux has a clean bill of health now from her physicians. No more seizure. Justin's got some benefits. There's a few others on TikTok as well. So yeah, and the outcome. Even Cindy, she's not on yet, but Cindy's had marvelous things, and she doesn't have any of those things. So for everybody, it's different of what transpires. Part of it is you don't see the underside of what you're holding, right? So when I was doing that wonderful woman in the closet, it's almost like it shows up differently in the body system as opposed to just like a psychic image. So it helps you to understand kind of what it's related to. You were shown a past life that plays into this life's healing and released it. Yeah, 100%. You're living your past life. Yeah. You haven't been on seizure meds since you healed me. Ooh, that's even better. I love that. You were taking 1,000 milligrams in Kempra daily. That's freaking amazing. Yeah. So keep us posted over the next couple of days how it kind of feels for you guys. What we'll do as well, you can jump back in if you want, Jai. We have a summit group in Telegram that will give you guys the link. You guys can join and keep everybody updated on kind of some of the stuff that you got to go through and whatnot, and share your experiences in there. So I'll be posting that link in here for anybody who wants to join.
Perfect. This is a good opportunity for everyone to drink some water if you haven't already. Like Sherry said, and what we'll be drumming it on all day. It's a big day. There's lots of shifts, lots of movement. You've just seen the first session, and that's big in itself. So make sure that you're on top of your water. Don't just have it in the corner of the room going, yeah, I've got my water. Like, actually drink it, because you're going to need it.
Yeah.
It just helps the energy flow so much better.
Yeah. Stars is asking, what's diabetes related to? Read the name, diabetes, die and you beat yourself up. So it's around yourself, beating yourself up for other people's comments, words, actions. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was beautiful. Lots of shifts.
That was so fun. That eye thing that you did at the end was great. I think you went a bit too hard because I now have X-ray vision.
Awesome.
Yeah. You have a good-looking skeleton.
That's awesome.
That was fun, and the energy was so good. I know what you meant. Like, I think you said it at perfect timing. You said get out of your lungs and breathe down into your diaphragm, because in my lungs it was like, whoa, this is full on. I'm like, oh yeah, I better just.
When you breathe up here, then I stop breathing because I can feel you guys all go, and I'm like, no, breathe. Yeah. So that's why I tell them, even on TikTok, I'm like, okay, now breathe in your guts, guys. Like, you're holding your breath because you're in fight or flight or whatever. Same on here. The moment you guys stop, and I can see what the healing's doing to everybody as well. So when you hold your breath, it's like all the energy goes from this to, I'm just like, no, breathe. So yeah. And don't itch your eyes. Yes. Thanks for the reminder. If your eyes are itchy from the eye healing, go get water and just splash it in your eyes. As soon as you itch once, you will be itching for the next hour to 3 hours. It's quite intense.
I don't want to do that. It feels like the lights here, because I've got obviously stage lights, that they're like infinitely brighter right now. So I can't turn them down any lower than that. So what have you done to me?
You'll be okay.
No. So guys, next we have Anita coming up. This is your opportunity now to drink some water, but also go to the toilet. If need be, maybe have a snack, whatever you need to do. This is your designated 5-minute nap time.
Oh, perfect timing. I like that.
Power nap. Good night. No, that was great. That was great, Sherry. I mean, it's always great with you, but yeah, it's good. So it's like the energy is amplified even more for this upgrade, which is almost like it was written in the stars.
Right? Mm-hmm. Totally meant to be. Totally meant to be. Yes, totally.
What a fluke.
course knew what he was doing.
Yeah. So good to see everybody on here.
Celery,
Anyway,
only if you want to. Not just celery juice is not my cup of tea, but if you want that, go ahead.
why? You don't like drinking warm, hairy. It tastes like you're drinking hair. It's gross.
Chive, really? Ugh.
Oh,
No,
it's so
I like
good
to
for you,
eat
though.
celery, not as a drink.
No, the best way to have celery juice is if you put the celery sticks in the fridge. That way, when you in a container of water, when you pull it out and juice it, you actually get cold celery juice, and it's way better than having that warm, hairy, gross, fibrous. Ugh.
So you've tried it.
Oh yeah, I used to drink it every day. Yeah,
I can't.
yeah.
I
From the
think I'd
very
vomit.
first day that I started drinking celery juice, I completely stopped maybe 20 years of acid reflux. Yeah. Crazy.
Good on you.
And I was on that medication every day, that Zantac that has been discontinued for all the health problems that it created.
Shit.
Yeah.
Well, at least
Now
you
I
knew to
don't
get
remember
off of it.
things. Hey?
I said, at least you knew to get off of it.
Well, yeah. It was a long time.
You use celery powder. So that's just like dehydrated celery and then ground up.
I imagine it would be a.
I don't know if I'd want that. I prefer eating it, like actual physical eating it. I don't know.
Not everything tastes good, but it's good for you.
That's like the applesauce that they pretend has carrots in it for kids. It actually tastes good because there's loads of strawberries.
Okay. So I'm going to bring Anita up. So I'll boot you out, Jerry.
See you soon.
1 second. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, chat issues already.
Oh,
Can't remember
Jesus.
where I
It's
went
been like
last
1
time.
second.
I know, because it's like nothing. I can't remember how we. Oh yeah, I did it and then I couldn't see us. Hey, that's what it was.
Yeah, that's all right. You don't need to
Okay,
see
here
me.
we go. Yeah, I can kind of see you.
Yeah.
Hi everyone. I just fingering it over here.
So for anyone who, and I'm sure everybody already knows Anita from TikTok and from the last summit, but Anita is a psychic medium and quantum healer, and on top of that is an amazing human being. We all have so much love for you, Anita, and can't wait for you to share your gifts with the world. So, all right, I guess I'll just hand over to you, and you can go from there, my love. Sound good?
Lovely. Sounds
All right.
good. Hi everyone. Who's excited to be here? Who is grateful? What blessings. So I thought we could try something different today. I've got a couple of attunements that we can do. I want to see what you guys think about that. So I've got a dragon attunement for you all and a unicorn attunement. So first off, I want to know who has had experience either with unicorns or with dragons. Just a quick yes or no, or you can share your experiences if you like. Hi everyone. Here says yes. As in yes, you've had experiences. Who is open to the experience? No, not yet. Yes to dragons. Dragons, yes. Hey, Debbie. So before we start, I'd like you to think of a question that pertains to you you know, something there that you'd like to find out, because if you're open and you drop expectations sort of right here and right now, you know, you're open to receiving in however way that comes for you. Open. Yep. So I'll give you a moment. Awesome. I'll give you a moment to just keep a question in your mind, because you'll have the opportunity to ask as well. Open. Yes to both. Open. Amazing. You see dragons everywhere? They're beautiful, aren't they? Open. This won't take very long at all, because it's only, you know, and you guys can come back to the recording whenever you need to as well. Open. Yep. Who needs more time to think of a question? And if you don't have one at the moment, that's fine too, because I've kind of put you on the spot. I figured while my kids are still asleep and the house is quiet, it'd be a good time to try and do it. You'd like to know your dragon's name and what you're calling them for. Yeah, well, that's something you can ask in there. They may give you a name. Hey, Sandy. It is. It's a little bit better. I'm sucking on a lozenge at the moment. You can still hear a bit sinusy, but we're going to push through. Open. Yes. All right. Are you ready to explore, to journey? So all you need to do is get in a comfortable position. You can, this is like it's not a meditation where you have to close your eyes. If you feel you need to close your eyes, you can. So it's entirely whatever you feel comfortable with. And did we want to start with dragon, or did we want to start with unicorn? Excuse me. You're right, Annette. We are going to do I don't know if you're still listening, we're going to do a dragon attunement and a unicorn attunement, but you guys can choose which one we go into first if you like. What about dragons, unicorns, dragons? Yep. All right. Dragons are there. Awesome. Of course, Jai would say dragons. All right. Let's start with dragons. Again, we're going to do unicorn anyway, so it really doesn't matter which one we start with. So I just need you all to relax. Get out of your headset for a minute. Get out of your minds. We're going to be open to receiving, open to all the ways the messages can come in. And we're just going to observe. So however you observe, whether that's sight, hearing, sense, touch, smell. All right. So I will let you know when we've dropped in, because I feel that shift. And I'm just going to start here. So get yourselves comfortable. This is for everyone in the live currently. Okay, I feel that shift already. It didn't take long at all. There we go. Going deeper and deeper. If you can't feel, if you can't see, that's okay. I just want you to relax. Just be open to anything. That may be colours, that may be smell, that may be hearing. Some of you may see. I want you to go ahead and describe, or maybe we can do that later. I was going to say, describe how you're feeling right now. So we can move our heads as well. We can look to the left, we can look to the right, up above, all around us. It doesn't matter if you move your head physically and physically look around. you're still going to maintain that connection. And again, just paying attention to any sounds, anything that we feel. You are safe. We can leave fear behind as well. If you have a dragon around you, or you feel that there's a dragon around you, you can ask them your question. You can also ask them, is there anything I need to see or know in this moment, in this present moment right now? If you feel like you're not connecting, that's okay. You can come back and watch the video as well, the replay. Just know and trust that they're around and observe the messages or all your surroundings, however it comes in for you. If there's something else that you would like to know, you can ask them as well. What do I need to know in this present moment? If there's anywhere that they need to take you and show you, you may ask them. If some of you are still having difficulty, ask them to be able to show themselves in a way that you can understand, in a way that you feel safe. I'll just leave you there a little bit longer. Just observing, taking it all in. You've had one with you since you were little. I love that for you, Tracy. I think most of us have. I can't be too sure on that. But I think most of us have had a unicorn with us. Received a cool message? All right. So make sure before you exit, just thank your dragons. Thank you for the messages that you received. Thank them for the experience. Thank them for their knowledge, their time, their space, their energy. And when you're ready, just come back to me and drop a comment, share your experiences if you want to share. And again, you can access that realm anytime you look at the replay. What's a part of you now? Why did you not hear or see anything? Sometimes our expectations get in the way. But again, I'd just try it again as well. Sometimes if we have like preconceived ideas, it may not work. Sometimes you can do it with somebody else around you as well. For me personally, it makes it easier. Your first tattoo was a dragon. Can't connect though. Drawn to the color green. I love that. Yours talked about an area of your home I need to be cleansing in. Amazing. You saw a dragon and also an egg? Who got some... Did anyone get some like really profound light bulb sort of messages for yourselves? I mean, any message is... Oh, you saw a fairy? I love that. Small but mighty, and when you grow in spirit, so will you. Oh, what a beautiful message, Helen. Amazing. Oh, that gives me goosebumps. You heard beautiful. Nothing for you, Annette. That's okay. Come and try it again. And sometimes it may not be for you at this moment as well. You know, maybe you'll have better ease with the unicorn attunement as well. Sometimes it works on, you know, the alignment that we're on as well. But it's still there for when you're ready. Did anyone see their dragon? Or feel the presence of their dragon? Actually, when you dropped in, what did you feel? When I said, righto, we're dropping in now, I can feel the shift. What did you experience during that moment? Yours is black, silky, red ruby eyes. And I think her name is Verona. Oh, beautiful. Very large, it protects. I think it says portals. Amazing. Nothing. Experience mine is very gentle, very soft. Amazing. Always see Charlie Girl, my dragon. Love that. What does Charlie Girl look like, Tanya? Have to come back, had a coughing fit. Understandable. I've been struggling all week with a runny nose and the cough last couple of days. You felt mine, said I was protected. Yep. I see my dragon often. He's always waiting for me. Black and red with copper hues. Beautiful. Game of Thrones you had in mind? Yeah. So that's the thing too. Spirit messages or even any of the elementals or the dragon realm or anything along those lines will come in and deliver messages in a way that you can understand. So if your connection is to Game of Thrones, they may come to you in, you know, similarities there to help show themselves or describe themselves or to, you know, for you to acknowledge their presence. She's golden teal. We felt tingling, got the chills but didn't see anything. Amazing. You're so welcome, Sandy. Didn't get anything. That's okay. Don't be frustrated. You can always come back and have a look at it. And when we're more relaxed, like it's a little bit tricky doing it like this. I like doing it one-on-one, but it's a little bit tricky doing it like this because I'm not in there with all of you. Whereas if I do it one-on-one, I'm physically there with you. So I can tell you, look to the left, there's something coming in on your left, or there's something right in front of you. I can tell you the colors. I can tell you everything about it. I can tell you where you're going as well. Like I'm right there with you. This setting's a little bit different. You got warm, but nothing. Told not to worry so much about the mountains and the animals. Amazing. Scales like stones, but so soft, purred. Just a feeling, didn't see, but the feeling is part of the seeing. It's part of the whole picture that gets created for you. You're welcome, Phyllis. You got a name as well? Amazing. Mind interfering with it? Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, come back. You can, and it's not a meditation or a journey where you have to sit down and shut your eyes. Often I've had my eyes open and just seen what we're doing or felt what we're doing. Felt so protected, safe. You're welcome, Lux. Felt nothing throughout. Oh, yeah. Go back and watch it when you have a moment, Sandy, and just pause where you need to. Like, sometimes I feel like I need longer time. It's always tricky when we're feeling like we're rushed. We can't relax into it. I felt a swishing, sweeping energy which surrounded and immersed me within. So much love and steadiness and power. Amazing. Draco was the name? Beautiful. Did anyone fly on their dragon? Was anyone taken anywhere? Was anyone asked to step up and hop on? Heat in your belly is a sign of dragons as well. Yeah, it comes in different for everybody. For me, like when I feel you guys dropping in, it's almost like a shift that comes above. It's a very grounding sort of energy, very plants you firmly. So for me, it's quite grounding and intense and heavy, but so full of love as well. You can just feel that power that's there. Felt a whoosh with my dragon, seems motherly but stern. Beautiful. Message happiness is coming. And the sway as it moved, graceful. Did anyone get to see like the enormity of their dragon? I remember when I first went in, my first impression was the eye. I could see the eye, and I really wanted to see the full dragon. And then I asked, well, show me in a way that I'm comfortable with, and it showed me the white dragon from Dragons 2, the cartoon, How to Train Your Dragon. I was like, okay. And it sort of stood to the corner of my room for quite some time. I'm like, okay, I'm comfortable with that. Yours was very large. Not yet, but I asked when I sleep to fly. Beautiful. Oh, Sandy. All right. So have a drink. And if you're ready, those that want to participate, we can do the unicorn one now if you like. It'll be the same sort of just observing, just going in, trying to leave expectations at the door. One of your dragons is small and super cute. Made cute noises when I touched it. Amazing. Class, How to Train Your Dragon. I feel like it's more of like How to Train the Human. They're very wise and very full of knowledge, and I think you can, if you allow it, you can form quite the relationship with them. And it's always nice to be in observation and what can I learn here in this moment. Love unicorn energy too. Yeah, mine always shows in the clouds. Yeah, amazing. Who needs more time before we do the unicorn? I want to say dragon again. You're ready for the unicorns? I love that. If you're able to, I want you to pay attention to any colors you may see or sense or feel. Again, get curious with your questioning. You can ask the same question, see if you get a similar answer, and the answers when they come in, when you ask, they hit straight away. Like they're super quick. It doesn't even allow, ego to step in front or your, brain to formulate an answer. They just come like bang, bang, bang. So if you're getting those answers, I want you to trust and know that that message is very specific and unique to you. Yes, yes, ready for unicorns. All right. I feel like some of you need to shake off. Shake off before we get started. Ready, Kimberly? Ready, sister? Bring on the unicorn. Alrighty. So same thing, relax into a comfortable position, eyes open, eyes closed, it doesn't matter, whatever you feel is right for you. Yes. Debbie says yes. All right, let's go. And I'll let you know when we've shifted in as well. Very quickly. Absinthe. We're already there. I can feel the shifts already. Yes, please. Amazing. So just allow yourself a moment to drop in. We're already in. From the moment I started keying in codes, we're already in. So relax into it as much as you can. Observe, feel, sense. Look all around you. Try to utilize all of your senses. Even if you don't trust there's anything there. Play a game with yourself. I'm just going to sit here a little bit longer. want you to take note of any colors, any smells, anything that you feel, anything that you sense, any thoughts that are coming in. If you see or sense a unicorn around you, just ask them, what is it that I need to know in this now moment? Is there anything that I need to be shown? Is there anywhere that I need to be taken? Say hello and thank them for being around you. For those of you that feel, you can run your hand along them, you can run your hand on the grass, the stones, whatever is around you, whatever you sense is around you. If they feel like they're too far away, you can ask them to step forward. If you feel like they're too close, you can ask them to step back. And again, if you feel like you're not receiving anything at this time, that's okay. Just try to observe in any way that comes in. Use all your senses. I want you to ask them your question if you haven't already. Something you'd like to know about your current life. Where am I going? What's in store for me? Whatever your question may be. If you're ready, you can come back. You can thank your unicorn for sharing space with you, sharing their energy with you, sharing their love with you. If you need more time, that's okay too. And when you're ready to share, you may share your experience in the chat. Can I ask if black unicorns, they do, yes. You didn't make it up. They come in any color combination you can imagine. So just know and trust that whatever you're receiving in that moment, again, is yours. Yeah. Sometimes too, I've had people experience, just a horse in front of them. But that horse had a story to tell, and it could show its, its lineage and its connection and why they were here. You're so very welcome. How is everybody else doing? Make sure you have a drink of water. I'm going to do that. Very warm hands and felt some healing to my legs. Amazing. You hugged mine. Slow down. Rose quartz crystals. How amazing. Tofu was a name I got. Beautiful. Saw a white one was petting the entire time. Headache. What in what essence? Headache being the energy around you felt a headache. It came in like it displayed as a headache for you. Is that what you mean, lovely? Sometimes the energy takes some adjusting as well. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that's good. So you experienced something. So again, trust that. And then when you watch the replay, you can explore a little bit into that. Sometimes we can say, okay, I've acknowledged the headache. I let that go. Show me what else I need to see here. Exercise brought on a headache. Were you trying too hard to try to connect? Release smelled baby powder. I did better this time. Thank you. You're welcome. Gentle energy. Mine was white with purple and blue streaks, large horn. Or point, I see green grass, forest, sunny butterflies. Good, sparkles water. I smell fresh grass. Amazing. Unicorns are very high vibrational, so sometimes it takes, yeah, that's right. Yeah, everything we've done here is extremely high vibrational. And everyone will, see or feel in a different way. Is there anyone else that wanted to share? Share their experience or had any questions? Try not to over focus on third eye area. Yes. Yeah, because sometimes we're trying to force it to be seen or force something to happen. Just allow. It was amazing for you, Crystal. Good. Still buzzing. Thought I saw a unicorn, but it was just a horse with a journey. Be vigilant. But the horse is a unicorn. You don't always have to see the horn. Her name was Marigold. I love that you guys are getting names. Her name was Marigold, and it said, follow your journey, be vigilant. Amazing. I just saw a horse with a parking cone on its nose. Good on you, Dry. Nothing again, but I'll keep trying. Yeah, Sandy, again, for me, I find it difficult to connect when I'm have to do like a meditation on the spot, as in if I'm in your shoes and I'm the recipient of that. Sometimes I find it hard because I'm always thinking what's the next step? I've got to be ready. So there's this, and for me, sometimes I feel rushed. I think that's the biggest issue for me, to be able to relax into it. But again, when you go into it, just pause the video and take as long as you need. Just know and trust that the attunement has already been done and you're just observing, and it may take a couple of times going back to be able to do that as well. Told to observe as I'm not ready yet. Perfect, Helen. Your grandfather gave me a new one. Oh, beautiful. What did your new one look or feel like? Jess? Yeah, Jess felt the energy and saw purple like it was his. I don't know, awesome. Amazing. Unicorn and I put foreheads together. I love that. I did that with the last time I journeyed to the Dragon Realm. I was they've got like a healing body of water in a cave, and I was in that, and then once the healing was done, it was like I got booted out of there, transported to Egypt, and I did that to a sphinx. And then when I did that and said, I see you, and vice versa, Isis was standing before me. I was like, oh my God. I I was so excited. I messaged Sherry in that moment because it was like 11 p.m. my time, so it was like a good time to contact Sherry. And I had to share with somebody that would understand. But yeah, I understand that. It's just beautiful and powerful, isn't it? It's just, all sorts of emotions come up. Can they be millions of years old? Yes. Because time isn't, what is time? Jezebel, cream, light yellow, lives at the beach. Beautiful. Mine left it bowed to me. Oh, amazing. Did not see anything, but we'll keep the faith. Yeah, absolutely, Lauren. And that's what I mean. Like in your own time, without the pressures, you may be able to connect. And again, don't get frustrated, because sometimes too, it may not be in alignment with us, but I want you to know and trust that the attunement is there. that when you're ready and when things align, you'll be able to, those things will unfold as they need to. Sweet, wow, beautiful, very powerful. Mine says I need to play more. Yes, go play. So cool. Did anyone have any other questions, or did anyone else want to share? So what I heard wrong said millions of years old here from beginning. Amazing. No, trust. That's what I mean, Phyllis. Like, trust that it's unique to you. The information that you're receiving, trust that it's true and correct at the time it was given. And you don't have to. Sometimes it's about letting go of the judgment, letting go of the comparisons, because that's yours. That's your information. So step into that and just, again, know and trust. Sometimes those things are hard to hold on to because we always let ego sort of step in and go, yeah, but is it? So just trust, you were told that. Hold on to that. Yours is cream. The new one is massive and darker, blue, black. Both have golden horns. Beautiful. Didn't see anything, but thanks. No worries, Nadine. Many ways to see something. Yeah. And like Sherry says, like the feeling, the sensing, the hearing, that is still all part of the seeing. It still creates some sort of image, whether it's a feeling, it's still there. You could feel them over your shoulders. I could feel the hugs and care. I just saw a little of them. Yeah. Venus, when you felt them over your shoulder, did you actually physically turn to look at them? Because we're not, that's what I mean. Like, it's different to any other meditation that I've done, sort of thing. It's a journey. Like, you're physically there. So, next time, look around you, look up ahead, there's all sorts of information being transmitted there. You're welcome, Sandy. Saw purple opening and closing, but didn't see anything yet, but I can't wait. Amazing. Tarika, that's a pretty name, but it felt so relaxed. First time we get a unicorn, it's so beautiful. A bit emotional. Yes, it can be very emotional because the purity of that vibration, that energy there. Are my horses unicorn? You can probably guarantee that they are. I've just got chills in, so yes. For you, the answer is yes. Absinthe? I want to reconnect with them. We just think of them. Yeah, the attunement's there. It's done. Like, that's what I mean. The energy's yours. If you have trouble, like, asking them to sort of step forward and things like that, go back to the recording. It's, sometimes it's just about us getting that step in the doorway to know that there's something more there, and then allowing ourselves to get out of the way of judging ourselves. I thought the same, just wanted confirmation. You're so very welcome, Absinthe. You're welcome, Jess. No worries at all, Tracy. You'll try and do that. Can't wait to replay. Yeah, it's so much fun. And like, go in with a question, because sometimes it's hard in this sort of setting again, because again, on an individual level, I'm right there with you. I get prompts for you guys for questionings and things like that. So it flows better as well. But I'm seeing what you're seeing, or I'm seeing what you're not seeing, so then I can clue you on what's there and then allow it to unfold for you and allow you to feel in the way that you need to. Can we have 2 or more dragons and unicorns? Absolutely. Absolutely. Again, Phyllis, if you're getting that, I want you to be able to step into and go, okay, that's the information I've got. Thank you. That's starting to create that acceptance for you, so that you're not questioning what you're seeing as real. Mind's eye creates projection from internal awareness or something we don't remember. Yeah. It's just, I love it. It's just so fascinating to me. And to be able to do that, and like, the more times you come in and do that, sometimes they will boot you out. Like, they will boot you out of the room. Not today. There's no messages here, and it'll be hard, sort of, boom, come back into your body, and that's it. So you just go, okay, well, not today. That's fine. I'll try another time. Pardon me. Is it our imagination? Not sure what. And that's the questioning. It's not your imagination, and you have to first and foremost trust and know that that is yours. Because again, that takes your power back from ego. Ego is very quick to tell us what we're seeing or sensing is not real. And it's up to us if we want to grow and expand and challenge ourselves to go, okay, no, I'm going to start to tell myself that that is, and then I'm going to explore further. And that's where your line of questioning can come in really handy too, because get curious with your questioning. You know, ask the pressing questions. Ask them. And if those answers, like I said before, if their answers are coming in super quick and not allowing that brain to think, you know, write it down. Write it down, because that's yours, and it's you know, it's true information that's coming in. And the more we sort of think about the, you know, the hows and the whys, it's not for us to decide. It's not for us. It's not a concern for us to hold on to. So again, you know, step out of your way and just allow. Magical experience, beautiful. Yeah, it's definitely a fun one. But yeah, the you know, the messages that you receive can be so profound as well. Or just being in that energy and being able to sit with it and feel it can be amazing. So moving forward, those of you that have not had an experience either with dragons or unicorns before, how does that now change your perspective moving forward about, you know, other things that are around? You know, are you curious to go back and learn more, either about yourself or about them even? I asked my main one their name, and I got a surprising answer. Very cool. Amazing, Venus. You hopped on the unicorn's back and flew to Australia. Oh my gosh, go you in it. I love that. Haven't ever talked to a unicorn before. I feel so privileged. But that's what I mean. Like there's a world out there that we don't know exists. And to be able to first drop the expectations and just see what comes forward and see what and we can ask for the learnings too. We can ask for those, you know, those journeys, those experiences. It's about, you know, dropping the limitations that we're setting on ourselves as well. I'm very curious. Yeah. Thank you. I haven't ever talked. Okay. Yeah. So that was fun, hey? I always have fun with that. I like to see people's reactions with it. Oh, it's my kids all waking up. Yeah, so beautiful for Annette. So did you see your son? Did you observe your son, Annette? What did you see? Did you actually make it to Australia? You're welcome, Crystal. Very curious and excited. Yes. Asked if there's anywhere I needed to be, and that's where I was taken. Beautiful. And again, it's so easy for us to fall back and go, oh, maybe because, you know, my heart is longing for him, and maybe I created that because that's what I wanted to see. Again, you know, squish those thoughts straight away. You got halfway. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yep, beautiful. Thank you. You're welcome. Amazing. All right. So you can start to hear my kids in the background. They're waking up. Who would like to? Should we step into some healing? Should we do some intention-based healing? Or I'm thinking there's an elemental one we could do. If you guys have had enough, that's okay. So healing or elemental? Like I like it because again, it's pushing you guys, pushing the imagination, especially if you haven't had the experience with these sorts of things. And it's about, you know, expanding and activating, right? Elemental. So everyone's saying yes, please. Is that for elemental or is that for healing? So elemental, think fairies, think leprechauns, think elves. You know, they're all real. They're not just in the movies. Elemental. Let me just set up a proxy here. Elemental fairies. Fairies, unicorn. Unicorn. Sometimes unicorns will show in that realm too. been told that I have a connection with trees. Amazing. Trees are just beautiful. Oh, like I bought a pot plant for my room the other day, a little mini monstera, and I had in my mind where it needed to go. My guides told me what I needed to, and that's why I went out to go and get it. And I left it outside for the day. And then when I had to leave home, I popped it on my bedside table. That was not the place for it. It was meant to go on my dresser. And when I came home that afternoon and went to go and set up the space for it properly, it told me that I was not to move it. I was like, okay. And I'm like, but you were meant to go on my dresser. And it says, no, I'm staying here. You're not moving me. Please don't move me. So I was like, okay, done. Then my guide said I had to get another one for the dresser, which is what I did. But they talk. I mean, if you again getting out of your way and you're allowing those things to come through, it's really amazing of like how much is around you, how much information comes through. And again, those conversations flow. So don't, it's so easy for us to fall into, oh, but, you know. So definitely elemental. Yeah, I've seen it is funny. So funny, Bruce. I mean, we've had a tree spirit come in and thank me because when we used to walk to school, there was a row of trees before, like the street before the school, where the kids and I would say, well, we always say hello, friends, right? So we say hello, friends, give them a hug, talk to them, hold them, hand on them, whatever, we see you. And then I had this tree spirit rock up one day, and he just wanted to thank me for teaching the kids. I was like, wow, just wow, That's crazy. Just give me a sec. I'm just going to write the codes down here. All right. Double check. Okay. Yes, elemental. Bruce is still wow about the trees. I love it. Yeah, it's just beautiful. And one day I had a chili bush that was only meant to be a miniature type variety, only meant to grow a meter tall. The one was so happy in our space that it grew like 2 meters tall, 2 meters wide. It was huge. So much so that it was blocking our walkway. And I was like, oh, dude, you've got to go. And I'd already made my peace. I'd already asked permission. I'd already had my grieving moment. And yeah, had to chop it down. But they will tell you and they understand. Like we have one on our, like a footpath that leads to our stairs. And, I'm like, you're getting too long. I have to trim you back. I'm so, so sorry. And they will just say, we understand you have human needs. We understand that you have certain things that you have to do. It's okay. So they've already made that peace, but it still feels like shit. It still feels horrible, but they're amazing. That's what I mean. Like, talk to everything. Everything is conscious and alive. Talk to it. Your house has its own energy. Talk to it. Guys, hey, settle. All right. What do we got? About 15 minutes. Let's go. You love hugging trees and feeling the energy. And that's the thing too. So when my little ones are a little bit, they don't know what to do with their energy, we'll just go for a walk and we'll say hello to our friends. And they do. And you can see the shift when they're hugging the tree. You should see the shift in their body straight away. 444 for you, Larry. So, do it. And if you've got kids that are on the spectrum or, whatever, see that difference that it makes. You can see it in real time, the shift. It's just beautiful. All right. So get comfortable, guys. Get comfortable. And we're going to make a start because I've done enough yapping. All right, here we go. I'll let you know when we drop in again. It's already there. They're coming in so quick. Amazing. Pardon me. I can already feel the energy feels a little bit different. Yep. This time of the year when I have to trim the rose bushes. Yes. But just make your peace with them. Say, I'm sorry, but I really do have to trim you back because you'll be more beautiful next year, you know, the next season when it comes around. It is so beautiful, Sandy. All right, you guys are well and truly in the elemental realm. Your yappy is a lot of knowledge. I'm grateful. You're welcome, Phyllis. We just had our shrubs trimmed yesterday, and oh my god, I should have told them we were having. You can still, you know what? They're connected to everything, so you can just tell them, and you don't have to physically go and hold them and tell them, because you remember that our thoughts are word. Our thoughts are still communication. So imagine that that invisible telephone line. Tell them and ask their permission. Yeah. Even when you're trimming flowers too, taking flowers inside to place in a vase or something. Ask them, is it okay for this? Is it okay for me to take this? I always tell my kids, leave the flowers on the trees so everyone can share their beauty. All right, same thing, just observing, just seeing what's around you, sensing, smelling, hearing, knowing. If you pick it, you have to eat it. What if it's something poisonous? Bring them an offering of whiskey. They love whiskey. Oh, I love that. So we've got one that grows over our stairs, and I asked, I'm like, I really have to I have to trim you back all the time. Why do you choose to grow this direction and over our walkway? And it's like, so that when you go past, I get to touch you. And even now, like retelling that, the emotions that run through your body is just like, wow. So we always make sure we've got a little possum living in our tree, but we always make sure when we go past, we're either brushing against it or saying hi friend. Heavy head for you, Debbie. Yeah. So what is it that I need to know in this now moment? Are there any messages for me to receive? Yeah. Is there anything that I need to be shown? I'm told that the house I'm in, they waited for me to come here. Huge tree in front yard calling me. Yeah, that absolutely makes sense, Phyllis. 100%. So some of you may be feeling a little bit dizzy, lightheaded. Just allow it to be there. Acknowledge it. It's just a shift in vibration. Right ear, high pitch frequency. Yep. Little man. Little man. You're okay. You want to sit here? Bring your blanket out. Pain in the left side of your head, in the back. Yep. So anything that doesn't belong to me, I return back to Gaia or Mother Gaia. Return back to the earth. However you feel you need to say that. Who's getting really hot? Somebody's had a shift in temperature there, feeling extremely warm, especially around the face, shoulders, and above. Inferno. Yeah. It's very warm. Feet. Yep. They kept on saying hi. Feet are getting hot. Yep. Have a look around you too, because my experience in the fairy realm, I could feel they were showing me that I was a fairy of some sort of stature, and I could feel my wings. I could see my wings. And they were huge. They went way over the top of my head. I was like, I wasn't expecting that, because I was like, okay, what am I going to see here? And they were showing me that I was a fairy. Your face is warm, head is hot, absent. Yep. Head for Cindy, as in head heavy, dizzy, hot. What's that for you, Cindy? For you, Sherry? Yep. Feel like I'm a fire. So a few of you are quite warm. Yeah, there's a big shift there. So again, is there anything I need to know in this now moment? Fairy godmother. I don't know what it was, but I had, like if you think, and I don't want to put it to make it I'm more important than anybody else, it wasn't that because I was purely observing, but it was like I had uh, people guiding me in front of me, like elementals guiding me in front of me, that I was somebody of such high importance, and I haven't been back since that one. I haven't been back into connect, and I sort of need to. I was immediately told that my trees miss me. Beautiful. Haven't been going out to make contact like before. Oh, so what's the first thing you're going to do when you've got a moment, Bruce? We got Gideon, felt all of nature calling. Oh, beautiful. Sit in that energy and feel it. They said, no, you're good. Yep. So you've been booted out then, Absinthe? You got to touch your trees. Yes. Because everything's connected, right? And the trees are the most basic way for us to realize that connection is everywhere. Trees, the grass, the magic. See, we've got magic in our lives every day if you let it to be there. You need to, lovely. So get back in nature. Yes. Amazing. How many of you have seen fairies and haven't realized it? Little flutters out the corner of your eyes. I can see somebody's left eye at the moment. Excuse me. You're welcome. It's just allowing you the door in, right? And now it's up to you to realize that they're there and you can make those connections. So if you're ready, or if you need more time, stay in there, ask the questions. Your left eye flooded, Annette. Yeah, I can feel it there. All the time. Yep. Just beautiful. Can you explain a wisdom keeper of the earth is? Oh, I would assume that it's exactly what it says. The holder of knowledge. That's amazing. Did you just meet that? Oh, did you? Your fairy told you that that's what they are, Phyllis. Oh my gosh. Amazing. Wow, wow, wow. So many. Whew. Expansion feels amazing, right? I think I'm not connecting because I'm fearful of them. What is the fear that's there? Where does that stem from? Your brain can't switch off from work at the moment. That's okay, Show. You get the recordings and you can come back in your own time. Set the environment for you to get comfortable and drop in. Your fairies, this is new for me. Amazing. I love that you're getting so much from it, Phyllis. Have to go back later. Understandable, Jess. All the stories of them being tricksters. And that's the thing, they don't have to be. They've got knowledge to share if you allow them. Remember, sometimes the stories are there. The fear is there. So it's a lot of that deprogramming. Yes, they can be tricksters, but yes, they can be just as beautiful as well. It's that duality, isn't it? We get duality in everything that we do. But again, reminding yourself that it's so easy for us to play safe because we've been told for so long that that's the stories there. And that's where that curiosity comes in, that curiosity, that zest for knowledge, to be able to learn for yourself and and see, what does this mean for me? And again, everybody's experience may be similar, they may be completely different, but it's, you know, how much do you want to explore that as well? Hey, guys. Shh. Okay, well, do you want to sit here with me? Okay, just come out here. You're right. Calm down, please.
Yeah, calm
Grab
down,
another.
guys.
My boys. My boys are doing their, you know, their boy things.
I hear you.
It's the
So that was
weekend.
amazing, Anita.
Thank you.
So yeah, with the dragons, that was me commenting, saying like I looked like I've got a lot of dragons, as you know.
Yes.
I looked at the one on my right, and it was like an adolescent dragon, like it
Yes.
I don't know, plays itself being smaller, maybe like less intimidating.
Yes.
Yeah, when I was like hugging it and stuff, and just making all these cute noises, it was so cool. And then with the unicorns, all my unicorns that I saw were white, and there was heaps of them. It was just on a like a field,
Like a herd.
Yeah, a herd, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, very very high vibrational. It was really cool to touch. And I was communicating with one of them, and I can't remember what it said, but another one come and like pushed me in the ass, as if to say, you need to
like
hurry
I'm
up.
here too. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
Hurry
more
up.
like you need to, yeah, like you got big things, you need to hurry up.
Right.
So
you need to document that, or hold on to that, or find a way that reminds you that, you know, that purpose is there.
I'll just keep going back in.
Yes, you can do that too.
Yeah. And what was the last one? The fairy one.
Fairies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
The fairy one. I found myself in a rainforest, and I could see the fairies, but I also saw these little, like, what look like little men, but they were made of rocks. Like, yeah, like these.
That when you say that, it reminds me of the kids movie Frozen. How the little
yeah, kind of like that. Yeah. That was pretty cool too. So
delicious, get moving, Jai.
Yeah,
You're so very welcome. But I want you to remember too, guys, like Jai raised a very important point. Like, if you're not comfortable with something, ask for it to come in a way that you're comfortable with. Now, that's not only with seeing dragons or unicorns or the fairy realm or anything along those lines. If you are someone that connects with mediumship or something like that, you can set up those boundaries for yourself. You are always in control. You can create those safety networks for yourself to allow you to start stepping in more and things like that. So yeah, just a little.
So for me personally, guys, I've done the dragon attunement before, as a few of you in my activation station have also done. And the way that I get back in there is I just close my eyes and just picture that same scene, like I'm just imagining it, the same scene, and then different things start happening in that scene, and that's how I know that I'm there, because we already have that attunement now. So
yeah, the attunement is already there. For me, it's the healing waters. Going back to that, going back to the cave.
Correct. So there's no portals to go through for those realms anyway. It's just literally closing your eyes and picturing it, putting all your attention there. Like Anita says, feeling the feelings, the sights, the sounds, taking it all in, and it's just more submerged in that in the scene, and that's when it starts to come more to life for you.
If you have harmful intentions, you will be tricked. If you have respect, you'll get respect. Yeah. So like on the earth plane, if you're hearing all the fairy stories, not all are bad. But again, show respect, gain respect, right? But be an observer as much as you can. Just realize that there's more to life, more that's there. And the more that you're curious about it, the more that those pathways and those doorways start to open for you to learn more. You're so very welcome, Ziska. It's so beautiful. Have you ever connected to the earth people? I call them that. They look like wooden sticks or mud bodies. Ooh. I have not. You know what? I say I have not.
That's cool.
But I've seen like wooden sticks. They may come in like twigs and stuff that move, and sometimes it catches your eye and you have to double look and go, did I really see what I saw, kind of thing. So it's about stepping out of your way when you're learning. But I've seen
things are becoming more prevalent now, aren't they?
Yeah.
As everyone's vibration raises and the veil gets thinner, you start to
Yeah.
see a lot more stuff out of the corner of your eye.
hmm But like, I've seen trees with, you can see their character, their full character, their faces, and the energy that comes with that. So yeah, and like they'll tell you, like, oh, it's just your mind making up pictures. It's not. It's not. So I want you, if you take away anything from this session, I want you to go forward and just start to accept the things that you start to see as true and correct and real for you, because they're there. They're there. You're not making it up. You're not creating images in your mind. You're seeing what you're seeing.
Yeah.
You were
Perfect.
afraid of spirit coming through the scary way they pass, so it held me back a lot. Yeah. It's just making that decision to step in and go, okay, show me. However way that comes forward, show me.
Well, Anita, I
Thank
really
you
want to
so
thank
much.
you on behalf of the Upgrade Summit and
My pleasure.
everybody else in this group. We have loved having you here. We always love having you here. You are just you're my fairy godmother. So yeah,
Look,
we
I just,
would love
all
to
I do
appreciate.
is just tell you the things that you already have there that's already within you and allow you to find the pathways that work for you. That's all I do.
Yeah, that's a lot. Yes, more than you give yourself credit for. So we're very
Phyllis, you
grateful
just
to have you.
ask in the way that words come naturally to you. Just say exactly that. There's no point beating around the bush with it. I just make it comfortable for me so that I can step in and learn and expand. But
So if you want
thank
to,
you for having me.
guys, if you want to see more of Anita, she's obviously on TikTok at Anita_3_3_3, but that's also her link tree as well. And she owns energeticembrace.com.au.
Yeah.
Make sure you put .au at the end, because .com is a
Yes.
completely different site.
Yes.
As I just found out about 15 minutes ago. But yes, look, thank you so much. We love you.
Oh, look,
And
thanks for having me. It's
and
been fun, and I can't wait to start receiving because I love this session too.
yeah, get back on the other side.
I will. I'm going there right now. All right. Much love, everyone.
Cool.
Mwah.
Bye,
Thank
legend.
you.
Oh, isn't she such a sweetheart? My goodness. My goodness. The world needs more people like Anita. All right. So next up, we have Althea, right? So Althea, I actually pre-recorded the lot because Althea is currently in hospital. So she couldn't attend the event and facilitate. So she pre-recorded this whole lot for us. So get some water because it's going to be a big one, and then you'll be able to sit back and enjoy. Okay. Does that sound good? Is everyone excited? Go. If now's your time to go to the toilet if need be. Yeah, she was fine. I think it might have been something elective, but they just called her. You know how when the hospitals call you up, you can't really set a time that's convenient for you. You don't have to take it. Okay, I'll hold on for you. So wow, like it's only been a couple of hours, and we've already had some amazing shifts and 3 attunements to different realms. What is going on? Hold on to your hats, everybody. Oh, it's going to be amazing. Okay, so I'll see about playing this video now and go from there. Welcome back, everybody. So we have a special guest. She is a beautiful human being and an associate of this of the upgrade. She is a facilitator here. She's from South Africa. Her name is Althea Lucrezia, and I can't wait for you to meet her. One second.
Hi.
There we go. Hi. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, it is my absolute pleasure. So for anyone who doesn't know Althea, she is a light language activator. She's a teacher. She's a channeler of beings connected to the Galactic Federation. So welcome to Upgrade.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So today, I understand you'll be channeling some things for us. And I'm sure that the collective would love to hear from the higher beings with regards to what we can expect energetically over the next 6 months. I know I'm pretty keen to find out. There's certainly been a lot going on in the world, especially energetically over the last 2 weeks. Have you felt that as well?
Yeah, I mean, this year has been a year that's been of shift, of change, of integration. It's the number 8. It's the number of abundance. In my experience, what generally happens is the first few months of the year. So you'll have your January, February, March. It's the tail end of the year before. So a lot of karmic cycles clearing, releasing, letting go. A lot of, new jobs, new relationships ending, jobs ending, and things like that. And then generally when we move into April is the start of the astrological new year. So that's a big shift as well. And what I saw, especially in April and May, was a very intense timeline shift. So what actually went on is, because I sat and I channeled this a few months ago, what went on is the vibration of the planet wasn't necessarily, of humanity and of the planet wasn't where it could have been or where it was supposed. I just say supposed in inverted commas because, there's no wrong or right. We all just navigating our experience. So a lot of people had to clear a lot of things in a very short amount of time so that the frequency of the planet would be kind of like where we're meant to be. So that was quite like a big one. And I know there was a lot of shifting happening with like people traveling and things moving. I don't really follow news. I specifically get told not to follow news just because I have my own channel. So they're like, I follow a few colleagues, but they also like don't really follow a lot of people because it can, we still human, so it can influence as well.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I saw in April and May. Moving into June, my life personally, I was moving around, but I did feel an energetic anchoring and stability. And then from the tail end of June, moving into July, there was again more shifting, more happening, almost like prepping the systems and the collective for the second part of the year. So I think what's going to happen is a lot of people are going to step more into the public eye. A lot of people who are doing energy work, who are channelers, healers, who are assisting on a collective level. This is the year of starseed going into mainstream media. That's what's going to happen. And I channeled this at the Conscious Life Expo earlier this year. I know me and a few other people were speaking about it. So that's kind of like what I see from, almost like a collective leadership point. So yeah, I don't know if that kind of answers the question a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. It certainly gives people a lot of hope and a brighter outlook on things. Myself especially. There's been a lot of healers, channelers, and everyone concerned really who are starting to discover their gifts and really not sure what to do with them. It's all you would have known through your awakening and certainly my own. These gifts come online and you're like, okay, what do I do? Do I go read a textbook, which is somebody else's perspective? Or, do I watch the TV? And then you watch the TV, you see the news and you feel like everything's coming down around you, which is also part of the awakening. And yeah, people need guidance, which is why everyone's here for this, upgrade, to get that sort of guidance and support. So.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing, for people like me and you who are speaking publicly is like, being genuine, being like, guys, we move through stuff too. Like, you
Oh yeah.
see people who are, speaking publicly, and they're like, speak about non-attachment and releasing, the attachment to identity and being in unconditional love. And yes, it's all good and amazing and beautiful, but we are here to be human. And for me, the greatest thing that my guides always explain to me is like, sometimes when I'm moving through stuff, I don't really want to share it with my social media, but they're like, share it because it's going to help
Yeah.
people. And every
Because
time,
it's authenticity.
yeah, exactly. It's authenticity. And every time that happens, it's a further ego integration that you get. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, this is a perfect example. Back at the end of May, I was actually physically assaulted in my car, and I had a window smashed, and I was like, okay, like, guys, what's going on? And then I was told to speak about it publicly, and they explained to me that that needed to happen for a specific clearing of a specific timeline that was present between me and the two people who assaulted me. It was a whole story, but I didn't really feel like talking about it. And they were like, do it, because, people need to see and they need to understand. And that's kind of what it's been like the past, like 8 or 9 years since I've been channeling publicly. It's like, I don't really have a private life energetically. Like, my astral space, I'm working. So I'll wake up and be like, oh, this happened. Okay, this was cleared. This ley line was gridded. This other one was activated. Let me go on and and speak to the collective about it. And it's beautiful how many people are like, oh wow, actually, yes, yesterday I was also doing this in the astral, and I also felt that, and I also cleared this. So it's really about connecting with authenticity.
Oh, exactly right. Because those people prior to you having that conversation felt alone in their experience. So that's why it's so important for just as you said, for us as leaders, but also for spiritual people coming online to be part of a community and reach out in all these ways, so people don't feel alone.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. For sure. And everyone's journey is individual, but I mean, there's certain like textbook phases that a lot of people go through. Some people have a more gentle awakening and opening up, and and it's subtle, and some people have those like hard lessons. Like, I was one of them. I was one who had to like hit their head to kind of like learn the lesson, until I learned to listen, until I learned patience, until I learned to operate from a different space. So it's important to understand that life is happening for you and not to you. And I find, and I spoke about this, I was on an interview yesterday as well, and I spoke a lot about this, which seems to be quite a big theme, just staying in a space of gratitude, waking up in the morning and being grateful, for being alive, for being on this journey. And when you anchor into gratitude daily, nothing can really go wrong, because you wake up and you're grateful, so that automatically puts you in a space of abundance. And it automatically puts you in a space where you're like, okay, well, I mean, I like to see it like this, like, there's no wrongs in life. There's only lessons. So when something happens or you do something and it doesn't go in the way that you expect, again, I put expectations in inverted commas because that's a whole other, ball game with releasing attachment to expectations. But, then the lesson is learned, and then you don't do it again, and then you move on, but it was still useful. So I like to, to see that there's no wrongs in life.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, gratitude is so important. It is really part of the being open to receive. In fact, I tell everyone that when you're in a state of gratitude, it's actually scientifically impossible for you to feel any other emotion, whether that be anxiety or depression or whatever. It's gratitude is that strong. It's that important. So, yeah, absolutely. I echo that sentiment. Starting your day with that, sort of forming that into your spiritual routine is really quite fundamental.
Yeah. Even just wake up and spend 5 minutes in gratitude every morning, watch your life change in the span of like a week or two.
Yeah. So it's one thing when people who are going through an awakening start out, they hear that sit in gratitude and they say the usual things. I'm grateful for my family. I'm grateful for my friends. I'm grateful for the sunshine. I'm grateful for, and that's great. But um, how you know that you're like, the hardest part is being grateful for those downtimes, for those lessons, for those things that happen to you, because you're realizing that life is working in your favor, even when those bad things happen. So it's recognizing that there's gratitude in the quote unquote negative experiences as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it gets easier. And then if you learn to really listen and be present, then what happens is you start operating from the space of non-attachment and 0 point neutrality. And then you can see all the different options and possible timelines and make the choice that takes you into the highest alignment of, your current timeline and your current experience and your current existence. So I think, yeah, gratitude and speaking your truth, and having your boundaries set, those two, like if you get those two like nailed down and done really well, everything else sorts itself out, because you're operating from gratitude, but also you're not getting stepped over. Your boundaries are firm. Boundaries are the highest form of self-love. And a lot of people come to me and they're like, oh, but I'm in gratitude and I'm doing this. Why am I not in abundance? And then I'm like, well, how are your boundaries? If your boundaries aren't firm, then you're not going to be able to hold the energetic collective container that then puts you in a space of abundance, because you have leakages, basically. So that's a big one also for this year, I think, especially for those who are, coming out more publicly and, going, on social media or on mainstream media or whatever it is that they want to go with their business. And by the way, guys, try, because, it's like, if you don't try, it's not going to happen. So
That's
try.
right. Yeah.
I see that a lot of people they fear, they're scared. Oh my God, what are people going to think? But it doesn't matter. Your work will go where it needs to be received, and then from there, kind of like be sure that you're in integrity and that your boundaries are very firm.
Yeah. I completely resonate with that as well. And a lot of people who are Patreons in my activation station, they've heard me talk about the same thing, that I've had to set some pretty big boundaries over the last few weeks. So it's very interesting that these sorts of things get rippled through the collective. We're all going through the same things as a collective. It's just slightly different versions, but it's still the same thing. Yeah.
And it's very interesting that you say that, because I see themes. So I work on like a lot of people. Like sometimes I'll have 10 to 12 clients in a day, and then I'll see themes in the weeks. So there'll be like a week where everyone is clearing like through their sinuses and their higher chakras, and everyone's got like a cold. Then there'll be weeks where everyone is dealing with like the mother wound, and then there'll be weeks where everyone is dealing with something that they've been carrying through from ancient Atlantis or Lemuria. So exactly as you said, but there's different nuances of it, and the people navigate them in different ways, but they all, it's almost like, so they're showing me now, it's like a ripple effect of the same wave.
Yeah, which makes me think that it's Earth related as well. It's Gaia related, going through that same thing, which to me makes me think that it is universal, not just isolated to this planet, because why would it be?
Yeah, of course, for sure, definitely. I mean, the universe is moving through its own lessons, like the Earth is, like the constellations, like the galaxies, like all the beings out there as well, based on, your contracts and what you chose to navigate, you're moving through. And this is also really important, because this is another thing that's come up, especially this week with clients. It's a big theme. Like people come to me and they're like, what do my guides say? What do I need to do? Where do I need to go? What's my soul mission? And I'm like, guys, like there is something that is called the law of non-intervention, which means that if I go, and this is valid to any energy worker, if you go to them and they say, oh, your guide said you need to do this, you need to do that, run. Because they're not going to say something like that, because it would be going against your free will and your own sovereignty. So what I like to say to people is, first of all, you're an infinite being of light. You can co-create anything that you want. And I'm also saying to them, it's easier if you have more precise questions, or things like, what kind of exercise can I do to raise my frequency? Things like that will help you in your journey, and your guides can help you with. If you ask your guides, oh, do I need to go and open a pottery shop or an ice cream shop? They're not going to answer that, because they're not going to be telling you what to do. So this is a very important concept that I think a lot of people are just, not aware of or struggle with.
Oh, absolutely. So for the viewers who don't know you, which will probably be precious few, because you're a household name, at least you are to me anyway. So how did you get into channeling and light language? How did that all come about for you? How did it come online for you?
Yeah, so I mean, I've always been psychic since when I was a child. I was one of those kids that couldn't sleep because they would see shadows in their room. And it's quite funny because, like, when I became a psychic for a living and started doing this for a living, I was like to my parents, this is what was going on. And they were like mortified. They were like, oh my God, like, we thought you were just making up stories. And I'm like, no. So parents, if you're watching this and you have younger kids, like, please listen to them, and if you struggle, like, message me on my website and I'll help you, because, like, I know when it comes to, like, children in these situations, it can really affect them, and then I started with tarots at like 12, so that was quite young. And then my gifts sort of like closed down a little bit into my teens and my early 20s. I come from a long lineage of witches. My mother's psychic. My grandmother was psychic. They don't do psychic work for a living and never have, but they will get prophetic dreaming. My gran is assisting me now from the other side, so she'll come through and help. So that was that. The light language activated around 2017, 2018. That's when I first started channeling. I had a few colleagues who were already channeling light language. I had about like 7 or 8 light language workers all work on me at the same time. Within, we were like in a healing container. So my system was blown open basically. And then for me, like,
that sounds like fun.
It was very intense. Like, it was a lot.
Yeah.
And for me, I'm someone who's like, being an Aries, I'm very like, I say something and I'll do it. So then I just started posting videos. When I first started channeling light language online, there were probably like 10 to 20 light language channelers out there. Now there's like tens of thousands, a lot of people in light language. So it's grown exponentially. So that's kind of like how I opened up. I did have a few other experiences and quite like intense encounters with beings that happened as well within that year. So I always say, like, I feel like I've lived 100 lifetimes in just this one here. But it was all meant to be to prep me, because I had to be in service and assisting the collective when there was a pandemic. So everything needed to kind of happen before that, and I hadn't gotten to where I was supposed to get. So the universe was like, lesson until I got there and I was ready.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So you when you started activating your light language, you started channeling, I guess you would have started like most do, just channeling their higher self, and then went from there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So who are some of the beings that you channel now?
So it really depends. I channel higher versions of myself. I channel a 9th dimensional Pleiadian being, which is a higher version of myself. And I channel a mantis being as well, which is 12th dimensional, which is a higher version of myself too. Whenever there's clients, what I'll do is I've got a team of about 300 beings that work with me and assist me on and off. So I'll call in on them, and then I'll call in on the clients, galactic family, higher versions of self, and whoever wants to be present, for the greatest and highest good. And I work with both teams, so it really depends. There'll be times where I will channel beings that are up on ships that are nearby as well. Sometimes I'll be channeling also beings that have, I don't want to say passed on. I don't really do mediumship. I can do it. I don't really do 4th dimensional density channeling, just because I like to work in the 5D and up, and it's more of a for me to lower my frequency to do mediumship than actually operate where I'm operating now. But sometimes it does happen if people have passed on and they're in the angelic realms, that they come through. I work with a lot with the angelics, so I work a lot in the angelic realms as well. So yeah, it really just depends. Generally, when I'm channeling for the collective, I will be channeling for my higher version of self. When I'm holding lives, it's quite funny. So I'll do a live on Instagram and there'll be maybe like 300-400 people on and I'll be chatting and I'll have like all their guides and higher selves behind me saying, do this, do that. I want to send this person this, I want to send that person that. So what I've learned to do, how I operate, and I spoke about this actually in my previous, when I was at the Expo in February, it's a theory that I've been expanding and working on. The channel also operates on a multidimensional level. So it's not just one channel. It's a channel that expands on a multidimensional level. So the channel that I'll work with collectively is different from my own personal channel when I'm working on myself, which will be different from a channel where I'm working on with a client. But that's taken a few years to kind of master.
Oh, of course. Yeah, it's not like a light switch, although we'd all like it to. Speaking of light switches, so in regards, that's a good segue. I should do this professionally. So you obviously have your light language activated. You had that from, you know, everything blowing up inside you with that collective circle that you did. Since then, have you been able to activate other people's light language?
Yeah, about 15 to 20% of my clients activate.
Sure. Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, isn't this good for the people who are here today?
Yeah. And sometimes they come to me and they just need that extra little push. Sometimes it's a bit more of a process, but I can generally tell quite soon. And again, like guys, you're infinite beings of light. If you want to anchor into light language and express and work with this healing modality, then you can do it.
Sure. So a big part of light language is being able to truly let go and realize that you're safe in actually projecting that. So do you have any advice to people, I guess, or anything that you do maybe or could help with in relation to being able to truly surrender?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think I am very big on structure. So I think that being in flow and alignment lies between surrendering to the divine will of the universe and having structure and discipline. So waking up, doing your mantras in the morning, doing a bit of shielding, calling your guides. I mean, like, this is the size of my altar, you know, so this is kind of like what I work with every morning. So having an altar space and understanding that all the energy that you put into your spiritual practices is energy that comes back to yourself. So you're not putting it into anything external. And with structure, with practice, with repetition, you build spiritual strength. If every morning you wake up and you call in your guides and you say, I am grateful, and you thank, you know, the crystals, the dragons, the elementals, whatever it is, they're going to keep on coming. They're going to keep on assisting you, and they're going to be even more grounded and present, you know, within your reality, within your experience. So it's up to you kind of like how you want to create it. Everyone has a channel. Everyone has psychic senses. Everyone has their clairs. So working on your clairs, I can give a really good exercise that I think people will really appreciate this, to figure out what clairs are more developed. So you've got your clairalience, your clairsentience, your clairvoyance, your claircognizance, and your clair, and there's another one. There's 5 or 6 clairs, and they correspond to the senses, okay? And then you have, your claircognizance would be kind of like your innate knowing, which is generally what I tend to operate from. But for you to understand what clairs are more prominent to you. So like for me, when I first started, it was clairvoyance, and then add a little bit of clairsentient, I would like feel. You know, now I can tune into all of them, but I just use claircognizance because it's easier. So a good exercise that anyone can do is getting into a room, and it can be like a bedroom, a studio, like just a closed room, and sitting in the corner and like quietening your mind and just staring at the room. Like obviously there's no one in there and nothing's going on, but you're just staring and seeing and taking in the room for a few minutes, and then closing your eyes. And once you close your eyes, you then sit back and you're like, okay, what caught your attention? Was it a smell? Was it something you tasted? Was it something you felt? Was it something you heard? And based on that, you can kind of see what clear is a bit more developed and then work with that and through that. But we all have psychic intuition, we can all connect to our guides. Like, I'm not special. Like, I've just been doing it more and for longer, so I'm better at it. It's like a sport. You start playing tennis, you're not very good the first year, the second year you're better. The same with psychic
Yeah,
vision.
I mean, it's a muscle. So
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly like that.
yeah, perfect. So I know that you've got to catch a flight pretty soon. So I want to not take up too much more of your time, other than to hopefully get into the light language activation for people,
Sure.
because I don't know how long it's going to take, and I don't want you to miss your flight.
No, that's fine. The light language will be like maybe 7 or 8 minutes or something like that.
Okay, well, perfect.
yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, we can start if you want.
Yeah, well, if it's only going to be 7 or 8 minutes, then I've got another question to ask for
Okay.
people who are looking to raise their vibration. What do you feel in regards to like maybe simple methods that they can do that? And I know that you spoke about setting that routine and being in gratitude. That's a big part of it, but something they can do on the fly, in day-to-day life. What do you feel would be most helpful?
Mind, this is a big one. Exercise, move the body. Everything
Yep.
needs to rise together: the mental, the physical, the spiritual, the emotional. You can meditate 12 hours a day, but if you're putting bad food in your body and you're not moving, it's not really going to work. So that would be one. And then I think, again, on a day-to-day basis, anchoring into gratitude, staying present, staying in the now, and also this is what they're sending me: taking a step back, observing. So responding, not reacting to what happens to you. And that's difficult because we operate a lot from the fight or flight mode, the reptilian brain. And a lot of the time people struggle to kind of like be in that space of it requires quite a high level of ego integration to be like, oh, actually, let me just not say anything. Let me just take a step back and think, and ground and whatnot. So something as simple as taking 3 breaths before responding.
Yeah.
Before taking 3 breaths and just coming back to yourself. And anyone who practices any kind of mindful exercise will know what a difference something like that can make in your energy field. I think I saw someone once, and they took a photo of someone before doing like breathing exercises and after, and the auric field was completely different and had completely shifted the frequency of the whole system. So something like that definitely would help.
Yeah, it's amazing the power of breathing, isn't it? And change something that you think is so simple can actually be so beneficial and complex at times, depending on how you do it.
Yeah, I've had some of my most powerful activations in breathwork ceremonies.
Yeah, wow. There you go. Okay, so if you're happy to, we can get into the light language activation for everyone.
Sure, you can close your eyes and start anchoring into the body. As you find your comfortable breathing rhythm, with every inhale you breathe in light, and with every exhale you release all that doesn't serve you anymore. And as you start to relax the body, the system, the energy field, you stay in a space of openness and oneness, remembering to listen with your heart. And as we call on the Archangelic Collective, Michael to the south, Uriel to the north, Raphael to the east, and Gabriel to the west, we call on Archangel Metatron with his blue cloak of protection from above, and Saint Lafon to steal the grid from below. As we call on our higher selves, our spirit guides, and anyone else who wishes to be present for the greatest and highest good, you're welcome in the space. Traya triakiera taka uraya siatera ia ishetakra nietukura isheratera uraya siatakra opening systems, opening opening, 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 opening. Raya, 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 raya. Siata kara ishiraya takrena triatri kukara isira takra. Nraya tiataki array, 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 ishare, siata cracking, releasing, 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 opening, releasing, opening, clearing, releasing, 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 letting go, letting go, letting go, letting go, letting go. Letting go, decording, demoving, removing, 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 detangling, 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 clearing, releasing, 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 releasing. Yo, 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 nahia shira taka. Trea, treo, kumra, se, sero, kora, ishira, yatari. Tre, yo, 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 expanding, expanding, expanding into more light, divine rays, anchoring, anchoring, anchoring. Anchoring, 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 attuning, 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 grounding, 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 attuning, grounding, attuning, grounding. Attuning, attuning, grounding. Raya trea trea kumrasi sarai seraya tra. Traya takrak karea tre aishira. Tashina karaya shira tra. Expanding, expanding, expanding. Expanding into more light, divine rays, anchoring, 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 anchoring into cranial structures, clearing, releasing, releasing, releasing. Releasing any limiting beliefs, letting go, letting go, letting go, letting go, letting go, letting go. New energies coming in, anchoring, 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 anchoring. Raya siata karai shirayata. Tana trea kira takrikt karat rukoa tia siatari. Treya neara tra kiata kre asiatre aya ishira sera opening, opening, opening. Expanding, more light, divine rays, aurora rays, rainbow rays, anchoring, 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 tuning, tuning, connecting, 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 expanding, 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 expanding systems, tuning, 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 activating blueprint structure, activating dormant DNA, opening, opening, opening to more light, divine rays, anchoring, 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 connecting, connecting neurotransmitters, connecting synapses, expanding, 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 clean, releasing, 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 nervous system, releasing blood circulation, opening, opening, opening. Rasia takaram. Tratria tia kero kuma ise aitia, tiata iara ishe, tia nayataka, siasa yasera yatra, trea kia yashia taka nai, naya reashi, ase yasera sara tira krek, kroa triatakra, anchoring, 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 attuning, tia kura isera yatra. Trana aina aya siatarea treo koa ishiatara trea koa ishiatare tarea siate koa isia ruaya ishieta niatara trietaka shkura isera yatra trea se grounding closing ceiling closing ceiling closing ceiling ceiling closing ceiling closing ceiling closing ceiling closing closing ceiling closing ceiling attuning anchoring anchoring, 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 anchoring. Ntaya ishetara. Taratrea kiet kuraya sie saraya sara tira taratre atre shiraya takrat sierra sara ishirayatra. Shkuro ishira isirayatra isana san ia ishirataka. Tiataria kie reatreo koko rasia siata ia ishetaka. As we slowly ground back, coming back to the body and physical vessel. Remembering the codes are intelligent. They will go where they are needed, when they are needed, at whatever moment in time. Whenever we feel ready, we can open our eyes, come back to the present moment, and anchor back to the now. How are you feeling?
I feel great. Yeah, it's I don't really remember what part it was, but just some sort of stuff you were saying was just smashing my third eye. It was great as it was opening up. So yeah, it was beautiful. I can't get enough of that stuff. It's so cool.
Yeah, so it was just like a full system clearing upgrade, releasing old emotions, solar plexus, sacral, nervous system, blood circulation, third eye, cranial structure. I did some work on the ears as well, release some tension, jaw, neck, shoulders. Again, the codes are smart and intelligent. So For those of you who are listening, you can stay in process after as well, up to 3 weeks for full integration of everything. But in the next day or two, you might feel like you need to eat more, sleep more, rest more. You might get a bit more emotional. We are, also moving through lunar phases as well. So yeah, just be mindful and aware of that.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Obviously, drinking more water and plenty of rest if needs to be, and listen to your body. But absolutely, that is so beautiful. So before you head off on your flight, so what I know that you host a lot of events, a lot of things coming up in your schedule. Is there anything that you want to share with the viewers on what you've got going on?
So I've got an event coming up on the 9th of September. So for the 9/9 portal opening, it's going to be called Manifestation Magic, taking aligned action to live in the 5D. So I'm going to give a lot of techniques and things to do. And that's going to be online on Zoom. It's going to be about an hour and a half. I'll send some codes for integration as well. And you can find it on my website or through my Linktree. I've got a Costa Rica retreat that's happening in November. I've got a few spaces left for that. It's going to be from the 17th to the 22nd, and I think it's over that Thanksgiving holiday. 6 days, 5 nights. So that'll be really beautiful. We're going to be working with the dragons. We're going to be working with some sacred shamanic plant medicine. We're going to be working with the elementals. So I'm really looking forward to that. I'll be in LA and taking in person in the first week of December as well. So if you're in LA or around the area, you can send me a message, and then I've got very limited time for in person when I'm there. So message me sooner rather than later. And then, I've got next year stuff coming up, but that's next year. I'm still doing my 6-week and 6-month programs. So it's like a crash course on ascension. I basically teach you a whole bunch of stuff, how to open your channel, how to connect to the Akashic records, your galactic history. We can do like clearing and cording. So, I work organically with everyone. So people come to me and they're like, oh, I want to do your program, but I want to focus on my relationship with my parents. Like, we can do that. I work organically with everyone.
Sorry, I think it might have cut out for a second then, but I'm back with you.
Yeah, and then I'm almost done. And then I'm still offering my light language activations. And then all my workshops are up on my website. I've got a whole bunch of workshops on releasing attachments, psychic attacks, intrusive thoughts, how to also get more manifestation stuff, higher soul embodiment. Like if you go to my website, there's a lot, but if you need anything, you can just message me through the website. I respond to all my emails, so I don't have like a team, or I've got an assistant, but she doesn't do my emails. I do my own emails. So you're going to be speaking with me directly.
Perfect. So, yes, like Althea said, if you have any questions in regards to this process or what she's got coming up, then by all means, email her. You can catch her at Like Herds by Allah, and that's on Instagram. 70,000 followers, so jump on board. She's incredible human being, obviously, and through her Linktree, you can see below there. So. Get a hold of her if you need anything or would like to participate in any of her upcoming projects. All right. Well, I want to thank you so much for joining us today. It has been a, very much memorable experience. Clearly, I'm starting to integrate already. I can't wait to have you back. We're going to be doing more upgrades, so I'd love it if you could come back and share some more time with us. I think it might be back in October when we'll be doing the next one if you're not busy. But yeah, we can talk about it between then and now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, it was my absolute pleasure. Have an amazing day. Enjoy your flight, and we'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
Bye. So guys, how was that? Crazy cool. Oh my God. Yeah, that was pretty wild. Yeah. I'm so stoked you got the experience. What a day this has been so far. My goodness. My goodness. Okay. And it ain't over yet. So we're going to have a bit of a break for the next sort of 15 or so minutes. We're very conscious of these breaks, or at least trying to be. So you can go to the toilet, so you can go on ground if need be, get some water, eat some food. And yeah, next up we will have Amanda Lauren Blau doing trance channeling. All right, I'll talk to you legends soon. So, how's everybody traveling? Are you all hydrated? That's it. Good, tired. Yeah, it's been a lot. It's been a lot today. But we promised you a lot, so we might as well deliver, right? So I traveled to bed. Fair enough. So in a couple of minutes, we have our next guest, Amanda Lauren Blau. She is, my God, an incredible human being. For anyone who was at the last upgrade, you would have seen just how gifted Amanda is in her ability to seamlessly connect to these entities. So, yeah. So I hope everyone's had some food, have grounded, because we're about to get into it again. Okay, so without further ado, I might bring her on now. That's the wrong one. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm really good. How are you?
Oh, so good. So good. So very happy to have you here again today at Upgrade. It's been a huge day so far. But yeah, I'm super excited to hear this trance channeling questions.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Can you see the comments and questions?
No, I can't.
You can't see it there?
No.
Okay. Are you on your phone or something? There must be a
No.
setting where you can actually see the.
I couldn't last time either, but you know what? It's probably for the best,
Oh,
so that I don't get too distracted.
okay. So will you? I know that you'll be channeling beings from Vega. Do you want to first tell us a little bit about the Vegan beings?
Sure, yeah, it was sort of a surprise when they came through to me. They are a group or a community of beings from one of the moons in the Vega system, and they came forward and said that they wanted to share their story. It's a story that they wanted people to know about, and that they feel that there's a message inside of their story that will resonate with people today. And they really want to call everyone forward in a way that they feel will be deeply impactful.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. I love it. Okay, so without further ado, I might leave it. So in your process, I know last time, because you couldn't see the questions, you couldn't really answer it. Do you want me to be asking questions if the
Yeah.
people have it?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what I might do is I might stay on here with you then, and read them out as they come up.
Yeah, that's perfect. I'm going to invite them forward, let them introduce themselves. I feel like they're really excited. I feel like they're a little nervous, which is really cute. I guess I'm definitely nervous, but I think I'm going to invite them forward, let them introduce themselves, and then they'll probably get into what they want to say. And then when they're finished, they'll let you know when they're ready for questions. And then if you don't mind reading them, that would be fantastic.
Absolutely. Okay, well, I might leave you to it and then I'll jump back on at that part, okay?
Perfect. Hi, everyone. It's so nice to be here. I'm so grateful. So I always like to give a little bit of an idea of what to expect. So I'm just going to close my eyes, just take a few deep breaths. And it typically takes me about 15 to 20 seconds to get into trance. I'm going to invite them forward. And what makes trance channeling a little different, in case you don't know, is I'm going to invite them inside of my physical vessel. So Once they're inside, I, as Amanda, take a step back and they take a step forward. And you're going to see my body language change. The tone of my voice is going to change a little bit. And that's how you'll know that they're here with us. And then they'll introduce themselves and we'll get started. So I just ask that you give me a few seconds and we'll get going. Hello. Greetings. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here with you today. We are extremely honored to be amongst all of you because we understand that you look at us as the teachers today, but that is not how we look at it. We see all of you as our guides, our leaders, and our protectors. And that is what we desire to call you forward into today so that the relationship dynamic takes on a slightly different tone for the next little while. Because we are not here to guide you, my loves. We are here to introduce you to the own guide that lives inside of each and every single one of you, that oftentimes gets overlooked because you do not believe in you to be the guide that you desire to feel is there. And this is kind of unfortunate. And this is where we desire to get into why we wanted to come forward in this way today. Because we lived on a planet inside of a system far, far away for centuries. And we inhabited one of the moons inside of this system. It was our home. And we felt so safe there. But you see, we did not anticipate the ambush that was coming our way. We did not take the initiative to ensure that we understood our place inside of the universe. We did not fully ground inside of who we were at that time. We did not fully understand that there were other manipulations taking place around us because we had our blinders on. We kept to ourselves. And we didn't assimilate with the other cultures in our neighboring societies. And because of that, we didn't have the connections needed when the time came to utilize them. When you feel isolated inside of who you are without realizing it, you become defenseless because you see everyone around you as a potential threat to your own survival. Perhaps your neighbors are someone that can take away the pride that you feel inside of you if they were to demonstrate an ability or skill that you do not feel that you possess. Or perhaps the people inside of your vicinity do not show you the adoration you are hoping they will. And this can oftentimes lead to feeling less than inside of you. But when you can see that it is you that creates this sense of self, then you can see that they are not your enemy. They are simply a reflection of how you see you. And this is something that we overlooked for a very long time. We saw our neighbors in the societies that dwelled inside of our system as a threat. We believed that we had to own our territory and own what we believed was ours by our birthright. And when the time came to requiring their assistance, we didn't have it. And the reason why we operated this way was because we were afraid. We were afraid of what might become of our culture if we were to let someone else in. We didn't want to dilute the stories that we would tell our children and grandchildren because we believed that there was a sanctity inside of it. But the sanctity that lives inside of you is the version of you that's willing to open up to more, because it's the people around you that offer you everything that you're looking to achieve in your life. The love, the connection, the community, the safety, all of these things can be offered to you if you let them in. And oftentimes, a spiritual path is one of a large degree of isolation because we take it upon ourselves to do our own work in that way. But the beauty of a community such as this is the realization that so much incredible power and potential lies inside of a collective. When you can see your neighbor as a part of you, as a reflection of your own soul self, then they are no longer a threat to your survival. They offer you the love and devotion that you are deeply searching for, but unwilling to fully allow in. And so the message that we would like to leave you today is one of understanding for those who reside beside you, who may not be willing to see you in the way that you're desiring them to. Because ultimately, you will be walking your path in the years to come. And you may be feeling a sense of love inside of you that they are not ready to let in. And this has nothing to do with you. This has nothing to do with your inability to stand inside of your role as light worker. This is simply where they are at that moment in time on their journey as you are on yours. And the more you extend an olive branch, the more it will resonate to them to one day grasp it. And so, my loves, it is not your job to keep people out, and it is not your job to pull them in. It is simply your job to stand inside of your own sense of self, fully empowered inside of knowing that you are exactly who you're supposed to be, where you're supposed to be, and exactly why you're supposed to be, radiating all of that inner knowing with the realization that it'll be felt if and when it's need to by those who desire to in their time of need. The ascension process is one of doing the work to recognize the love that lies inside of you and witnessing those around you who are not yet ready to let it in, where you may also still be keeping it at bay ever so slightly. But when we can all come together and see the love inside of one another, reflecting back to ourselves the love that exists inside of each and every single one of us, that is ultimately where we are headed and what we are desiring to experience here most. And unfortunately, inside of our community, it did not go the way we had planned. because we were not willing to allow others to be a part of our society when they needed it most. And because of that, we suffered greatly. And so the message that we have today for all of you is that you do not have to suffer in silence. There is something beautiful in opening your heart to those around you, all the while knowing that they may not be ready to receive it, but it's not up to you to determine that. It is simply up to you to feel the resonance inside of you in doing so, and allowing them to receive you in whatever way they're ready to, and allowing you to bask inside of the knowing that you were ready to for you. And so at this time, we invite you forward into a conversation with us, because we know that guidance is often needed inside of a road that feels so lonely. But we desire for you to know that it is only lonely if you choose to make it so. And we are here to help guide you back in to the love that resides inside of you, and the love that you're desiring to feel if you have the confidence in sharing it.
That is beautiful. Firstly, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you for having.
Oh, it's my pleasure. So Phyllis has asked, can I ask, since your planet was taken over, where are you located now, you and your community?
Unfortunately, we needed to depart our physical bodies at that time, and we were residing inside of a non-physical reality that is not dissimilar to your own. It is simply in a different space, in a different way, at a different time, for a different purpose. But we are continuing to learn, and we are continuing to grow, and it is our desire to communicate with you at this time so that we can continue to do so that you may be our leaders in this way, and we can share every bit of knowledge and wisdom that we can with you in a way that we wish we had been granted then too.
Yeah, we certainly feel like we need that knowledge. That's that's for sure. There is an ever-changing world that we're in right now, and the veil is very thin, probably thinner than it's ever been. What does your outlook for humanity look like for us over the next few months?
The outlook will depend on the person who's looking out of themselves at what they're seeing around them and how they wish to feel inside of it for themselves too. Because ultimately the reality that you have created begins with inside of you first, and that is where your experience of it resides. And so the experience of each person inside of their own reality will be completely different, and will simply be a reflection of what they're willing to see and feel and let in at that time.
Okay, so Helen has commented, how do we deal with family we live with that are so far from the light? It feels so lonely, especially when our family has been given to us.
Well, we would like to call you forward into some inquiry around this. Who's to say that they are far from the light? Is that simply your interpretation of where they are? Or is that exactly where they're supposed to be, to reflect back to you where you are not ready to see the light that lives inside of them? And we understand that this can be challenging to hear, but ultimately, when you see those around you unwilling to let love in, it is simply because they are not ready to. It is not because they are not wishing to. And so can you see that they are simply trying their best with where they are and the tools that they possess? And perhaps they are asking you to show them love, to show them how, and also to give them the love that they're desiring to feel as they're learning to love themselves in the process.
Beautiful. So Sherry has written, I had a reading and I was surrounded by Vegas. I was holding a sound ball. Can you explain the meaning?
The beings of Vega are deeply connected to the healing vibrations of the bowls that you use, and they love when you play for them. And we encourage you to tap into your heart space when you feel them around you, because they have so much wisdom to share with you. And they know that you are drawn to them as they are to you. And perhaps there is a connection there worth building upon that we were inviting you into today in our own way, for you alone.
Beautiful. So Sandy has written, what is the best way to connect with your race so that we can individually communicate with you?
Well, now that you know that we are here and we are willing, we ask that you simply set the intention to do so. And we are always around you, whether you see us or feel us or hear us or know that we're there. We are always observing and watching and witnessing, because we are always desiring to learn and grow as you are. And so simply setting the intention to invite us forward will allow for that connection to take place. And trust that we are there with you, because simply trusting in you is what's required, what's required to create that strong bond that you're seeking. Trust inside of you lends itself to trust in you to do the work required to connect with what's beyond you too.
Okay, so Sherry has asked, what will the next step I take with my modalities for the collective in the next 3 months? What will be the next step that she takes with the modalities?
Where you're feeling unwilling to go, which is ultimately where the most discomfort lies for you, my love. And that requires going in to heal what's there, to witness it, to allow it, rather than to run from it ever so slightly. Because ultimately, it is in feeling the breadth of who you are that you will open to more of who you are. And in opening to more of who you are, you will open to more of what is what you are. And what you are is pure, unlimited potential, only if you should choose to let it in.
Perfect. Keep those questions coming, guys. Bruce has asked, will some of you choose to come here in our physical world to be with us in a physical way?
This really depends on each individual soul, but at this time, we are living out an existence that doesn't necessarily require physical interpretation in the way that you are experiencing it, because we have a different path requiring different things from our experiences. And there is an element of releasing into a physical existence that we are not necessarily desiring to have at this time. The physical component of your world requires a degree of separation that we are not quite ready to experience again, because of the amount of pain and suffering that we are still required to work through. And so you see, in a very big way, you are so much more ahead than we are. And in a very interesting way, never seem to fully embrace that inside of you. And so we would like to call you forward into an observation of where you are still looking to the beings of light around you as those who know more and can offer you something that does not already exist within you. It is not your physical body that limits you. It is your belief system about you that does.
Perfect. So Sherry has asked, what shift will humanity go through within 2030?
We sense a degree of confusion in terms of the expectations for where you are headed. And we would like to inquire why. Why is there so much fear? Why is there so much uncertainty when you create your reality? Is that not what you like to tell yourselves? That you create your reality? And so, why does your future scare you so when it is you that creates it? And we understand that this can be challenging to receive once more, but that is what we are here to do, is call you forward into your place of personal power, where you desire to belong, where you desire to feel that you belong. And so if you create your reality, my loves, then you get to determine what that is for you. And the world around you simply reflects that right back to you as this projection entails. Therefore, what would you like the year 2030 to look like for you? What would you like it to feel like for you? How do you see yourself embodying that? And what can be created as a byproduct? Only you get to determine that for yourself. And we really look forward to watching that all play out before you.
Excellent, thank you. So Cindy's asked, is my present course of action holding me back from what I really want to finish?
Finish what, my love? What does the finish line really look like for you? We sense that there is still a little bit of clarity missing there, because ultimately, is there a finish line for you, or is there simply another phase of your evolution? And so, what we would like to reflect back to you is, where are you seeing a finish line where one doesn't truly exist? And how can you see that it is a forever evolving process for you? And you get to determine what the path looks like. And when you can see it that way, when you can see that there is no one right way, because there is no one exact outcome, then you will see that you are exactly where you need to be if it feels aligned for you, because ultimately that is what you're looking for, is to feel in alignment with you. And so we ask that you come back to how it feels. And if it feels right, then there should not be any more question or doubt within you as to where it is guiding you, which is ultimately where you already are.
Excellent. So Star has asked, anything I need to know for my advancement? Thank you.
We sense a great deal of excitement inside of you in terms of the knowledge that you have recently acquired. And we encourage you to follow that feeling, because ultimately, again, that is what you're desiring, is it not? To feel excited inside of you, inside of what is being birthed through you. And so we encourage you to follow every little trail that leads back to that feeling and witness where it guides you ultimately, which is inside of you towards the deepest part of you that is looking to be unearthed. Because the excitement comes from you. It does not come from what is beyond you. And when you can begin to evoke that excitement from within you, regardless of what's granted to you, then you will forever be living inside of that frequency and create through you a reality that reflects that tenfold.
Perfect. So Phyllis has asked, can you tell me a planet which is my home away from home?
Your heart. Your heart will always be your home away from home, because the heart is a portal back to you, back to the essence of who you are, and you are continued to seek for this home somewhere other than you. And this is a shame, my love, because ultimately what you are desiring to experience lives within you, and all the memories that you are looking to be presented with live inside of you. And so we would like to offer you the journey in, exploring every part of you to see what truly lies inside of your own heart. And from there, the journey of your soul's existence will be laid before you in a way that you have not been able to grasp until now, because you have not been looking or searching in the right place.
Okay, so Larry has asked, what are my next steps to open all my healing abilities, please?
The need for them and the desire to acquire them sooner rather than later. Because ultimately, there is an aspect of your energy that is already doing this work through you that you are not quite realizing. But we sense that there are a lot of people around you that are very attracted to you and to the vibes that you give off to them. And this is an element of you that you do not fully buy into yet, because you do not sense that it is there. So perhaps it is the understanding that nothing more is needed in order to realize that the healer that already exists inside of you has been delivering the messages through you all along, and it is only you that hasn't been willing to receive them.
Perfect. So Debbie has asked, do you have any guided message that I need to know or hear, please, work related?
Create a safe space for you to conduct your work, where you can feel at ease, where you can work without distractions, and where you can feel comfortable inside of who you are as you do so. Because those who encroach on your energy only do so because you allow them to, without necessarily realizing that you're doing it. But when you can claim your space and create a space that feels good for you, you will feel alive inside of it in a way that you have not been able to access before. And ultimately, that is the gift that you would be giving you, is the gift of self-acceptance through the understanding that telling others how you feel and what you need is not something that is going to derail them from you, but is something that is going to allow them to honor you in the way you're desiring them to.
I love it. So Delana has asked, why am I holding myself back? What is the best way to move forward in my spiritual development? I want to work as a healer.
Offering yourself the very thing that you are hoping to receive all those years ago from those who you desire to receive it from most. Because ultimately, the love that you are is the energy that will travel through you and offer them exactly what it is that you are wanting most. The love that you feel for you is the most powerful energy that will ever be channeled through you. And only when you can let it in and feel it first can you begin to utilize it in the way you're desiring to. And we understand that this is not necessarily what you were expecting to hear or hoping to hear, but it is ultimately what you're needing to hear at this time to jumpstart the next phase of your evolution, my love, which is self-acceptance above all else.
Beautiful. So the wonderful Venus says, I feel such a strong connection to Vega. I feel as part of my existence here somehow. How can I work through what I feel and carry? Also the longing I feel of the lost connection with Vegans.
Can you repeat the second half of the question?
Yep. Also the longing I feel of the lost connection with Vegans.
The longing that you feel is not yours, my love. The longing that you feel is a part of you that existed a long, long time ago. That is just a memory, a distant memory that you are misinterpreting as yours. And what we would ask of you is to begin to heal that for yourself by inviting them in, inviting in the entire soul family that lives around you that is wanting you to disconnect from that energy to find yours inside of this lifetime and to live for you, not the version of you that existed long ago, but this one, because you are here inside of this moment to do so. And so we encourage you to formulate a connection with the soul family that is desiring to invite you in, but do so with the sole purpose of letting them go so that you may focus on you in a way that you haven't been able to.
I understand. And Anita writes, what should I be doing more to help the collective?
Be the light that you're desiring to see reflected back to you inside of it. I think that on this planet, it is often overlooked that one person can make a difference by simply loving who they are. But ultimately, is that not what you're desiring to feel in those beside you? In the collective energy, is that not what we are working towards? It's a more loving community. And is that not the job that you associate with the light worker? Is radiating more love. And so why is it that simply loving you does not feel like enough for you? And that, my love, is ultimately what your work is. So how can you allow the love for you to be enough for you at this time? And when the realization hits in what we are relaying to you today, you will understand what will be needed of you next.
So Debbie has asked, it's hard to read, but it basically says, can you see what's wrong with her eyes? She's had a problem with her eyes for a long time, and she wants to know whether it's earthly or a spiritual issue.
We believe that she knows exactly what the issue is. And what we would like to relay for her is to search inside of herself for the answer, because it is right there and she's not trusting it. And we would like to know why. Why does not feel safe to trust the wisdom that lies inside of you? And perhaps seeing you in the way you're desiring to will allow you to see the answer as clear as day. And one more thing we would like to note is that perhaps there is a deeper purpose inside of this issue that is still on its way towards you, looking to be unraveled very slowly. And so perhaps it is not the answer necessarily that is going to give you the relief that you're looking for, but the journey of discovery that will, because there is a lot to be unearthed inside of this for you. And it is ultimately the adventure in searching for the answer that is going to provide you with the wisdom that you're seeking.
Okay. So Jennifer has asked, do you have a message for me?
There was a childhood dream at one point in time, we believe, that filled you with joy. And we desire for you to know that it still lives on inside of you. And there's an aspect of you that's still desiring to wield it in some way. And perhaps going back to those early years inside of your memories to dig up what it is that we speak of will allow you to anchor into how you can bring that joy, that sense of freedom back into your life in a new way that will allow you to relive those beautiful memories at this moment in time and forevermore.
Okay. So Nadine has asked, please, what's my next step for opening more of my healing capacities?
Coming to terms with the regret and the shame that lives inside of you and seeing it for what it is, a part of you that's desiring to be loved so deeply from another part of you that's not willing to yet. And when you can allow the love to be felt inside of you unconditionally, the next phase of your journey will unravel before you in a way that you cannot quite grasp at this time yet, because that's what's required of you in order to be ready to wield the power that lives inside of you, which is the love that you are embodied.
Okay. So Tanya has asked, I am lost. Can you guide me where I should be looking, please? Thank you.
In.
Yeah.
We desire to lead you in, my love. All of the questions that you have cannot be found outside of you. Everything that you need lives inside of you, where you're not willing to dare to look just yet, which is why you've been avoiding of it. And so we ask, what is so scary about venturing in? What is so uncomfortable about opening up to more of you there? And ultimately, all of the answers that you're looking for will be one by one unraveled like a domino set before you when you are ready to. And until then, you will remain in a state of limbo for a little while longer. But ultimately, the trek will be worth the wait.
Perfect. So Mira asked a question that resonates with me as well. Do you have some healing abilities for the earth? If yes, should we call on you to assist?
Why would you need to call upon me when you can call upon you? And where do you continue to look outside of you for what already lives within you to a degree that can never be wielded otherwise? Where do you continue to put the beings of light that live all around you up on a pedestal and forego the most powerful part of you, which is your own light, your own sense of self, and the part of you that desires to possess what lies there, but that does not believe that you are worthy enough to do so?
Okay, so the beautiful Charlotte has written, is there anything I need to know or do regarding helping the collective or my advancement?
Allowing your path to unfold before you without needing to know where it's leading you or why, and trusting that you will be guided where you need to go when you can open up to the love that you are. Because ultimately, everything you need already lies before you, and you are simply waiting for more to appear where more isn't needed, my love. You are so much more powerful than you give yourself permission to possibly fathom is true. And when you can see that the light inside of you shines more brightly than anything else could possibly add to it, everything that you're wanting to possess will already be within your grasp.
Perfect. So Helen has asked, are my physical limitations holding me back from developing my spiritual path?
Only because you're seeing it in that way is it creating that limitation for you that would not otherwise be there. Because ultimately, a physical limitation is what you chose to experience. And there is a reason why it was important for you to do so. And when you can forgive you for making that choice, then you will access all of the potential that lies inside of you. But there is a large degree of pain that must be felt and released first. And we are sending you so much love as you navigate that journey in.
Great. So Brooke has asked, any messages of guidance for me? Any guidance for the business I'm wanting to create and the purpose for me and the collective?
The business that you're wanting to create will serve you more than it serves any of your clients. And this is not to say that it will not be a successful business. What we are trying to show you is that the spiritual path that you are embarking upon will be navigated through what your business offers for you and who you become in the process of it. And that is ultimately how you're going to wield it, my love. It is going to be the doorway into you. And as your business pushes you to expand you, you will expand your business, and one will serve the other. And it will simply become an extension of your own energetic frequency, looking to be navigated through a part of you that doesn't know how else to. And so we desire for you to view your business as your spiritual teacher, as the version of you that's looking to break through a ceiling that you perceive to be above you that is not truly there. And in doing so, you will climb higher than you ever believed possible for you, only when you can believe that that's possible for you first.
Wonderful. So Lisa has asked, do you have any messages of or guidance for me?
Forgive and forget. Because when you can forgive, you can let go of all of the pain that you've been carrying that you do not believe is yours, but ultimately you are perceiving that it is another person's doing that is creating the pain that you are continuing to hold dear. And when you can forgive that what you do not believe is yet warranted, then you can release yourself of that burden once and for all and access the freedom, the love, the joy, and the sense of self that you are seeking that cannot be given to you by anybody else other than you.
Excellent. So Lux has asked, is there anything I need to know to help me evolve further?
Can you repeat that question once more?
Yep, sure. Is there anything I need to know to help me evolve further?
There is something that you are feeling fear around, some uncertainty, some trepidation. And we would like to encourage you to trust your wisdom around it, because there are many times where it has served you well. And yet you continue to question the validity of your own inner guidance system. And this is ultimately the goal of your soul self at this time, is to learn how to trust the wisdom that lies inside of you. And in time, you will become quite adept at foreseeing all of the options that lie before you and which one will serve you most. But learning how to differentiate fear from certainty is your first step. And there will be a degree of trial and error required here, but we sense that there is a part of you that has a deeper knowing about this obstacle that lies before you at this time. And we encourage you to trust in it, because it will serve you well.
Beautiful. So Justin has asked, I said, I felt rudderless for a very long time. I feel that I need direction.
What a gift to be given, to have so much open potential and so many opportunities to utilize it. And yet it can feel stifling at the same time to not know how to direct it. And that is ultimately what you're being asked to do, is to determine that for yourself by engaging in as many different opportunities that present themselves to you as possible and feeling the resonance inside of them for you. What does it feel like inside of this path? Where does this opportunity take me? What can I do in this direction? And move in a way that calls to you once you've tried them all out first. My dear, you're being given the gift of freedom, and yet you are seeing it as a cell trapping you inside of it. And we would like to offer you a different perspective, because ultimately the freedom that you are being given will create a path forward for you with so much more certainty than you have now. But you have to give yourself permission to play first.
Great. So Delana said, will I walk unassisted if I don't have surgery?
Can you repeat the question once more?
Yep. She says, will I walk unassisted if I don't have surgery?
This will be a decision that only you can make, because ultimately the reason why you're struggling at this time is because you're desiring to, on the deepest, most fundamental layer. And we understand that you are looking for guidance and support from someone that might be able to give you certainty, but only you can create that for yourself, my love. And that is where the discomfort lies, not trusting in your ability to do so, not trusting in you to offer for you a path forward that feels the most comfortable. And so, what we would like to offer for you today is an opportunity to ask, what do I want? And what am I willing to do to get there? And ultimately, you get to choose where you focus your attention, where you direct your energy, in the action that you take inside of all of those options and opportunities. And the result, regardless of what it is, will give you exactly what you desired from it most.
Excellent. So Irina said, can you provide any clarity or guidance for me on my path at this time?
Independence is what you seek most, and yet you continue to give your energy away to those that do not necessarily honor it in the way you're desiring them to. And we ask of you, where can you begin to look to you for what you want and disregard the thoughts and opinions of those around you, no matter how uncomfortable it makes you to do so? You are asking for your own energetic potential to be witnessed before you inside of a space that you can claim and honor as your own, and yet you continue to allow those around you to invade upon it, furthermore diminishing your ability to sense it there inside of you. And so what we would like to offer you from this moment forward is, how can you begin to own the energy and the potential that you are continuing to disregard as there, and claim for yourself the independence you've always desired to feel but haven't quite been ready or willing to let in.
Okay, so Absinthe has written, what are my next steps to further my learning journey spiritually?
Where you continue to choose pain over pleasure, because ultimately the pain that you choose is what you're feeling most, and you're looking to find a way around it through the spiritual teachings of those around you, and ultimately it hasn't worked because that's not where it's going to be delivered for you, my love. Where are you continuing to hold your pain close to you, and what is it ultimately doing for you to disallow the joy and the potential that you're desiring to feel otherwise? What can you begin to let go of that you are perceiving is not yours, but that you have been unknowingly buying into and holding close to the vest regardless? Your journey forward, my love, is seeing for yourself just how unwilling you've been to let love in, love for you, unconditional self-acceptance for you, and in doing so, letting go of all of the resentment that you've been holding dear in the meantime. And when you can do that, you will access a degree of freedom that you've been searching for, and you will no longer need the path to be laid before you by another, because you will be paving it for yourself, and it will feel beyond empowering to do so.
Wow. So Astrid wrote, am I moving within 6 months?
What does your heart tell you? And what do you want the outcome of that to be? And where are you not trusting that your path is going to lead you in the place you're desiring to go? And where are you not trusting that the people around you are attempting to facilitate this for you in the most magical of ways? And yet there's a part of you that is holding back ever so unconsciously to staying where you are. There is something continuously pulling you back to this exact same place because there is fear in letting it go. And when you can determine for you what that is, you will release it very slowly, ever so gently, and then over time, more and more rapidly, until you will see that the tether that has been holding you to your place at this time was coming from your fear and letting it go all along. And ultimately, your ability to do that and the timeline upon which you discover what it is that we are talking about will dictate the external projection of where you end up physically and at what date and what time you do so too.
Beautiful. So we'll do a couple more if that's okay with you. So Tracy has asked, do you have any messages for me, please?
We sense that you're ready for what lies before you, and yet there is a hesitancy in taking the next step. And ultimately, the hesitancy is coming from a part of you that fears what lies beyond this magic line in front of you that will allow you to step into a version of you that you've never been able to embody before. Because there is a great degree of unknowns inside of this new phase of your life. And leaving behind the version of you that's become familiar despite uncomfortable will require asking why. What is keeping me here? What am I unwilling to let go of? And what do I fear embracing should I choose to? There is nothing holding you back from what you want other than your own disillusionment of your own sense of self. And when you can begin to parse apart the illusion from what's true, from what's real, and from what you deeply know to be there inside of you, you will take that step forward and everything will become clear.
That was wonderful. So Liz just finally has asked, do you have any messages for me? Thank you.
We believe for you that you've already arrived where you desire to be. And there's a part of you that's surprised that it wasn't quite what you anticipated. And there's a part of you that was expecting perhaps a greater celebration, greater sense of relief, a greater sense of joy or excitement. And yet there has just been this calm stillness of anticipation for something that never came. And that's the lesson for you at this time. And that is ultimately setting you up for what lies before you next, which is that what you were expecting to experience from this moment in time can only be accessed when you're ready to fully let it in. And it's not going to be given to you by an external outcome, celebration, or sense of respect from those around you, but it'll be granted to you by you when you're ready to fully allow it to. And the full allowance of you is ultimately the gift that you are looking for. And it's been here inside of you all along.
Excellent. So there's still plenty more messages, but we've got to wrap things up. What I didn't mention is in between those messages, there's so many messages of gratitude for you. We're very grateful to have you here and sharing all this information with us. Is there anything else that you would like to say to the collective before we grab Amanda back?
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here with you today. We understand that we are not well-known civilization, but we are so happy to build that connection to you in this way. And we encourage each and every single one of you to reflect upon the one stream of consciousness that has been repetitive over and over and over again inside of every single one of these messages, which is that everything that you need lies inside of you, and it is up to you to see it that way in order to be granted access to it. And this level of expansion and this level of ascension that you're desiring to access does not lie outside of you, and it does not come through you unless you are willing to fully realize it, feel it, and let it in first. You are the being of light that you ultimately look to for your next phase of evolution. And it has been living inside of you all this time. And when you can open up to the love that's there, feel it from within inside of you, offer it to those around you, and build that connection back to you as you do inside of the community around you, you will be living inside of the ascension that you are working so hard to achieve. It starts within you, in your ability to realize that it's already here, and in your willingness to share it with those around you by letting them in where you have been ever so slightly disallowing of them to be there until now. We love you so much. We are always here watching, learning, and being forever surprised by the choices that you make. And we are honored to share inside of this experience with you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Just let me know when you're back, Amanda.
Am I frozen?
Yeah, you've been frozen for pretty much the whole time.
Get out, really?
But yeah, but it doesn't matter. You just, you're not. So, yeah, it was
Oh,
more
no.
about what you were saying and the energy. It was okay.
I'm sorry about that.
Oh, it's not your fault. It is what it is. It's all good. So, everybody in here had so much gratitude.
I'm still here. I'm just seeing if I turn it off and on, if it comes back.
Okay, just playing with it. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect. So, yeah, thank you so much. That was quite a lot of jam-packed wisdom. And I'm sure everybody is very grateful, as you can see by all these comments now. Oh, you can't see comments, but they're all saying it was amazing and thank you and gratitude, all that sort of fun stuff. And it's because of you and your unique gifts. So if people want to catch you, how can they go about that?
My website is the best place to see everything I'm up to. It's just my name, amandalaurenblau.com, and I'm on every social media platform by the same Amanda Lauren Blau, on Instagram, on TikTok, and on YouTube. So come and find me, start a conversation with me. I'd love to get to know you.
Sure. And do you have any events coming up soon?
Oh, yes. I have a free community called Home where I host monthly virtual experiences and events. And we're doing a beginner psychic development circle next Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be very different from anything that you've ever seen anywhere else. We're going to do a lot of psychic development work and inner work that will really greatly enhance the psychic development work that we're going to be doing in there. So come and join. It's completely free. I'd love to have all of you there.
Beauty. And they can find that through your link tree, yeah?
My website is the best place to go for that, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us. You are
Thank you
such a
so much
legend.
for having me.
And,
Bye,
yeah,
everyone.
we'll catch up again soon. Goodbye. All right, guys. What do you think of that? And we're going to keep letting the good times roll. because we have a very special guest, Tyel. I'm just going to bring him up now. How are you, legend?
I'm well, brother. How are you? Good to see you.
I'm so good. It's so good to have you here, mate.
I'm happy to be here.
I've been hanging out and waiting because we are very close now, and I know a lot about you and your business and your gifts, and I'm very eager for you to share them again with the world.
2.0.
2.0, yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, thank you, brother, so much for the invitation. And hello to everyone. I see some familiar faces. I don't think I'm logged into the chat, so I'll just talk. I was like so tempted to type in stuff, but now I get to say hello.
Oh, you can't see it there?
No, I can see the chat, but it was asking me to
okay.
log into YouTube, and I joined the wrong browser, so it would be like a YouTube from like 2006.
Gotcha.
Many past lives ago.
Okay. So I'm going to leave you to it, mate. You just share your magic, and I'll come talk to you at the end.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you, brother. Hello, everyone. How are you feeling, beautiful beings? How has the event been so far? I'm sure magical, exciting. I love seeing some familiar faces. Liz, hi. Hi, Missy. Hi, Charlotte. Hi, Kimberly. Hi, Laureen. Hi, Venus. Hi, Myra. Hi, Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah. So today, I figured we'd just kind of wing it, right? Like I'm coming from kind of a flow state background, being a channeler in the ways that I do. I kind of have to wing it, otherwise I'll kind of screw things up. So since I am aware of, at least kind of in passing, that there was a light linguistics activation already, which is awesome. So I think what I'm feeling like we'll do is we'll jump into a transmission. We'll kind of guide through a bit of a process like we do some of our transmissions. And then after the transmission, we will talk a little bit about maybe what came through, or what I'm kind of feeling is some of my kind of like tips and tricks for tapping into your own light linguistics, right? I think a really big part of utilizing light linguistics, which is most commonly referred to as light language, light linguistics would be a little bit more of a technical perspective on languages of light. But I think once you kind of have an idea of how these things like work from a more technical perspective, you can like let the human relax into it a bit, and then you can tap in. You don't have to necessarily even be activated to utilize light linguistics. I truly believe that we're constantly exchanging this multidimensional information, and it's just about what we're connecting to, right? So a light linguistics activation, for the most part, is going to be interfacing you in with more of you, other aspects of yourself that maybe already have these things, on, or it's just a little bit more of a natural state, or connecting you in with those aspects of yourself that may be associated with other areas, right? Like it can be anything. It can be a star system. It can be even more multidimensional. It can be from other lives that you've experienced. So yeah, lots of magic in it, and that's how I truly perceive light linguistics. I think it is magic. Like that's why we call we say that we're slinging magic in the work that we do, because that's really how it is, right? If you think about like the mainstream perspective of like wizards or like speaking spells, right? They're speaking spells, which they're emulating the idea of light linguistics. And even, in Disney movies, when they've got the magic wand and you see all the sparkles and they turn something into a pumpkin, they're emulating the idea of light linguistics. Those are light codes, right? Which are facilitated through light linguistics, through the movement of the body in different combinations of mudras, through obviously vocalizations and sounds and tones, but also through like glyphs and geometry and other expressions of light codes. It's technically everything is light codes. Technically everything is light linguistics to me. So I think we'll share a bit about that so that you can like relax and lean into it. Even as I'm speaking now, I'm using my hands, right? I'm emoting through my face. Essentially, I am responding to the energy, the multidimensional information that is naturally moving through me. And we receive it in the ways that we need to, right? You're assessing, okay, well, he's got a little bit of a cheesy grin on, right? And he's been talking with his fingers like this, and you feel it a little bit more, and you're expressing more multidimensional information. And that's how it works with light linguistics. You're responding to the energy that is naturally moving through you, and it becomes really, really easy and really, really natural. So we'll jump into it. Hahata I maharu ua tatuku ukumaria karashi ku urti fafiasa. And then we'll open it up for questions too. So what we're going to do, feel free to take some nice, slow, deep breaths. Feel the body consciously. I'm going to ask everybody that would like to receive, for their highest good only, of course, to just set the conscious intention to join us in our container. So before I jump on, I set up some architecture. So I'm just going to invite everybody to join us in this architecture. So it's certain sets of containers that hold space to make sure that we're working with the right type of stuff. And then I'm going to ask for everybody's highest selves to step in. We're going to ask for any guides and aspects that are relevant for whatever needs to come through for everyone, for their highest good only, of course, to step up. We're going to affirm that in the transmission, anything that we share tonight and following, no harm will be done. No energy will be taken that is not freely given out of love. It will be in alignment for the highest good of all only. Only those that are open to receive will receive, and only what's meant for them. And with respect, we're only going to be working with codes, energies, aspects, entities, guides, and groups that are in service to the sacred law of unified one. So I work with each individual's highest self in the quantum field, their deepest inner self. Whatever expressions the highest self chooses to work with, there is no judgment whatsoever. We all work with the whole spectrum of polarity and all sorts of different roles and costumes. But we're just asking in this way, when we're doing these transmissions, to respect the boundaries, the parameters of the architecture, and these that we are affirming as well. And we're just also noting that we are projecting into the field of sovereignty complex architecture. And we're also setting the parameters that any of the data exchange is going to be a communication between the individual receiving and their highest self. So we're not consenting to remote viewing or any kinds of connections. It's going to be only the connections between the highest self and wherever the data for the individual needs to come from, as delegated by the highest self. And what we're going to do is we're going to start out with an initiation of like a clearing process. So once this particular code is activated, it's going to go through a whole process of different functionalities. It's going to be unique for each person, and it's unique each time that we do it, but it's really designed to assist with clearing. So it helps to like flesh out the meridian systems. It's really helping just connect you with your divine self to bring through what is needed for you. So it can bring through healing, can vortex stuff out. You don't need to bring all sorts of good stuff in for you that you do need. Most of the clearing will go on for about 24 hours, but the healing that may come through may go on for about a week. It'll be a lot more subtle though. So if you're open to this, feel free to bring into your awareness certain areas or ideas that you feel that you could use some extra assistance with clearing for. And so if it's an area of the body, feel free to highlight that with your awareness, interface in with it, right? Because it's always you doing it, right? I'm just helping to essentially create a song that you are dancing to, that you choose to dance to. You can only dance for yourself. So highlight that with your awareness. If it's somewhere in the body, if it's something emotional, feel free to bring that up into your mind, your awareness. And often if it's an emotion, it's going to be held somewhere in the body. So if you try to tap into that emotion, see where you might feel that in the body, and then try to feel that area of the body as well. And we'll go ahead and initiate this. And as this is firing up, after we do this particular part, we're going to build out part of our base 12 architecture that is often referred to as like a diamond pillar, sometimes referred to as like a platinum body, the 12D shield. It has a number of different names, but it's part of our original divine human blueprint, which is part of the process of what we're moving back to. Essentially, when we're talking about ascension, we're talking about the essentially reconciliation of distorted grids and code. And as we are doing the work, both individually and collectively, we are reclaiming a lot of this architecture. And so more is available for us to plug back into. And this particular architecture is part of our 12-strand DNA potential. The human template was designed to support at least 12 strands of DNA embodiment. And so this particular architecture is kind of like plugging into this version of yourself that is outside of polarity, where a lot of those distortions that we experience in this particular system are found. And so it's, if you want to call it like a level of protection, I'm not really huge on that word, but it could be considered something like that. But really it's kind of like when the body is designed to heal itself, right? So if we get whatever needs to be out of the way, the body will heal itself. It's kind of like that with our architecture too, and our DNA. If we plug into the right streams and we keep the things out of the field that are maybe keeping us from that healed state, then it just naturally reconciles itself. So we're going to do that here after this wraps up. And again, this will go on its own after it's initiated. I also recommend that if you feel like your body needs to move, allow it to move. I think a lot of the time when we're doing energy work, at least what I've noticed, and I've caught myself doing this as well until I couldn't anymore, but we tend to try to like be really still. We'll oftentimes just be in that like kind of that stereotypical meditative state, which is great. If that works for you and that feels right, absolutely do that. But I think a lot of people are sometimes missing out on really tapping deeper into what can come through by allowing the body to move, right? This whole process is about embodiment. So the more that we can involve our physical bodies, the more powerful some of this stuff can be. So if you feel like you need to sway a little bit, feel free to do that. If you feel like you need to make sounds, feel free to do that. Move your hands. I'm sure some of you are already activated and I'm tapping into your light linguistics, so don't be afraid to let it through. You might be kind of surprised that it will sync up, or you may be letting out a dialect and it may a dialect similar may come out from me, or you may start and stop at the same time, or you're moving, looking around in the same ways that I am, which is pretty cool. It was cool for me to observe when I first started to get into it and started working with others. I realized that, hey, we sync up. Which happens, it becomes really obvious that happens if you allow yourself to channel with music. And we'll talk some more about that. But if you start to play with your light linguistics when music is playing, you'll start to notice certain trends and patterns. And you'll notice, wow, that was like, if you watch it, like if you record yourself and you watch it back, you're like, wow, that was actually synced up to the music, which is really cool. You're essentially like surfing the sine waves of the music, which is beautiful. Almost there. A little bit still wanting to come through in the group field around the back of the sacral, and some for the head. This isn't, I haven't heard it talked about much for good reason, but we actually recently had a really big solar flare. It was actually an X14, which is massive, but it was facing away from us. So it may not have popped up on your space weather notifications, but it was a really big eruption that sent protons out throughout the solar system. And you may have felt that. That took place on the 23rd. And that in the sun emits light, obviously, but light is information, light's data. So it emits light codes that help as a catalyst for collective changes. So it helps to push through essentially like system upgrades for us individually and collectively, which makes it really cool, and why I like to watch the sun. Right, our soul. We watch our soul, and so that came through on the 23rd. And I've noticed in the collective the last couple of days, and I experienced it myself, that there are integrations taking place. There's a lot of that is processed in the head, especially like the back of the head. We have what they call an antiparticle energy center that goes through the base of the skull and into the brain. And that's often where we will process archetypal information like code and syntax. So when we're integrating these codes, sometimes we can get headaches. There's a lot of energy in the collective field around the head. I'm just going until it stops me. The sacral's a bit better, and then we're gonna let the head do what it needs to do. A little bit in the root now as it's kind of clearing out. And boom. All right. Sutuke paparta sifrahingo safia. Martu sefiate nankorki. And what we're going to do, we're going to plug in a set, like a little cocktail of healing frequencies for everyone. All sorts of good healing frequencies in this little cocktail. So if it's appropriate for you, these will flow in for you. We're going to do a big figure 8 through the system too. So it goes from the top of the crown down around the ankles and back. This helps to accelerate healing, and also helps with integration. And then we're going to build out this architecture. So I'm going to guide through what is taking place. If you don't visualize, like, don't stress about it. Don't try too hard. We're setting the intention that the highest self is going to help to activate this architecture, the intent, and then I'll be assisting as well. So as the divine sovereign beings that we are, we now activate our 12D diamond pillars, our omnidimensional shields and God armor to be fully surrounded and synthesized as one with all bodies, shields, and vehicles now. And what we're going to do is see, intend, know, imagine that a 6-pointed pale silver star is breathed in through the third eye and into the pineal gland. So this 6-pointed star is like the Star of David. It's a 2-dimensional Merkaba star, which is like a key for unlocking some of these locations that we'll be moving it through. So just imagine breathing in this light silver 6-pointed star and breathe it into the center of the brain and into the pineal gland. Intending this to happen is enough. You can sync the breath, that's best, but that's okay. You can't. And then we're going to move this star from the center of the brain down through the spinal column. And we're going to move it out through the base of the spine, and we're going to intend to push it all the way down and into the center of the earth. We have a primary energy center there that we share with the earth, and we're going to stop it there. So just intend, see, imagine, feel this 6-pointed star moving from the center of the brain and then all the way into the center of the earth. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to stop it in the center of the earth, and we're going to keep our awareness on it as it's in the center of the earth. And we're going to take some breaths, some conscious breaths in that location, and see or know that this star is going to be spinning in a counterclockwise direction. And it's going to interface in with a planetary shield, as they call it, which runs horizontal across the earth and out a bit. Just breathe into that location and know that you're going to be interfacing in with this horizontal platform. If you want, like on a pressurized out breath, you can imagine it popping out. The more you interface in, the stronger it can become. Once it gains enough charge, it'll do it oftentimes by itself anyway. And then we're going to move that star from the center of the earth, and we're going to move it back up the way that it went down, but we're going to stop it about 12 inches below the feet. And as it moves up, we're also going to be taking like a silver cord along with it. So it's going to be tethered to the center of the earth, this 6-pointed star. So whenever you're ready, just imagine that that silver star is going to be breathed up from the center of the earth and stopped about 12 inches below the feet. All right, we stop it there. We're going to keep our awareness on that location, and just with our intention, we're going to breathe into it, holding our awareness about 12 inches below the feet. And we're going to know that this 6-pointed star is going to spin in a counterclockwise direction again. And you want to, at best case scenario, you want to imagine breathing some of this light from that platform in the center of the earth up to this location about 12 inches below the feet. You're giving this 6-pointed star more and more charge. And eventually it'll receive enough charge and it'll pop out a platform. And this platform's wide enough around that you wouldn't be able to touch the sides if you were to like extend your arms. And then Kisuke Pafatia, Wuutu Pafatia, Partu Sefirati Sartasiasa. Continue to breathe into that location. Just bring some more charge into it. And when you're ready, this may happen on its own, but when you're ready, you can intend to pressurize a breath out into that bottom platform and imagine that a cylinder of this diamond platinum white light rises up through and around you. And it'll rise up to about 36 inches above the head. There's another primary energy center that's up there. It connects in with universal solar consciousness. So when you are ready, this may happen on its own, we're just going to intend that the cylinder builds up through and around us. And I'm also helping as well. So you can trust that's taking place. You may feel or sense this like cool energy kind of going through and around you. And it can also help to like imagine breathing it into every cell too. So like up through the feet and the ankles, the lower legs, up through the upper legs, through the hips, the buttocks, the groin, up through the torso, all the vital organs, down through the shoulders, all the way down through the arms, hands, fingers, and thumbs, up through the neck and throat, and in through the head and face. Then we're going to take that 6-pointed star from that area about 12 inches below the feet, and we're going to bring it up to that location that's about 36 inches above the head. So it's going to take that silver cord that is still tethered to the center of the earth, and it's going to move it right up through the center of the body. We're going to stop it at that location about 36 inches above the head. Just intending this to happen, imagining it to happen. I don't visualize, so don't overthink it. If you have a hard time visualizing, I can feel it and know it, and also know and trust that this is taking place. Moving that star up, 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 up. Bringing that cord up, 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 and stopping about 36 inches above the head. Stop it there. And we're going to have this 6-pointed star spinning in a clockwise direction this time. And it may build out a platform which may vacuum seal you into this pillar of light. So this is one of quite a few different ways to build out into this structure. And then we're going to connect in with this 12th gate. We're going to ask this diamond platinum white light to expand through the field in a counterclockwise motion. We're going to ask it to calibrate, anchor, lock, and seal within the container. We're going to connect in with the 13th gate. So this connects in with universal feminine frequency. This is this aqua blue color. We're going to ask this to also expand through the field, calibrate, anchor, lock, and seal. Then we're going to connect in with the 14th gate, universal solar. This is represented by a pale gold, asking this to expand through the field, calibrate, anchor, lock, and seal. And then lastly, we are connecting with the 15th gate. This is universal masculine. This is represented by a magenta violet. We're going to ask this to expand through the field, calibrate, anchor, lock, and seal. This is interfacing in with what is often referred to as the primal light fields. All right, let me just see if they want me to use any kinds of pre-programmed codes, but it doesn't feel like it. I think we're just going to rock and roll and jam. So I'm being guided to work on something kind of specific in the group field. It feels like it seems like it's connected into the the middle back, but also it's like a bit further out in the field. So it's like the front and back of the solar plexus. It's a little off to the left-hand side and further from the body. So it's a little deeper. There's some connections in the front of the throat. Tureshana miaratasina. Tukafi ki musiatarasi. Ke pusasiat hot utipafisana. Rishto sarya fafandere buashamdere tisia. Se urati faria matur kusknahada. Okay, now we're going into the sacral area. We'll kind of refer to the whole kind of structure that we're working on here as like the base. Excuse me. It's how to help release energy. I'd help to transmute through burping. You may be burping on your end as well, or yawning, or releasing emotions. This helps me to transmute the energies that we're working through as like a kind of like a clear sentience interfacing. So this would be what I would consider the base, kind of like the sacral down. So like the kind of the whole pelvic area. The root is a part of this that we're working on now. The lower legs are activating and being highlighted. We may be working on some grounding here. Yep, so clearing down through the legs. A little pit stop at the knees. Bashna sartu si frahishta se aturi pariambo. Ringhinati arasti tu afrati antor papra. Suko sukofa. Kemofa. Tumafi. Topia. Turun kuru keba dardia. Going down to the ankles on both legs. Seems like we're clearing all the way down through the legs. This is Shadusafyasin out through the feet. Tamaku. Lekimot atswe. Shewatsu kotfa. Narki sedakwisi. Kind of looped around, and now we're on the outside of the kind of the ankles right now. So I think we're clearing some of these pathways that go down through the legs. We kind of went down through the inner legs on the way down, and now we're heading up through the outer legs on the way up. Back to the outside of the knees, and then heading up through just a little bit longer here on the knees. We tend to hold a lot in the knees. Focusing a bit more on the lower right leg. And again, this is in the group field, so you may be experiencing something unique on your end. This is why we call it quantum healing, is because all sorts of stuff can happen at the same time, and light linguistics is taken through the filters of each individual uniquely, right? That's why we call it magic. I can set an intention for whatever needs to be best for the whole group, and each person will receive oftentimes a completely unique experience. Again, focusing back on the right knee. Super Tico Atukana. Kafuka. And then we're heading up, worked our way through into the right hip area. We've got some helpers showing up that want to be mentioned. There's always helpers. When they show up right in my face, they want to say. And we're going into kind of clearing the pathway that's through the right kind of buttocks area. But it feels like it's gonna go up and into the root again. Back of the sacral are highlighted. There's a connection there. And then going into the left hip area. Atuemu, kokoana, patsata, kakuka, and sankimu. Jasu, gus, fons, fosu, gufa, kimbo fasa. See now down on the left, just below the left knee. So as a quantum architect, which is really just fancy words, but if there was a label that kind of is accurate for me, it works, right? So I could essentially specialize in working with energetic structure. So the body is obviously a structure. It's an energetic structure. And we can decode what's going on multidimensionally oftentimes by what's taking place in our body and our energy field, right? We're holographic in nature. Even the smallest parts contain aspects of the whole. So with me, I don't dive too much into the stories or like the costumes that the energies wear, right? Because it'll wear many different costumes, will play out in many different stories, maybe different characters in our life. But the archetypal, architectural information is what holds what is true, right? The code. So if it's distorted code, if it's out of alignment, if it's constrictive in nature, that's what we help to shift out so that we can expand into our more aligned state. So that's why I like to call out areas of the body, areas that we're working on. We know, like with the energy centers, that those help to filter certain types of programs, as I would call it. That could be emotions, it could be thought forms. They're essentially frequency filters. It's a way of interfacing through the physical templates that we've kind of adopted into by choosing this kind of costume. There's many different systems, many different ways of interfacing. Really focusing still on that left leg, left knee. Then we made our way all the way back up, and now we're in the back of the sacral lower back area. Also the front of the sacral is highlighted. Working around the navel a bit. Moving our way up into the front of the solar plexus. Getting some good clearing, some good releases. And then we've made our way up into the throat, specifically the front of the throat center area. The back of the neck is highlighted too as we move up into the third eye area. So we're kind of clearing through that the whole channel, the whole pathway up. All the way up to the crown area, top of the head. And then we're making our way down through the back of the head. And we're in the back of the third eye area. We may make our way all the way back down through that central channel. Maybe it feels like a bit of an overall tune-up to the energy centers and like the energetic pathways. little extra time here in the back of the third eye. All right, we didn't make our way all the way back through the back. Let's see. So that was kind of all part of one overall theme, as I call them. So all of those areas that I called out were connected in one way or another. Things can come in layers, it can be entangled, all sorts of stuff, but it felt like an overall kind of like group upgrade. And then we are now being led to, it's like the back of the neck. The cervical thoracic junctions highlighted, some areas on the left side of the chest, back of the head. Pretty specific area on the left side of the chest that's coming up in the group field. A little bit of a connection to the left shoulder. So we're making our way through the structures. The middle back is highlighted. Okay, that's a separate theme. And then I'm being led back down to the sacral area, front and back. So the base, again, the front and back sacral, the root area, like an energetic diaper. I don't know, just felt right to say. Maybe that there's probably something to that that's channeling for you. Maybe we're upgrading to our big kid pants. Sutefati and Borutusi Fiatsuta Quartasi Proshin Sota Kimborki Porcatiaku Kiro Tawarantur di Pafia Tarjasintor di Pafia da Sukunku Marktasi Kisukatiasi Paciem Butufrashi Sasad Ringiasari Tupra Paparatinto Seput Winder the Pepperg Madagas Apin could have Ferrati Berg Berg Maxi Berg Barakuta Maraka Paramenakonamak the Berg the Berg Nok the Berg and the Could Refati Parati Fati Mana Fana Topra Fita Tiampo Tomato Hasia Risha Sahartasi Frahiso Sakoko
Shunderte si frahinderi tasate kukumbri kipain goto priktori bring to protectori tore padja reshonator dase tarkende plata tarke
Sotafia. Pekanasati Uchasa Santok Tasati Kura Pahar Topa Kimu Tamia Matanana Lelu Kawa Konapa La Chai to Alusho Ali Wakusa Tekana Paki Osuka Yoshunta Keshano Kusunta Chapafra Hit Ushta Sweat at the Pipasti Ukresu Kandu Pripasi Puso Fasana to Brafia Tartisi Seknari Pura Tapaya Froti Pasi Puso Fasana Fasana Sito Ekusipia Kisuninko Tapia Sakio Kota Fuequa Ushatas. All right, Suki. Yeah. Confirm. All right, so they're wrapping me up with that, but we'll do a couple extra things here. And so we're gonna use a grounding code. This helps to ground into kind of like a higher frequency, if it's appropriate for you, and also assist with the nervous system. And then we're going to put an extra layer around the diamond pillar. So this is kind of like a form of gridding. We're going to crack open your heart with your own signature frequency of love that you are. And we're going to spark that up and expand that light so that it fills your chest. And then we're going to put a soccer ball-like structure around it. If you're familiar with geometry, this would be referred to as a truncated icosahedron or a C60. And we're going to intend that this soccer ball-like shape is made of a chromium frequency. So like an iridescent, like reflective type of material. It has like all the high colors, high frequency colors in it. And we're going to intend that this frequency is on the inside and the outside. And then on an out breath, we're going to expand your heart energy, expand the love that you are, which will expand this structure so that it goes all the way around your energy field. So in 3, 2, 1. Lock that in, and then we're going to spin it gently clockwise. And then we're going to ask for crystal Azoth, the 6th element, fire water, to go around the outside of that structure and burn off anything that doesn't need to be there. We're going to ask that to just kind of melt around it for as long as it's appropriate for each person. And then after that is done doing its thing, we're going to ask for an aurora rainbow ray. So like higher frequency, kind of rainbow iridescence, holographic type frequencies. All right, so when you feel ready, you can start coming back to planet Earth. No rush, take your time. If you got some water, I recommend having a sip. I highly recommend shungite. If you're curious what's in my water, I got shungite everywhere. Got shungite spear, I got shungite plates. Everything's got shungite. It's really good for helping to structure your water. It clears it. It's more of an energetic tool, but it affects things at a physical level too. And yeah, so that soccer ball-like shape that we just mentioned, that C60, is found naturally in shungite, which makes it such a really powerful tool. It's a structural tool, right? It helps to transmute, or essentially helps to neutralize negative frequencies. And a negative frequency has a counterclockwise spin to it, right? Not like negative bad. It just has that archetypal energy of pulling things away. So it's considered a toxic energy. It just means it pulls life force energy away. And that little structure neutralizes that. It essentially spins it clockwise and makes it a tonic frequency. And then you can program these structures too. The soccer ball-like structures are really good for programming. And that's why you want to introduce other frequencies. If you have shungite, you can just introduce love, unconditional love. But I like to use frequencies like silver or selenite as well. It starts to actually produce a healing field, which is really, really cool. Cool. How was that for y'all? I'm going to check the comments real quick. See how you're feeling. See lots of acceptance. Good, good, good. Yeah, set your own parameters. Use your own discernment. I highly recommend that always. Affirming your acceptance. Beautiful. How's your left knee doing now, Sandy? So you experienced some pain on the left knee. Anita said lots of burping. Good. Is that transmuting? Is that clairsentient clearing? It's gotten so intense over the last couple of years for me. But it's a good thing. Like it makes it really obvious when things are shifting, and it's actually helps accelerate things really quickly too. So instead of having to go through and like process each emotion, that's kind of like the old ways where we would, healing would be a really long process because we would go and process the emotion as it comes out. But now it sometimes can be consolidated into a burp or a yawn or sometimes a dry heave or a sneeze. Amazing. Good. Knocked me out. That happens a lot. Always at choice. That's very common, especially in our more intense transmissions. This one was a little more laid back. but that happens a lot. People will be out and snoring. We do have an event tomorrow, and that'll likely happen for some people. Very common, especially in person. Feeling wiped, bursting in tears with the love energy. Beautiful, Sun Goddess. Bruce says, just incredible energy moving through my body. Beautiful. You're most welcome, Absence. Kimberly, welcome. Fell asleep both times? Good. You actually go really deep. So I feel sometimes people will think that they fell asleep, and what's often happening is that they're essentially going out of body. And when you do that, you're doing the work in the quantum, right? So as a quantum architect, we're working in the quantum where everything is essentially already there, right? So we can be working with you in all these other dimensions and other versions of self and all sorts of stuff. And so your physical body will feel like it's knocked out as you're essentially kind of detached from the physical body, not truly detached. If I'm working on somebody in person, when that happens, they'll be out and they'll be snoring. But if I like ask them a question, that like they'll answer the question. So it's like it's a really interesting state. Yeah, guys, is it okay if I fell asleep? Yeah, yeah. It's actually really good if you fell asleep. That's a good thing. But yeah, so I wanted to share a tip too. So talking about light linguistics is so it's a passion of mine because I see things very technical. And with the activation, I'm not sure exactly what the activation brought through, or will bring through. I believe it happened today. I could be wrong, I forget. But with that activation, if it starts to come up to the surface, you may be like me and not know what to do with it. You're like, okay, I'm activated, now what, right? But you also don't have to be like, quote unquote, activated. And I wanted to share just a quick tip to begin to tap into like the hand coding more, like to actually the movements and the mudras. As a clairsentient healer, I feel energy very tangibly. That's how I navigate through a lot of this stuff. And that's how it started with me in meditations. My hands would just go into these meditative state, like into these mudras. I didn't even know it was a thing that they could come through fast until I saw someone else do it. And so I want to share just real quick. We won't go deep into it. It won't be like a full exercise. It'll be a whole class on this. But first, you want to get familiar with feeling energy with your hands. So a great way to begin to actually feel energy tangibly with your hands is to bring energy into them and then sense it. And once you start to sense that energy, you can bookmark that feeling. And then you can essentially tap into it anytime that you want. You can use this to clear your drinks or your food. You can use it to heal your body. But as you're tapping more into that energy that's already there and you're feeling that, it will start to move you and guide you. You don't have to know the stories. You don't have to, it's your energy field doesn't lie. The frequency itself, the energy itself will guide you into alignment, which is what's really, really beautiful. You set the intentions and you let loose. So I'm sure many of you have felt energy before with the hands, but if not, this is a really quick exercise for beginning to do that. So the first thing is what I'm going to recommend you do is you just take your hands up. You want your hands loose, and then you twist your wrists back and forth. And you can do this for 10 seconds. You can do it for 30 seconds. You can do it as long as you want, right? Obviously, the more you do it, you're going to be bringing more energy into the hands, but you're also like building this pressure through these bones here that helps to bring that energy up, right? So you do that for a little bit, and then you take your wrists, and you tap your wrists together. Again, this is big energetic pathways here that go through the wrists. You do that for as long as you want, and then you put your wrists together, have your fingers loose, and tap your fingertips together. Do as long as you feel you need to. And then the last step is to take the top of your fingernails and rub the top of your nails together. You're stimulating blood and the energy into your hands. And there's little energetic highways that move through the fingers that are facilitated through what we would call axiotonal lines, and they're like playing harmonics. But once you have that energy in the hands, then slowly put your hands close together, move them gently around, and feel for any kinds of sensations that you might feel in the fingertips or in the palms, any pressure, any kinds of temperature changes. For me, it's like two opposing magnets. It's like, it's so visceral at this point You can't miss it. It's sometimes annoying, but that's what you want to feel. You want to feel that magnetic sensation. Our right palm is electric in nature, which is that active force, the masculine force. It expels outwards. The left palm is magnetic. That brings energy inwards. There's few people that may have that reversed, but for the most part, that's how our templates are designed. It has nothing to do with being right-handed or left-handed. And then we have little energy centers on our fingertips too. And when you feel that feeling in your fingertips and your hands, feel it deeper, feel it more, feel it as deeply as you can. And as you're doing that, you're tuning into it, just like a radio station. You're getting that, you're tuning into it more. And as you do that, it's almost like you're pulling it open. So it's like you're zooming in, and then you're going to be able to sense more subtle frequencies. Because remember, we call this subtle energy. And you can just like keep pulling and keep pulling and keep pulling. And I would recommend to get really familiar with how that feels. And our hands are connected to our whole body. They're connected to our whole being. They're holographic in nature, right? Every part of the whole is contained in any smaller parts, right? Each finger is associated with a different dimensional bandwidth, a color spectrum, a harmonic. That's why we can code with it. It's essentially, we're holding our fingers to complete circuits, and it's like holding a chord on an instrument. And as you're playing, we're playing our energy field like an instrument. So as you get familiar with that and you feel it all the time, you're going to be bringing through energy through the hands more. And you can actually do massive healing on yourself just from that part alone. But once you have that awareness in the hands, you can start to use it with intention. So you can start to do really cool things with it. And what I would recommend to do, practice feeling that, and then find somewhere on your body that you feel tension or pain, right? So just, sorry for the alarm, somewhere that you might have pressure or tension in the body or pain. And then you want to take your hand, you can take either hand, you can practice with one hand first, experiment with which hand feels best for you, or you can do both as well. And then point your fingertips at that area. If it's somewhere on your back, you can still get it from the front, but you point your fingertips at your body and feel your hand as deeply as possible and feel the area as deeply as possible, but you don't want to force anything. So you're not pushing into the feeling, you're meeting it where it's at, but you're consciously feeling, which is something that a lot of us don't actually do much. We're feeling all the time, but we're not like consciously listening. And then what you'll notice as you feel that area, like just say that I'm on my chest and you're feeling your fingertips, allow it to relax and allow for any kinds of little micro movements to occur. Because as you're feeling it, it might feel like it wants to move around. You may feel like it's going to come closer to your body and further away. I really recommend to relax your eyes and relax your jaw as well, because it'll help the energy move through. You want to be as relaxed as possible. And this will actually start to reconcile the resistance that's held in the body through listening to it. But as you do this, you're going to start to notice things, little micro movements, and maybe micro at first, and then it may evolve into more intense type movements. And so when I first started to really focus on healing myself with energy work, this is what I did all the time. I was constantly, once I realized you can feel energy with your hands, like I knew about energy work, but until I actually experienced it and I felt a crystal for the first time, it was like my mind was blown. I'm like, well, what the heck? So I was feeling everything and playing with everything, and and so I would, once I could feel that resistance in the body, like two opposing magnets, the stronger the intensity of like the blockage, the bigger the bubble that's connected to it. And when I realized I could feel that, I was always feeling it. I was constantly feeling and listening to it. And it started to move my fingers and it started to move my hands. And the more I got used to it, the more it would move, right? And I at first I thought I was just moving with the energies, but there's more to it. I'm actually, when we're doing that, we're releasing these frequency bandwidths through our fingertips and through our hands, right? It's more than just energy. It's a symphony of frequency when we have our body and we can tap into this stuff, especially when we're working with light linguistics. So practice that is what I would recommend, is practice that feeling so you know how your fingers move, and then allow the flow state to come in. Allow yourself to move and make sounds. Like that's the thing is once you're connected to something and you have your light languages activated or not, Once you're connected with it, when you're connected with an area in the body, you can let out your light linguistics and allow that your hand to move and do what it needs to do with the intention that you are clearing whatever is there, and it will start to reconcile itself. That's why this stuff is so powerful. Light language, light linguistics is actually like the easiest thing to do once you recognize how it works, and you're activated in your own way. But you don't have to be activated in your own way because you're already doing it. It's just about being able to tap into more diverse information and more code, more frequency. You have access to more information, essentially. So once you're connected to it, you can just start making sounds. Just start, whatever sounds feel good to you, whatever sound, if it needs to be easy though, that's the difference. So you can't really make it up because there's no such thing as making it up. You can't make up anything. It's always coming from somewhere. It's coming from your subconscious, or it's coming from, there's always somewhere where that is coming from, right? The sounds that you decide to make, there's a reason for it. So allow whatever those sounds are to come out as long as they are not forced. You want it to be easy and smooth. And that will help to facilitate that. And you'll start to notice that it is like this, it's easy. If you are forcing it, you'll get tired. Making random sounds that are forced will actually exhaust you. So don't judge yourself on what sounds or what languages or any tones or singing. Singing is one of the most powerful ways of expressing light language, but just let it out. Another great way to practice with it is to make up your own lyrics to popular songs, right? But with your light languages, or just making up your language, right? You can't make it up. If you're in that flow state, you're channeling actual information, you're channeling energy, you're channeling code, you're channeling frequency. So as long as it feels good and it's flowing through, it will help to reconcile what is out of alignment, because it's that flow state, it's that relaxed state, right? So it can be, Mary had a little lamb, but right? Practice, and you can have fun with it. It doesn't have to be serious. Especially it shouldn't be serious. Otherwise I'd be terrible at all this stuff. And it's the easiest thing in the world because it's tapping into what is natural for you. So if it feels good, if it feels easy, that's the way to go. Play with that, because that is going to be the way of tapping into your tools and your light languages. Does that make sense?
Hey, buddy. That was awesome. That was awesome.
Good. My phone's going off, and I was confused. Maybe I set an alarm or something. I hope not.
Oh, I didn't even hear that.
Okay, good. It just started.
I'm sure, like everybody else. I think what I appreciate most from you, Ty, is your detailed explanation. Because yes, they had actually already had their light language activation, but just like you said, there's an element of, well, what now? Is where do we go from here?
Yep.
And then it's very easy to fall back into sort of your day-to-day life now, other problems, and it's like, oh, that's too hard because it didn't happen immediately. Yep. So you giving those simple techniques really means the world to me, and means obviously a lot to these people, judging by their comments. So very, very grateful to have you on again, Ty. You're a champion.
Oh, thank you, brother. Yeah, thank you for that, because that's how it was with me. Like I share what I do and the details that I do because I'm very technically minded, and it drove me nuts. I didn't know what to do. Once it was activated, it got forced out of me. And then I didn't understand it. Like I didn't understand how it worked. And that's where we get in the way, is our human feels like we need to understand it all. And what's magical about these tools is that it's outside of that logic mind. That's the ironic part. It's like that flow state, that magic where anything is possible. So if we can tap into that inner child aspect of it more, that's where that magic is, and let it be fun and let the flow come through. The biggest tip is it helps with your intention. That's why, think of it like your magic wand. Your intention for your manifestation is your movement of your body. Every different part of the body is like a different button on a video game controller, right? So you're use your whole body. You'll see my eyes do all sorts of stuff. but you're helping that manifestation to occur through these tools of frequency and code.
God, there's been lots of aha moments in this this summit, and we're only like halfway in. It's ridiculous. But yes, thanks again, mate. So, what do you got coming up, Ty?
We
do you got on your
have an
agenda?
event tomorrow, but I know everybody's at the summit. But if you would like to still sign up, we are going to have it recorded, so it can still be beneficial. And that is a donation-based quantum healing event. So there's not like a minimum donation that's asked, whatever you feel is fair. And we lean into themes that are associated with where our sun is authentically aligned at the time. And so based on the alignment of the cosmic bodies, we are currently in the constellation of Cancer. So there are certain alchemical themes that are available as we move through these places. And so just knowing that these alchemical themes are available, we're going to lean into it, but we allow whatever needs to come through. And we've done this for each of the signs of the solar cycle. So if you want to catch those, they're on the website, icelingmagic.com too. We're going to do a thing for TikTok subscribers, like a TikTok subscriber appreciation day on 8/8. So if you're interested in that, you can subscribe. And if you're already a subscriber, which I know many are here, I love you, I appreciate you. So we're gonna have kind of our own event there. And then we do have a planned Lionsgate event on August 24th. And again, we're talking about the alignments as you look at the stars themselves. And we'll talk more about that stuff, but it's very specific alignment that we have access to based on the quantum architecture that we can tap into at that time. So very similar, leaning into the themes of Leo. But yeah, that's what's coming up. Thank you.
Cool. Hey, I just want to clarify one thing with you, which you haven't spoke about. I've put your link tree there, and I've put your handle. But has that changed? Have you changed it?
It is, yeah. It's Tyel Fields. I should have made a post about that. Yeah, so I changed it from Tyel Fields. It just felt more appropriate for some reason. Because when I made Tyel Heals, it was made for like Tyel Heals, like me, I heal, like I'm healing myself, and over time, like it just felt less appropriate, and I even more appropriate as I feel. That's Tyel Fields.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
okay, fair enough. Just
I forget it
now,
too.
so.
I forget too. So thank you for mentioning that. Yeah.
No problem. So for everyone, it's actually Tyel Field. I'm sure you'll follow Tyel anyway, but also Linktree Tyel Fields as well. So, but yes, mate, fantastic to have you at Upgrade again, and here's to many more.
Cheers. Appreciate you. Love you. I love you all. Pratia says yes. Arata. So we'll see you out there.
Awesome. Thanks, mate. All right, team. How was that? How was your morning been, or your afternoon been so far? It's been quite the adventure, hey? So what we are going to do next is we're going to have a break. We're going to have a significant break this time. So you can actually eat some real food, have dinner or whatever you got to do, and ground and take in all that you've consumed, all the knowledge, all the downloads, and yeah, we'll get ready for the next part, because after the break we will have what did I say? Hang on, lose my mind. Mary Hitchcock. Yeah, animal communicator. Yeah. All right, cool. So everybody, thank you so much. I will see you all very soon.
Welcome back, everybody. How was your break? Did everyone get some hydration and some food? How's everybody feeling? It's been pretty amazing so far. People are messaging me, telling me how incredible it is, and on pretty much all the social media. So thank you again to all the facilitators who've been on so far. And we have a few more to go. Welcome, guys. We have Mary Hitchcock up next. She is an animal communicator and a speaker. So we're grateful to have her jump in with us as well. And then we have Jai, and then we have Liz, who is light language activation. So we have quite a little bit to go yet. So buckle up and receive some more. So let's welcome in Mary Hitchcock. Hello, beautiful Mary.
Good morning.
How are you, beautiful lady?
I'm very well, thank you very much. So
Awesome.
I am sitting in my car, and because I'm in the middle of nowhere and I had to drive to get reception so I could be here and see these beautiful people.
Awesome. It's been a really long time since I've actually seen you on camera. We used to do some lives together, so it's been quite a while, and you look absolutely amazing. And thank you so much for coming back again to do this with us. Last time was an absolute hit. So I will leave it over to you, and I'll jump on after, and we'll have a little brief chat before we finish it out. How does that sound?
Sounds perfect.
Awesome. The floor is yours. Me too.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. I'm so excited to be here today. And knowing that I'm on this summit and speaking to you about animal communication, so many different messages were coming in today for yourself, but none other than especially the trees. The trees are just so open to the communication with all of us here on planet Earth. And they're asking us to step up and hear what they're saying, what it is that they're communicating to us. And especially the big grandmother and grandfather trees, they have so much wisdom to share. And when you look at the root system of the tree, it's intermingled with the mycelium underneath the earth, and their network of channeling to one another goes right around the earth. So you have so much earth knowledge within a tree structure. And to be able to tap into that very essence of tree, and be able to just bear witness and sit with tree to just be at one. And one of the things that they have asked me is to be mindful of how we walk in nature, because they are noticing that there is so much more disconnection, so much more humanness. And they see us walking, but us walking outside of ourselves and not within our bodies. And they've asked us just to slow down, wait for yourself to catch up, and to really allow yourself to take yourself for a walk. So how many times do we have a moment and we go for a walk and we go, oh, I've just missed the turnoff, or how did I get here? How did I arrive in this space and not know that I'm in this space? So your body actually is arriving before your soul or your spirit because of the disconnection. So the trees are asking us to really connect to ourselves, connect within to our inner soul, our inner purpose, to enjoy all of nature, and to be able to listen to the messages from the birds that sing in their branches, and the animals and the possums. I don't know where you're all from, but we have lots of possums, lots of nightlife in our trees that lay sleeping, nurtured within the belly of the tree and just being embraced by tree knowledge as well. So they have asked me to do a little exercise with you. So who's up for an exercise? I know I am. But what I would really love you to do is just take a moment and just breathe in, follow your breath. There's no right or wrong way of breathing. Just breathe, just noticing your breath. And just breathe in and out. And I just want you to imagine yourself sitting at the base of your favorite tree. One of the tall ones, one of the ancient ones. And they're just asking you just to center yourself. Don't think of the tree, just be at yourself, with yourself at the base of the tree. Now I want you to imagine the energy of the tree coming down through your crown chakra, encasing your body, swirling around and out through your base into the earth and up the tree. So it's like this cyclic, beautiful wave of energy. And just breathe. Remember to breathe. Breathe in that beautiful, fresh oxygen from the tree. She's giving your cells life force. And I want you to just have your eyes open and look through your right eye. What is it that you see when you look through your right eye? And what is it you see now when you look through your left eye? What is it you hear when you listen through your right ear? What is it you hear? What sounds do you hear? Just listen with your right ear. Put all your focus on your right ear. And what is it that you hear now with your left ear? Now I want you to see what it is that you see with both eyes. Hear what it is that you hear with both ears, and bring them into the middle of your head so that they join together like in a big prism. A beautiful shape, whatever shape it is that you do, and they're connecting to one another, what you see, what you hear. And just breathe that into the body. And now have a feel of what does it feel? What are you feeling with your right hand? What are you feeling with your left hand? Are your hands on your body, or are your hands touching the tree? What are you feeling? What are you seeing? What are you hearing? And just breathe. What are you feeling with your feet? Your body. Let your body speak, tree. And just sit in that glorious moment of the air filling your body, the energy of tree as it comes through your crown, out your base, and circles the tree. And just breathe in the rhythm of the tree. as the tree pumps life from its roots up through its trunk and out to its branches. And then it breathes and then starts the cycle again. Get your body into the rhythm of the breathing and the pumping of life force in the tree. And allow the tree's message. Aikuna Maria kada sekira Maria tekura. Ane ko Maria uteata. Ane ke sereia te kula Maria te ki Maria sitikira. Ane kula Maria ke serea te uta. Breathe, 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 says the tree. Unono ku sereia te Maria te ki Maria sata. Uno pererio to mua te kia te si. Ane mane. Ole sekiri mara te ira. Bring in your sight, bring in your sound, bring in the feeling, the breath. Be really present with tree. Allow her root system to envelope you so that your feet are part of the network. Breathe in, breathe in. Remember to breathe. E kustenina Maria te kula Maria kiseti kira mate. O no komula aia te kiseti iana Maria katana uno. Ane kise birari kutuno. Just breathe, just see, just hear, just feel. And be within your body. And just give thanks to tree energy as you come back into this space. And Crow has come in with a message, is to asking us to illuminate, to see our wisdom, to see our light, because we are all one of nature. And it's to remind us that as much as we love the stars and the heavens and the planets above, at this moment in time, we also have our feet on the ground. And everybody here in this moment in time are here to serve us with us doing our work, our inner work, and experience joy. Joy is the journey of you. And being in joy, in the joyous moment of you, is miraculous. So I'd really love to know what it was that you heard or you felt, or was your left ear louder than your right ear, or you saw more with one eye? What was it that was going on for you in that moment? Just pop it in the chat. Phyllis's energy, heartbeat, wind, love. And Moon, hearing the music of the trees is so amazing. When we can just sit and listen and be within that moment. Yeah, like feeling their heartbeat. So tell me, did you hear more with your right ear, more with your left ear? Or was one side of you, right ear, ringing like crazy? Right ear was dripping water and birds left. Well, dripping water and birds. Left was beautiful music. So it's amazing when we notice the difference of what each ear brings to us, what each eye brings to us, what each hand brings us to us. It's a completely different experience for all of our body. Stronger with the right side. Perfect. Left was peaceful. So it's the integration of the left side and the right side, and just bringing that in within our bodies. Because as the trees say, there is no left or right. We all have the capability of just being, seeing, feeling, knowing, hearing it all. And the animals are just asking us, Tonya, inner peace, beautiful. Tonya, sorry, my apologies. Just to be at peace. And stop being at war with ourselves. Who said that? Wonderful. So what I would like to do is to hand it over to you and allow you to ask the questions that you're wanting of the animals and of nature, because I am a voice for those that are here on this earth, to be able to speak their voice and to work with them. I'm also an equine body worker and human body worker, and able to feel where it is that we are, stuck within our system, and looking at what it is that is not working for us on a bodily sense, and to embrace and to be able to sit in peace and just to let our bodies be bodies and love on our bodies more. Feeling the pulsing of the tree is beautiful. Left was children laughter in the distance, and right was animal sounds. So what is it that you would like to ask of the animals? So what can I do for my dog? And what can I do to make her happy and to stop seeing me as competing alphas? What I'm getting for you is you actually can't make her happy. What you need to do is to make yourself happy. And where are you experiencing in the joy of life? When we look at a neurological perspective and not a spiritual perspective, in life in itself, the brain does not recognize happy. What it recognizes is, what are you doing to create being happy? What is it that you are doing to create joy or peace? And then the brain will recognize that by Mary speaking to you about the love of the animals and what the animal brings to us, and sees how much joy that it does give me, it gives me more of that. It gives me more ability to be able to speak to the animals. So what is it that you are doing to create joy in your life? And by you being joyous in your life, your dog will be joyous as well. It just transfer the energy. Phyllis, when you say animals bring me joy, what they're doing is they're creating a beautiful sense of peace. And it is amazing joy that we have within the animals. But a lot of the times what I find with working with people is that they rely on the animals to give them joy. And they can't be joyous on their own and be in the company of their animals. So it's this joy fest. Be joy and be joy for your animals. Bring joy to your animals and allow the open the reception of being in joy together. My dogs are with my ex-partner. Are they okay? Yes, they are okay. They are okay. They are being well cared for, well looked after. And I'm getting a beautiful big heart, and it's just being handed to you for you to place in your heart, knowing that they're safe, knowing that they are okay. And what they're asking is for you to fully live your life. By them being where they are, it's giving you permission to be able to embrace life and to do what it is that you want to do with your life. And they're holding you in that space of unconditional love and have asked you to let go of the grief, the anger. They're showing me a really deep emotion that you're harboring towards your ex-partner. And they're saying to let it go because it's holding you in a space where you don't need to be. I struggle with trimming and cutting my trees and bushes, but they are so overgrown. I feel disrespectful sort of cutting them. They're ancestral family trees and one I added to the yard myself. I hear you. I hear you, and I need to let you know that all trees feel pain. They feel pain when we cut them down. They're a family unit, and they're family trees. They feel pain. And a lot of the times I ask myself, why is it that we feel the need to cut the trees? Why is it we feel the need to be able to do that? And many years ago, I struggled with this very same thing of I didn't want to cause the trees pain. I didn't want to cause the trees any undue disregard simply for the fact that I wanted a neat and tidy garden. But I asked the plants to work with me, to communicate with the plants and ask them, where is the best way that I can allow the garden to grow and flourish and you be part of it? And how is it that we can work together? And I need to trim. I need to be able to walk past. And when you do that, it's the same with picking fruit off the tree. Same with, picking leaves off a lettuce or silver beet or whatever it is. You ask that plant to give it to you and be truly grateful for the gift of the plant. We just need to be grateful. And you'll find that if you're picking oranges off a tree and they're stuck and they don't come off, and you try and screw them around and try to pull them off, just ask. I'm so grateful for your beautiful fruit to nourish my body. Show me which ones that I can have, and they will be falling off. No, your dog isn't unhappy being away from you. He misses you and he misses your energy and your spirit, but he is not unhappy. we seem to have praying mantises show up with us too. Two that have lived outside our home for about 6 months. Is there any messages from them? So, Brooke, I ask you, what does praying mantis mean to you? If I asked you what praying mantis meant, what does it mean to you? Because when we speak the language of animals, the animals' messages, we can look in a book and we can be guided by a book. But when we look in that book, those messages are from the person who wrote the book. And it's their message of what they believe the animals mean to you. But it's their interpretation. So I'm always asking people, what if I said to you, what does praying mantis mean to you? What is it that you get in your heart? So, Brooke, if you could just answer that for me, what is it that when I say, oh, look, there's a praying mantis, what does that mean to you? They are very much little galactic beings, but they're also here in the earth plane. So what do they mean to you? And there was a message here for cats. Hang on, let me just see if I can go back, because they're very funny cats. Where is it? No, I can't find it. There's somebody with a message what their cat wanted them to know. And I get this very funny cat. And and I think this can apply to most cats, is you're not feeding it enough. It's definitely not feeding them enough. They want more food. And one of the particular brands that you keep buying of cat food, they don't like, but you keep buying it and hoping that they will like it. They don't. Stop it now, they say. Just stop it. A little bit more, a little bit more fresh roasted chicken, a little bit more raw meat. Variety. Definitely want variety. There's also a cat coming to me at the moment, and I don't know whose cat this is, but it's a house cat, and it's not allowed outside. And I know that is very much a thing now with a lot of council laws, that the cat is not allowed outside, and it's only an inside cat. This cat needs to feel the earth beneath its feet. It needs to be able to sit on the grass or have some connection with the earth. Whether you I see it being taken outside either on a leash or in a harness and being taken for a walk. That is what it's asking, just for it to be able to feel the earth on its feet. And it's just showing me just sitting there on the grass and feeling the warmth of the sun on her chest. It's definitely a she cat, a black she cat. She's just asking for the sun and the earth beneath her feet. Sherry, I was a dog groomer for 20 years, and I just seemed to know how they felt and could groom animals other people couldn't. I absolutely hear you on that. And it's really knowing the animals. When I work with horses, sometimes I get people who have a horse for me to see, and it's very aggressive, won't pick up its feet, and its behavior, as I say, it is, as the human says, is quite bad. But I can do anything with that animal. And they go, how do you do that? And it's because I don't ask them of anything. I just ask them to be with me and me to be with them. A lot of the times with our animals, we're so busy doing something to them. We're picking burrs out of their fur. We're looking at their toes. We're looking at their ears. We're constantly looking to see if they are okay. And we overstimulate them with our looking and our wanting to know and our wanting to touch and our wanting to be doing something with them. Just be with them and just be in love with loving animals. So thank you, Sherry, for being able to groom the beautiful dogs that other people couldn't. I have wants to escape, but it's a no. He's an escape artist. I'm not understanding that. My girl dog keeps getting outside the gate. What is happening to her when she's outside our property? Sundari is her name. The gate for her is a boundary, and she's not good with boundaries. And what is happening outside that gate is life. There is so much life to be had on the other side of the gate, on the other side of the boundary. Just give me one moment. I tune into her. She's actually telling me that there's so much life to be explored outside our boundaries and outside the rules and she's going outside of everything. And it's to go beyond. You've got to go beyond what is possible into the impossible, but it's, instead of impossible, it's impossible. So it's to go beyond. She just keeps saying, go beyond the boundaries, go beyond the gate. There's so much life to be had if we could only just open the gate. And she's talking about our own personal boundaries, our own personal gates. Where is it that we've locked ourselves behind a gate and not allowing ourselves to fully appreciate what is beyond the other side of the gate? She's very much a philosopher, and she has so much wisdom and so much knowledge to share with you about what is beyond the gate. And it's funny, I just keep seeing this. She's like holding up this book title or this book, Beyond the Gate, Beyond the Gate. Maybe I need to write a book about going beyond the gate. But that's her message to you and it's the message to everybody. Because when I said you, she's just shaking her head going, no, it's for everybody. Just go beyond the gate. Just what's beyond the beyondness, beyond the gate. Hoj, I'm a bit behind. Right ear was animals, birds, fairies. Left was wisdom and the world. Amazing. How was that experience for you, noticing the difference between the left side and the right side of your hearing senses, your sight senses, and now recognizing that you see and hear different things out of each ear and each eye, and it all comes together in heart space for us to know and be wise more. Larry, your dog has anxiety when you leave him alone. Is because he has separation anxiety, and it stems from when he was a puppy. He actually had issues with being taken away from his mum, and he wasn't actually taken off his mum. His mum was taken off him, is what he's showing to me. And it's this whole abandonment issue. And what I would suggest you do, I don't know where you are in the world, but is to have a look at some flower essences and to be able to have flower essence for him to specifically deal with the loss of abandonment and for grief. He's scared that you're not going to come back. His brothers and sisters, or whether he had brothers and sisters, I'm just seeing little puppies in a row, they never came back either. So it's very much an abandonment issue of self, and the loss of people not coming back, the loss of it's the fact that he's really scared that you're not coming back. So what I would do is to start to express to your dog when you're coming back. I'm just going to the shop. Start openly communicating. I'm just going to the shops. I'll be back very soon. Or I'll be back in an hour. Or I will be back after the sun sets or after the moon rises. And learn to learn the language of your dog as to, let me see if I can find the language. He likes images. So he's very much a visual type dog. So he will speak to you in images and pictures. And so you'll probably get a flash of something in your mind and see something that is your dog speaking to you. He speaks in pictures. So you have to be able to talk back to him in pictures. So how is it that you can show to him when you're going to be back? What time will you be back? And a lot of the times, it will be the setting of the sun or the rising of the sun, or when the sun is in this distance in the sky. But definitely get him on flower essences for abandonment. And then looking at the abandonment, then look at grief, the loss of his family. Talking about bark, yes, sure, his dog does need some quantum healing, but he also, the dog also needs flower essences. It just needs to be gentle at this time, and to use flower essences just to go very, very softly, and then quantum healing. Absolutely. So the bark flower rescue remedy, in this case, no. More specifically targeted for abandonment. Rescue remedy is very good for shock, for trauma, for those that the immediate effect of something that you need to, and you can use it as an emergency situation or over a long time. So it's very good for operations, for acute trauma situations, for shock. The Rescue Remedy is very much an undervalued product in this world. There are some amazing flower essence people. The Pacific flower essences that come out of Canada are amazing. The Pacific essences and the propinquity essences are very good for animals as well. There are many different essences. So if you want to email me at mary@maryhitchcock.com.au, I can recommend specific essences from around the world for wherever you are. Can you tell me if my recently deceased large white cat Ghosty is at peace? I'm laughing because the answer is no. He's very busy. He is so enjoying his life, and I just see him frolicking through a field of beautiful flowers. And for me, this is just the symbol of the flowers in the field is just an absolute symbol of them having to just the most enjoyment in life. They're free. They're doing what they're doing. When I talk to the animals who have passed over, we quite often have, and there's no disrespect for you because I know how that you're feeling at this moment, but to be able to say, are they resting in peace? What does that look like to rest in peace? They're very busy. They're just enjoying being who they are, just enjoying being free from the human bodily experience. And whenever I have worked with an animal in crossing them over to the other side, it is so joyous and so beautiful. And I am so blessed to be able to see and bear witness to the other side at death. There is nothing to fear about death because sometimes when the animals, we perceive they die alone, I wasn't there for them or I could have done more for them, and we put ourselves on this guilt phase. They never, ever die alone. They are always blessed by other people on the other side, the animals of our family, the animals that we have shared our lives with, our grandparents, our ancestors. They are always there to greet them and to take them into their arms and to nurture them. And it is so beautiful. The love that is shown to even, excuse me, shown to us as humans and the animals, it makes me cry every time, but it's a tears of absolute joy and absolute beauty, and it's just amazing. So please just believe that your animals on the other side are just living beautiful, beautiful, beautiful spirit-free bodies, existence free from human form. Do I believe dogs can be reincarnated? Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's interesting, if they are meant to come back into our lives, they will. If not, sometimes they'll become the dog of a friend, of a dear friend, and you just know that dog. I know that dog. It just sings to my soul. Or ones that you have such a special connection to. They know. I have a beautiful dog now, which is she's just the reincarnated soul of my beautiful dingo that I had about 8 years ago. He came to us from the wild as a very, very wild pup, and we then transferred him back, or we rehomed him back into nature. And it broke my heart to be able to let this spirit go, but know so well that it was the best thing for him. And when he passed, he came to me and told me that he had passed, and thanked me very much for allowing his spirit to go back to where he belonged in nature. So yeah, and they come back. My Daisy dog is that dog, is that dingo. And she drives me nuts just as much as the dingo does. The dingo did. Can you tell me if my cat Amber will come back to me in another pet? She's passed 4 years ago and I keep mourning her. I miss her more than I can say. I'm so sorry that you're going through that grief. That is an awful place for you to be experienced coming from, and longing for your pet to come back. Let me just connect into Amber. What I'm getting is, do not grieve, my dear friend, for I am free and my life was well lived. Your grief is holding you to a place and a time that doesn't exist anymore. And she's asking you to open your heart so that you can experience new joy, new life, new happiness. And when you're able to experience the freedom from grief, your whole perception is going to change, and that you will love the connection that you had with her, and to cherish what it is that you had and be in gratitude. But because of the grief, you're not seeing the gift. She keeps saying there is a gift in all of this that you're not seeing. And again, if you are in such grief and mourning, please reach out to me and let's work through that for you. Let's work and be able to alleviate the burden that you're carrying of that grief, and open your heart for you to experience more joy and more love. My pleasure, Chris Dav. So I'm not too sure, Sherry, how much time I have left here, and how many more questions that I have. There's somebody here who has a little black dog. It's only a little tiny black dog, and it's a little. I want to say Chihuahua type dog, but it's not a Chihuahua type. Not a Chihuahua, but that kind of little dog, and it's very bonging and very happy and very joyous. And he's just come in, and he wants whoever is the person for this dog, how much joy and happiness that you bring in his life. And he just, he's got very sad eyes now. He's just like, I just love them so much. They just bring so much joy in my life. So whoever that is a message for you. Pippa. Her name is Pippa. She is a very cool dog. She's very yeah, it's definitely a black dog. And then somebody asked me, is my dad walking my dog too much? Is my dad walking my dog too much? No. The answer is no. The relationship that your dad has with your dog and your dog with your dad, it's like when they go for a walk, they sit and they ponder a little, and they walk a little, and they sit and they ponder a little, and it means the world to your dad to be able to take the dog for a walk, and the dog really looks forward to the walk. And the dog is showing me himself as a very old dog that can barely walk anymore. This is in the future, and the dog is going, I will still walk with him so long as we have walk left in our legs. They just have this beautiful bond, and he's showing me that your dad is going through something. I'm not too sure what it is, and I'm not privy to that information, and that's okay by me. I'm not privy to everybody's information. He's just saying that your dad is going through something, and it gives him great joy to be able to just take the dog for a walk and just allow whatever it is to be, and whatever the issue that you have with him walking the dog, just to have a look at why is it that you have that issue with the dog, because your dad loves that dog so much. It's just this beautiful union of who they are. And dog Bruno has very extreme anxiety with loud noises. Absolutely, the best thing to do with loud noises is to get them a thunder jacket. And a thunder jacket is a jacket that works very tightly, is held very tightly on their body, and it gives them comfort. I think it's one of the best inventions for loud noises, and sort of for thunder, etc., etc. They are amazing. But again, also when they're nervous about loud noises, be there 100% for the dog. Be there and let them know it's okay. Let them know it's okay for us to say it's okay, it's not going to hurt you. They don't know that. They don't know that it's not going to hurt them. So the best thing that you can say is change your languaging around it. Change your languaging is that I've got you, buddy. You know, you're safe with me. I'm here for you. And use the language of safety. Let them know that they're safe, they're loved, they're cared for. But definitely Thunder Jacket, Rescue Remedy. Two of the best things for dogs that have extreme anxiety for loud noises. And also, again, you know, quantum healing or healing of any kind, no matter who your practitioner is, helps immeasurably. So, you know, I know Sherry does quantum healing. I do quantum healing. There's many people here that do quantum healing, and, you know, we can I was just getting a message from the dogs. It's like, do a group quantum healing class for the animals. Right. I will do that. I will set that up. So if you follow me on my Sacred Whispers page, I will set up a time and a space and do a Facebook Live for a quantum healing for animals. Right. That's what I am about to be doing. I usually work one-on-one with dogs and animals. Will my deceased dog Buster, come back into my life? Yes, but not the way you expect. is the answer to that? Oh, now I'm intrigued. My pleasure, D Jones. Sorry, I don't know what your first name is. It's just got D Jones. Is there anything I can do for the animals that are affected by the wildfires around me? I do know how to do energy work, but wondering if there's anything specific. Oh, absolutely. First of all is with the wildfires is to remind the trees to suck up the water. And just sit in meditation and just remind the trees to suck up the water, suck up the water, suck up the water. Because sometimes in the panic of the wildfire, they forget. And if they have enough water sucked up into their trunk, they have a greater rate of survival than when they don't. So always, first and foremost, ask the trees to suck up the water, because the trees are what gives life to the animals after the fire. And the trees are like the sentinel beings that hold the space, hold the land, and hold the sacredness of the land for the animals to return to. So first of all, remind the trees to suck up the water. And rather than get lost in the chaos of the fires, is just sit in gratitude for the animals and allow them to be healed. Just send out healing for those that need healing. You can create a sacred space. Allow those that need healing to come into this healing circle right here, right now, and just hold space of sacred healing. Call in tree energy, call in earth energy, call in the energy of eagle and all the animals to help you hold sacred space for those animals in that time. So you can also do a energy grid with crystals, and within that put water with flower essences or essential oils in it, and just create that as a safe space for sending out to all the animals. But we need a lot of beautiful people in that space to be soldiers for the animals, not get caught up in the horrors of the fires and what is happening to the animals, because the animals need us to be their guardians, to be there for them. And as much as it pains us, we have to be that warrior, step into our warrior and be able to hold that space for them to stop the chaos and the panic. I hope that makes sense. Oh, thank you, H. It's my pleasure, everybody. My time is coming to an end. Thank you all very much for being here with me this morning, and I hope I've answered many questions for you, but please do reach out to me on my Facebook page, Sacred Whispers. It's the best place to catch me because I actually live in a motorhome driving around Australia, and messages and phone calls sometimes get lost in the universe, but I know Facebook will hold them safe to me until I can pick them up. I can't hear you at all.
How about now?
Yes, I can.
Oh, God. Okay. So that's been amazing. Thank you. So one thing I took out of it is that I now need to go and buy an animal. I can't miss out on that group healing. Like, come on. Yeah, I'll head to the shelter on the weekend.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
But
watch
no,
that space on Sacred Whispers, and I will set that
mm,
up and do a group healing for the animals. Mm.
yes, I know, Sherry. No pets. I've got a baby on the way. It's
Yes, you do. But
yeah.
you do realize, though, that children, the greatest gift for a child is to grow up with a pet. There is a dog coming your way.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. Oh, please tell me it's not a dachshund.
No.
Oh God, thank God. Okay. Yeah, I had a dog a long time ago who was my best mate. And he died. Ended up becoming one of my spirit guides. And every dog that I've had, oh, what's Charlotte doing in there? It's fine. Every dog that I've had since, I have been comparing it to him, and it hasn't been right on either of, any of those dogs, and that's an issue within me, and I don't feel like I could really provide the quality ownership these days that a dog requires.
So my question to you is, if you keep comparing the dogs to your dog, what is it that you see in your old dog? What was
I
it?
could talk for hours about what I see in my old dog. He was the best temperamented, loving. He was more like a human than a dog. He's a boxer, but a boxer that never jumped. He was always happy and I tell a
So
story.
what were
I
his
only ever
qualities?
saw him cry once, and that's when he hit his tail on the corner of the wall from being too happy.
So what were his qualities?
His qualities, definitely unconditional love, without a doubt. He was just, yeah, my best mate. He taught me how to love, for sure, and still does to this day.
Yeah, because he's actually coming in for you, and he was saying that, every aspect of him is in. If you could list, for example, he was very happy. He loved to joke. He was very kind and considerate, and list all his attributes. He said every aspect of himself is distributed through your friends, and you see him every day within his friends, and there is no comparison, because he's never missing. He's always there, but in a different form. And you're holding on to what was that never was.
Yep. I don't really want to get emotional on at the summit, but
We need to have a talk.
yeah. Like I said, he was my best mate, and I'm fortunate that I still get to see him in meditation.
Yeah.
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 Anyway, so look, thank you eternally for coming on. We really value your wisdom, and I mean, you can tell by the comments just how much they love you, Mary. So there's no secret there. So, like Mary said, please follow her on her Facebook page, which isn't down here. It is Sacred and Animal Whispers.
It's my Facebook page is Sacred Whispers.
Sacred Whispers, yeah.
Yeah,
there you go.
and it comes up as at Sacred Animal Communication. So it's
okay, yeah, there you go.
There
you go. So it is there.
Facebook. Yeah.
Yeah.
So come over
Perfect.
there and join me.
Yep. I'll be there. So excellent. Thank you very much, Mary. I very much appreciate it. And yeah, we'll see you next time.
It's my pleasure. And just remember, animals are just showing us how to love ourselves more, and just to love more and be in love. Just be in love.
Yeah. Perfect. All right. Thank you, my love. I hope you have a fantastic day. Enjoy your drive.
I will. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
No worries. No
Bye
worries.
for now, everybody.
Goodbye. All right, team. Well, I did not expect that to happen. Here I am talking about Tonka again. Cool. So everybody enjoy that? Because now we're going to do some galactic healing. Can everybody? I know I don't want to bounce you around from one facility to the next, so just make sure that you go and drink some water first. I'll give you a few minutes. Maybe go to the toilet. Maybe ground. But how cool was that? How cool was that? That you got to see what your pets were thinking, what they mean by their characteristics. It was just so cool. You should totally have another dog in the family, Charlotte. Raising my daughter with a dog helped her so much. Yeah, it's not through lack of trying for Charlotte. I'll tell you that. Yeah. If it was up to her, she would have a dog yesterday. All right. All right. Just let me know once you're all hydrated and taken care of, and we can start getting into this galactic healing. What a big day, guys. And it's not over yet. Thank you, Lux. And in a perfect world, I probably would like to have another dog, but I need to take care of myself first before I can take care of another animal. And I've got, obviously, so many kids to take care of. Mary is such a beautiful human. She's such a good soul. So connected to nature. Oh, it is our pleasure. It is our pleasure. We get just as big a kick out of it as you guys, so. All right. Yeah, those wild birds. Anyway, so everyone's ready. Let's see how this goes by me putting on music as well. Or maybe this. Now, tell me, is that too loud compared to my voice or too soft? It's very hard for me to distinguish through the mic and speakers. A little loud? Right on. How's that? That's perfect now, or is it too soft now? Okay, we're good. Okay. Too soft. Okay. Good now? Okay. Perfect. So, is there anybody in this group who hasn't seen me do my form of energy work? You knew, Bruce? Okay. Okay. So what I do, Bruce and Nadine, it's a little bit different to the energy work that you have probably seen and experienced. So it's the same in the way that it's sort of energy manipulation, etc. But effectively what I do is I bring in the galactic beings, for the most part, who are around you. It's basically a huge conglomerate of galactic beings that are around me and around you. And in the moment, whatever is best suited for you and aligns with a particular being group, they step forward and do that. So sometimes what you might feel is more than my hands on you, and that's because there are more hands than mine. It's a big group. The energy can get a little bit wild, but it's just about relaxing and breathing. So as I move through each chakra, because I'm going to try and do a full activation on all your chakras in this session, as I move through and I'm using things to release things in your body, if any thoughts or feelings or emotions or physical discomfort come up, it's really important that you just view those things without judgment. So just allow them to be there. If you need to let them go, then you first need to accept them, and then they will it will help the process of having them dissipate. So I hope you enjoy. Okay, so if everybody is ready and comfortable, I just need you to close down your eyes. And if you can start by taking a slow, deep breath in through your nose, just bringing in all that beautiful light right up to the very, very top of your head. Put all your attention there and hold your breath there. And on the exhale, just letting go of your day. And one more slow, deep breath in through your nose, bringing all that light right up to the very, very top of your head. Put all your attention there and hold your breath there. And on the exhale, just relax. Just bringing your breathing back now to a slow, comfortable rhythm. Except on each out breath, just feeling more and more relaxed and comfortable in your chair or in your bed, wherever you are. There is no place to be, nothing you need to do, except be here and now in this present moment with me. Now together, if you can repeat after me, I am open. I receive. I fully surrender. I trust. I am so safe. I am worthy. Now, if you can start by placing your attention on your ankles as I call in my guides, your guides, my soul family and healed ancestors, your soul family and healed ancestors, the Arcturians, Sirians, Pleiadians, Andromedans, the Elysai, the Avians, angels and archangels, multidimensional and galactic masters, ascended masters, the dragons, rest of the elemental kingdom, the Mintakans, the Elohim, the Lemurians, and the Lemurian crystal Yaye, to come and be with us now, work through me to not only raise your vibration, to activate more of your DNA, release anything that no longer serves you, and quantum shift you to your highest and most abundant timeline. As above, so below, so be it, and so it is. It is done, it is done, it is done. So just keeping your attention on your ankles now and just relax and breathe. I'm firstly clearing out anything that doesn't serve you out of your Earth Star chakra. And now bringing in the Arcturians and Syrians. To open, activate and amplify your Earth Star chakra, which sits just below your feet. And as they do that, you should start to feel this energy getting stronger. Start to feel it move up your legs. Up into your hips and abdomen. And it's just aligning each chakra as it moves up your body, up into your stomach now. Some of you might feel it up in your chest and shoulders as it falls effortlessly down your arms and into your hands. Some of you might feel it in your throat. You might even feel it up into your head now, filling up every cell in your body with this beautiful love light. Some of you might even feel it shooting out the top of your head. Just relax and breathe. Just let it flow like a river. Like I said, if any physical discomfort or thoughts, feelings, or emotions come up, just observe them neutrally. You are not those issues. Just allow them to be there and they will shift on their own. And as I move up to your galactic chakra, I want you to imagine that there's a giant green Lemurian crystal at your galactic chakra. And at that crystal shoots down this green, strong, bright green light down into your crown. And then down into your third eye. Feel it travel down into your throat. Breathing in that beautiful light as it travels down into your heart space. Just relax and breathe as it now travels down into your stomach. And then down into your sacral. Down into your root with this beautiful green light. Down your legs, into your feet, out the soles of your feet. At this point, I call on the Arcturians and Sirians to open, activate, and amplify your galactic chakra. Good. And then moving down to your soul star, which is just above your crown. Just opening and activating that for you. Which is opening what's called the Galactic Gateway. Now as I move down to your crown, just imagine that my hands are on your crown. Just relax and breathe. You are worthy. And firstly, clearing anything out of your crown that doesn't serve you. Any blocks, any shadows, any hooks. Just letting them all go. Now bringing the Arcturians and Sirians to open, activate and amplify your crown chakra. You should really start to feel this intensify. And it's at this point that I bring in all those beings that I called upon at the beginning of this session to gather around you and make their presence felt. Moving down to your third eye now. Just imagine that my hands are over your ears. And coming out of my fingertips are little indigo lightning bolts going into the middle of your head. Firstly, a lot of clearing out of this third eye. You might feel a brief headache, but it'll leave as soon as it comes. Or just pressure anyway. And just calling on the Arcturians and Sirians now to open and activate and amplify your third eye. So just feeling that indigo light in the center of your head expanding in all directions. Good. Now just moving my hands to your shoulders. As I bring in the dragons. So breathe. their violet flame down your body. You're doing great, just breathe. Now just moving over to your throat. Just clearing anything I can in your throat chakra. So you might feel like clearing your throat. Coughing, weird. Burping. Just bringing in those Arcturians and Syrians to open, activate, and amplify your throat chakra. So whatever energy you feel in your throat now, just imagine expanding in all directions. Good. Now just moving down to your heart space. So just imagine that my right hand is on your chest and my left hand is on your back, in front and behind your heart. That green crystal that was at your galactic chakra, I'm now putting it into your heart. Clearing anything I can out of that heart space at this time. And just imagine now with every in breath, that crystal in your heart gets brighter in that bright green color. So bring in the Arcturians and Syrians to open and activate your heart bring in Metatron to charge your heart. Bring in Yeshua. Fill your heart space with compassion. Feeling that crystal in your heart space expanding with that good. You are worthy. Now moving down to your solar plexus. Just imagine that my hands are right on the top of your solar plexus. Just releasing anything I can there first. And just bring it in. The Arcturians and Sirians open, activate, and amplify your solar plexus now. So just feeling that energy expanding. Feel the light expanding in all directions. You're doing great. Just moving down to your sacral now.
Might feel a lot of warmth. Pulling out fears and traumas. Like you said, you might feel some emotions. Just try and breathe all the way down into your sacral. Feel that light expand. So open and activate, amplify that sacral chakra. Just breathe that beautiful light. Just moving down to your root now. Just clearing what I can out of your root chakra and creating a new grounding core for you. You get deep in the center of the earth. Once to start to feel some pulses as I open and activate and amplify your root chakra. See if you can breathe all the way down into your root. Just feeling that energy expand. Good. Now moving down to your knees, and we're going to release any guilt and shame that you have stored in your knees. Feel the shift as this energy expands. Good. Now, lastly, moving down to your ankles again, where I'm going to be putting gold light directly into your feet to help ground you back to your body again. You should start to feel more like yourself again soon, more back in your body. Start to give your fingers and toes a bit of a wriggle. Maybe move your hips. Pay more attention to the sound of my voice. Okay, so when you're all ready, you can come back to me. Let me know how that was for you. You are very, very welcome. Yeah, it'll take a little bit to come back. You probably want to come on break for a minute. Amazing, Barb. That's great. Oh, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. I'm glad that you got to experience that, Bruce. It's my pleasure. Surrounded and levitated by so many beings. Yeah. Yeah, you should have felt lighter during it. When I was at your head, I took you all away, effectively, to the astral. And when I was back at your feet the second time, when I'm putting gold in, that's when I'm bringing you back. Oh, it is my pleasure. It is my pleasure. So, yep, the feelings of unworthiness, absolutely, they should have surfaced. Lots of those things should have surfaced to clear. That's the point of it. Yeah, it is super intense. It's not for the faint of heart, but I knew you guys had it in you. You were all certainly worthy of it. Felt a big jolt when you first started out on my left leg, and I fell asleep, or I went deep halfway through. Yeah. So you didn't fall asleep. It was as deep as it could be at that point. But you all experienced everything. You all experienced the activations. You all experienced a lot of clearing. Yeah, but you guys need to drink plenty of water, maybe eat something right now before Liz comes on in 10 minutes. Because that was that was pretty big, pretty full on. I'm glad, Sherry. I'm glad. I know that you're following me, but if you're not following me, then I'm a Jai Brady healer everywhere. If you wanted to see a multitude of healings and activations, then consider joining Activation Station with us. There's a lot of people in this group already in Activation Station with me. It is a community of like-minded individuals, and I've got more info on it on TikTok anyway, but you're going to love it, I promise you. Oh, it is my pleasure. It is my pleasure. All right. So, can everybody drink some water? First time I felt hungry in 24 hours. Oh, wow. Well, I'm glad I got to help. It is my absolute pleasure. Missy, it is my pleasure. Ready to crash? I imagine so. It's something to do with my voice. Went somewhere, I don't know, but it was beautiful. Good. Good. All right. So I just reach out to Liz and see if she's ready for you. Maybe how do I reach her again? TikTok. I can see her in the green room. Liz, if you can hear me, I can see you in the green room. I just want to see if you are ready because you keep logging off and coming back. Yeah. You're welcome, everybody. You are so welcome. It is my honor to do this. I was given a beautiful gold box that I opened and gold light came out of it. Awesome. Yeah, those Arcturians and Syrians, and they knew what they were doing. How was it at your heart when we had the whole A team in there? Feels open, of course. Yeah. Thanks, Joy. Off I went. Could really feel the swirling at the heart. And that's great, Brooke. You guys are awesome. Thank you for commenting. Thank you for being so supportive of what I do. That's good, Linda. All right. Well, let's see if we can grab the beautiful Liz on now. I don't know what's happening. I'm sure she'll be on in a second. Hasn't it been just a big day? You know, we promised you some big things were going to happen, some big shifts were going to happen, and we have certainly delivered on that. So I am so glad that you guys are here with us, that we get to all go through this together. Anyway, without further ado, I am going to bring the beautiful Liz on. Hello, my dear.
Hi, Jai. How are you?
I am so good. How are you?
I am blessed and thankful and humbled and just, it's,
You look a little bit excited, Liz.
I am. I've had an awesome day.
Yeah.
It was a big day today. Spirit came through for me
Yep.
in a
Yep.
big way. In a big
Sure.
way.
Yeah, yeah. And is still coming through right now for you.
And still coming through like
Yep.
huge.
Yep. Almost like
So
the universe is working in your favor, Liz.
maybe just a little.
Liz, can you see the comments?
I cannot, but let me see if I can.
There should be a button
Comments,
there that maybe says comments.
There we go. Okay. Yep,
See
I
it? So
see
you
comments.
might not
Yes,
you might
yes.
not be able to see yourself, but you can see
That's
comments.
fine.
Yeah?
No worries. I can do the comments and hi guys. Hello.
So for anyone who doesn't know Liz, and that would be precious few because who doesn't know Liz? She's incredible. But Liz is a light language activator and healer. So she's done some amazing things. I've seen it happen in real time. She is just that good. So I'm excited to see what you've got for everyone today, Liz. But I'll jump off and leave you to it and watch you from the green room.
Thank you. Awesome.
worries.
Thank you. All right. Well, hello. How is everybody tonight? Has everybody had a long day? And I'm so glad that everybody is here and that I am the last facilitator of the evening. And so I'm honored to be here. And a little story about myself. Started my spiritual journey probably like 13 years ago, but I became awakened this past year, probably in October actually. And so I took Tyel's light language class, and that is the only class that I've had. I have not taken any other paid classes or anything. Everything else is self-taught. I just listen to spirit as to what I'm supposed to say. Can't tell you how many times I had to tell this thing up here in my brain to sit back here and shut up. Because when I started speaking light language, my brain was chattering. And so I literally was like, look, my brain must sit back here and shut up and has nothing to say, So I would be on TikTok and all of a sudden I'd be like, shh, sit back there and shut up. And people would be like, what? So it happens. So hello. So when you are starting to speak your light language, please remember to step your brain back here, because your brain is going to sit there and say things that your soul needs to hear it, because it's not what your mind comprehends, but what your soul. So I'm just going to go into a little bit of light language and set your intentions. Confirmation, there's my clock. Thank you, Spirit. Anyways, so just set your intentions as to where you want it. I will continue speaking, but Spirit's like, nope, it's go time. All right. Ia questa torre to. Hiala to torre ko torre ta. Halalo to. Hayo ko torre kata. Iko torre tia. Hananonoy katadara. Ia koto. Halasho to torre to. Hamato. He called la to darara de chico. Yanano. Eko yesato. Eno ekatara. Imututo ikita. Yashata. Rechikato. Hanato daria koto rechichi darara. He kotarara. Chikoa. He atorara yachito I nano e katarara juhia. Mokoa yatarara chiki. Hanato reyachitia. Huakatara chitia. Atarara chiti. Yes, always set for your highest, best and highest good, or highest and best good. Sorry, my brain. It's been a long day today. It's been a really long day, but it's been such a blessing day. And I'll tell you more about that in a little bit. But e questa torre ci tiri di noi che parla di tia. Hanato. Yes, no, e katarri tia. Malalatitu aya katariti a achu itarara. Halatu ay kata. Ano chukoiti dararati itariya. Hanato o ayesh kata. Halatu hi ashatatara itu Hanato. Nyachuida. Yashatatara. Hikotare siti. Niotare chikutu. Yalato. Hamako ashata abra etiko etara aka. Yasoto ricia. You're welcome. Ikosata. Nawakacat. Hano yasata uwaisha. Nawata. Nayakuto. Yishino na yakta. Haraichu bunono opata asha. Hey, alala chuko mande ichi. Hayo sure machi alala to overreach. Hayo malachi akocha. Hakorecha. Har yaduyakita. Ha. Hai sotokarai chukurai shenia yorai kumayanta. Yotu wai jua rachua. Inuayata. Hayo shubrai. Hayo vayat. Ora. My white. You samurai, malachua, Maria. I see a Torrea Chicataranana. Hua, Kisotorea Chikiata. Hello, Iata, Ashikato. Maikatu, Ashala. Huayato makachua lecha. Halau. Isitarachico yamada titia Masuayakata Huachi. Haya. Chi ani. Maya no ikatare chi a. Ho mai chakata anu wai. Ma atu atana achua. Hey, when you please stop itching my nose. Yotorecho ayatata. Ino iasito reichito o. Sometimes you gotta tell them because they like to itch your nose and they're like, yep, that's it. Like, you can itch my head, you can do any of that, but don't itch my nose. Yo soto rea chuko e manda icha o abada ia chuko abada. Hamado ia tata wai shata ara ni akati ana. Mantu ala isi chua kaya chua la chamana. Honey, oi, shit, oi, Whew. Whew, man, I felt the shift there. Oi, 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 oi. and I don't know, you probably some of you may know me and some of you may not, but I do get the giggles sometimes when I'm speaking my light language because sometimes they just they just do funny things, and so sometimes I get the giggles, and so we just go with it. And you know, sometimes laughter is the best medicine of everything. And I laugh a lot. I laugh a lot. I find things that we need to find humor, even silly humor. How y'all feeling? Well, I'm glad that you understand, Jake, because like it is a struggle with your brain. It really is. It is such a struggle when you don't. Yay, floaty and happy. Yes, 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 yes. Drained after a long day. I'm sure. I'm sure. Feeling great. Woo woo, yay. But I speak to the fairies, I speak to the gnomes, I speak to the dragons. Like I just allow myself to just be the vessel. Got the sneezes. Oh, don't tell me I don't want the sneezes. You're welcome. You're welcome. Has anybody got any questions? Feel the shift. Yeah, I definitely felt the shift. Eyes watering a lot. Yep. 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 And there's definitely a lot of ascension things that are going on, like, so don't rush to the doctor. Like, I'm just saying, don't rush to the doctor. Yay. I love that. Aw, yay. Thank you. Listen, I'm just myself. I don't claim to be anybody else. I really don't. I really don't. Because I worked very hard at being me. And I love being me. I'm happy being me. They do that all the time. And I'm like, no. You're going to leave my nose alone. And they will. They have to respect you. Like, they have to respect you. Because you can't be sitting here going constantly, because people start thinking you're doing other kind of stuff. I mean, and I'm no, but they do. They like to tickle your nose. Yeah, leg release is awesome. Is there anything that you want to work on collectively so we can work on the healing or transmissions? Yeah, that's why you get the sneezes, right? Exactly. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You know what, Venus, I love being me. Like I'm totally fine being me, and you know, a silly, goofy, sometimes a squirrel, shiny object. Yeah, that's me, but I still accept me, and I'm okay with it. I am. I laugh at myself a lot. I find humor. Transmission, okay. Thanks so much, Venus. I love you. I just, you know, when I started this back um in October, when I started speaking my light language, like literally tremors, okay. Um, thank you. When I started, I literally just had to just be like, whatever you have for me, spirit, I will be your vessel. You know, you just use my vessel. I had to stop my brain. And I'm sure y'all are going to get there if you're not speaking the light language. And when you start and your brain starts chattering back there, going, you don't know what you're talking about. That's just full of malarkey. Blah, 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 blah. No. Be like, no, you just sit back there. I mean, I had to get stern with it and tell it to shut the up and sit back. You know, I mean, you know, I did. I did. I really, really did. But it's like, you know, we have to. We have to, you know, because our brain gets in the way. Yep. Yeah, you were activated today with light language. Yes, see? And y'all are gonna start making random noises or speaking words that you're like, you'd be like, what? Did I? So yeah. And be okay with it. Be okay with it. Yeah, you gotta just stop the brain. Just sit back there. No, you don't got nothing to say. No. It's what the soul needs to say. So, okay, do another drink and we will work on everything that everybody, the trouble, for sure. You took Kaya. You're still not, um, Melissa, I have a feeling that you really, um, you fear what other people think about you. That's what it is. You have a fear of what when you start speaking it, because sometimes when you start speaking it, you can get into like this almost like this trance and you can't stop and you worry too much about what other people think. And I'm just going to say it, what other people think, what other people think, what other people think. You know what I'm saying. Y'all know what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't matter what other people think about that. Like, as long as you know you are doing what you're supposed to do. Don't doubt yourself. Do not doubt yourself. The doubt gets in there and it sets you back. And I guarantee, Melissa, that you probably had moments where you felt like you were going to say something, but then you stopped yourself. because of fear of what other people think. Ooh, excuse me, confirmation burp. Woo! And we gotta, you know what? It doesn't matter what other people think. It really does not matter what other people think. As I always say, it don't matter to me. It don't matter to me, so it shouldn't matter to you. Yep, exactly. Exactly. There are. Yep, yep. I mean, so it's like whatever means necessary. Absolutely, absolutely. You've been voiding the doctor. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's get into the next one. So consent for your highest good, only for your highest good. And anytime you go into anybody's life, don't just say, I accept. Don't just do it. Don't just say, I accept. Say you accept only for your highest good. So set your intentions. Mm. Ano tuaya katoresyo toya katuwa mana iya kuto isto ya la tuwa. Hiya otorecho toya tatati ke o machikataron chaya. Mat ayuta nyo ayuta aisha tuwa precho. Matuwa isa tuwa cho. Hiya torecho tiyo. Hiya torecho tiyo sa tuwa cho. Hiya torino aisha tiyo. Hello to iya kataricho ko iya tata aisha ta iya taricho kata. Hala to iya katarino iya kata aisha ta kataricho. Iya ta iya iya. Ay, iya shota iya to iya siti ala. Hala to iya taricho papa. Yes, ito richo tiya. Medyo ay ito ay 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 medyo ay ito ay ito ay hamala yes ito ito hala to ay ito ito ay ito hamalo ay shita hala to iya ito ay ito ay asa ay ito Riyach, Riyach, Choya, Toam, Yes, yes, sure. What a nice Juaya jamba itu wala tua mai chua ya tua brayo wala ichua mai hula chala mai waraya wa heno Hiểu cô ấy tụi ấy tụi ara itu tuh membrain hoai no ma ya kata ya cua amat cah hala cucu di ma ma araja araja ya Maya saudara baik kata Maya suama Hinoya karoya iti. Amadoya. Ay, shita katong ay kapi mana. Ayaw soma kachu. Ay, siya ko ay michi. Uhabi. Oh, hamalo si kadaroy na. Ay, no. Ano, reach. Tiara. Chabanano. Aparaya chadara. Hua. 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 Shashoya iti. Maya kutarechi todoya katuam. Why so to why kichay. Wani wak. Ino ayat. Ay. Oh, why? Oh, hola, tía. Hola, tío. Ay, actor. Ay, tú, ay, tú, tía. Tía. No, ay, si ora chaba, si ay, maicha, mioto, si to achara, ma ito, ara, mai, no, idea, ota, asa, wa, bala, chica, ma, chuya, itia, bochia. Io faccio reaci. Che tua Maya la cicatora. Hua. 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 They just sometimes just get okay. Whew. How y'all feel now? Do y'all need some grounding? Do you feel like you're floating way up here? I have huh, it was not difficult. Because when you say it's difficult, it's difficult. We have to be careful what we speak out. Our words speak so much. Like we can literally bind ourselves in a bad way by the way we speak about ourselves. And so literally I allow the emotions to come through. Like I'll just give you the little backdrop story. I just literally got evicted, and I had literally let's see, they delivered the the eviction notice last. No, it's on Monday. They on Monday. And so I had till today to get out of there. And you can bet on Tuesday, oh, I sobbed. I was a mess. I was. Because I didn't know what Spirit had for me. Had no idea. Had no idea. But, what I did know is the promise that they would not leave me homeless. And I believed it beyond a shadow of a doubt, that there was somebody out there for me that was going to take me and my dogs in, because Spirit was not going to leave me and my dogs out on the street. And it was a toxic environment. It was super toxic. My landlord was super toxic. But I chose not to engage with her toxicity. I chose to stay up here instead of coming back down to here, because you really can't come back down to here. Yeah, stay up here. And I just, yes, like I said, Tuesday, yep, I sobbed. I cried. I was like, God, I don't know what you want. Light, universe, source. I don't know where I'm supposed to go with this, but wherever you are taking me, I'm going, even though I'm a sobbing mess, even though my head is going, I don't know where I'm going, but my heart was going, we're going somewhere. And my gut is like, yes, we are. Somebody has a space for you. And I believed it beyond a shadow of a doubt. There was zero doubt. Like I literally said every day that I will have a place to move to. I have a place. I have my own room. I have my separate entrance. I mean, just in the nick of time. Wednesday is when I got the notice that, yeah, I got room for you. So my son brought me here today. So needless to say, yes, it's been a long, like it really is. Like like talking to your inner child, loving on there. Like I am so blessed and so thankful. Like y'all have no idea. Like I knew. And I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that I was not going to be without a home. Thank you. Me too. It's been a true blessing. And her and I get along great. We get along great. We get along great. So it's humbling, and it's not giving up on yourself. It's truly not giving up on yourself. Always staying happy within yourself. You have to stay happy. Dance like nobody's watching, and don't give a royal rat's ass if they are, because it don't matter what other people think. And I'm gonna tell you a little analogy. Okay, so we're gonna get we're gonna get a little okay, so everybody's had an accident. We'll just put it this way. Everybody has had an accident a time or two of going to the bathroom in their pants. We'll just put it that way. So, when people are spewing their stuff at you, their poo, we'll just say that, spewing their poo at you because they don't believe that you could do it, or that you're not this or you're that, throwing their projectives at you. Well, this is how you have to remember it. When they're spewing their stuff at you, you let that poo run down them and go into their own pants, confirmation, and they take it back home with them. You watch them walk away, and in your mind you hear because that poo's not going to stick to you. It's going home with them. So don't let people's opinions be your opinion. Don't let their poo be your poo. Let it go home with them. I mean, especially those that have been activated in the light language, there's going to be people that are going to say stuff at you. There's going to be people that project at you. But you have to be willing. I mean, really, let the shit go home with them. Don't let it stay with you. Sorry, Jai. But literally, don't let that stick with you. Let it walk away with them, and you hear. So now y'all gonna look at that in a whole new way, and you can laugh when somebody's spewing at you. Because you know what they're going to do and what you're not going to do. I mean, it's in how you look at it. It's on how you look at it. You can take their negativity and try and make it yours, but you don't need to. Like, it's not yours. It never was yours. That's their own projections on you. Thank you. I love me too. Right, squish, 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 right. And you can just see it in your head. Right, let them carry it. Exactly. Let them take it home with them. That's their bucket of poo. I mean, however you have to look at it to not let it get in here and affect you in a negative way that takes you back, that takes you down. Because that's what they're trying to do. They're just trying to on you. So don't let that. Let it go home with them. Y'all gonna be seeing it from now on. You'll be laughing. I guarantee it. Because I see it all the time. And you could just, in your head, you could go, you take your bucket of poo back home with you. Spirits just tried to show me different ways to be able to handle the projections of people. And, they use humor. You're going to dream about it. Oh, you're going to be throwing buckets of poo. You're going to be... Oh, shoot. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man, that's funny. But, I mean, if it gives you a better way to handle somebody's projection at you, and you can change the perspective and change it into a humorous thing, even if it's only to you, that's all that matters, because don't let their poo stick like glue to you. Yay! That's good. That's good. That's good. Tears are good. Tears of laughter are good. They heal so much. People don't laugh enough. People don't laugh enough. And believe me, I laugh at myself. I find myself funny sometimes. I'm like, girl. So yeah, we got to. we gotta be humble enough to laugh at ourselves, but willing to pick ourselves up when we need to pick ourselves up, and give ourselves a hug when we need ourselves a hug. Because you're the only one that can do it. You're the only one that can build yourself up, pick yourself up, brush yourself off, and say, "Well, shit, that happened. Okay, we're not going down that road again. That way didn't work." So, just a little analogies, little things to help lighten your load and make your ascension, your your spiritual journey a lot more fun and not, I mean, a lot of people come into my live on TikTok and they're like, "Oh, you're so calm." Yeah, I choose to be calm, but I could get worked up, but I don't wanna. I don't like working myself up. In a good way, I like it, but So, all right. So, enough of me. So, what else can we work on besides laughter? I mean, we can laugh on that. We can work on that. But yeah, I'm so blessed to have space, to have been able to bring more than just a backpack, because literally, I told Spirit, I said, I'll walk out of this house with a backpack and my dogs, and that's it. And I got to bring a little bit more than that. So, got to bring my own bed, get to sleep in my own bed. Excuse me. Thank you. It is. Yay! Yay! Upper GI tract. Okay. Anything else? You're welcome. You're welcome. It is my pleasure. I absolutely love doing this. I do. Like, I quit my job back in December because of a toxic um, job. I was a bartender slash server. And so this is what I do. I love doing it. It is, there is no other way to do it. Yeah, this is it. This is it, baby. This is it. uh, Speaking more friendly and loving to yourself. Yeah, you definitely need to do that. You definitely need to do that all the time. Absolutely, Moon. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we gotta love ourselves unconditionally, unconditionally, unconditionally. Love yourself and forgive others. Because, the forgiveness isn't about them. It's not about them. It's not about them. Has nothing to do with them. It's all about you and how you need to heal. No, they don't need to know about that you forgave them. They don't need to know. But what you need to do is heal for yourself. And if you continue to hang on to stuff like that, you're going to be stuck. And you're not going to be able to heal in the ways that you need to. Or you're going to be more stuck in that energy and have a harder time. All right, so here we go. Consent for your highest good only. Haroitatoya sakosha kita yakoaya to. Hayato ay sato ay sato ay kata ay sato ay esutaya. Hamalato iyata pa. Hayo malarito ay sato ay saka iyata ay awa amay atiya. Hallelujah. 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 Hello, chikutu. Hashwaya. Hala tata rawa chikata. Mariacha. Chichira. Ashuta. Halato yasuto. Iyokoto. Moon, one thing I can tell you is like instead of saying that I'm sick, start saying I'm well, I'm healthy, I'm not sick. Like literally when you speak those words out, that is what your body hears and what your mind hears. And the more you say I'm well, I'm not sick, don't use the word not. Don't say I'm not. Just say I am well. I am healthy. Because the more you speak those out, the more those words become true and exactly and healing your body and making you feel good. Because our words are spells. And did you guys know that when you say so it is, so it is. Did you guys know that what that actually means? Back in the old time, ladies used to sit around and sew all the time. So it is because you stitched the stitches in and sewed it shut. So every time you say it is so, you have just sewn yourself in. Confirmation, you have just sewn yourself in to whatever you spoke about. Like you're stitching it in. Yep, you have. So it is. So it is. So it is. Halatoya satosha katare chikia taroya chitia. Halatutoria chikutori chitia. Halatutori chitoto yakato. Halato. Halatoya sator. Yachuto. Linda, just consent for your highest good. And we'll work on that. Oraya tota tata shoto ar. Brrr, 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 brrr. Absolutely. What? Racha, racha, racha. Rich. Felt that one. Just holding the energy. Yeah. How you guys feel now? How's that shoulder? It feels like your shoulders can move a little bit. Some good rotation a little bit more than was. Doesn't feel like it's so stuck.
Hello there, Liz.
Hello, Jai. Good.
Well, that was fun. That was fun.
It was.
Yeah. What a lovely, light-hearted end to this beautiful day. I
Thank
don't know
you.
if I assume you've been too busy to catch the rest of it, but you
Well,
might want to
actually,
see the replay.
Sherry had it on, so we're Sarah had it on, and so
Yeah.
yeah, so I've been watching it. I've been listening while I've been putting my stuff away. So
Okay.
yeah,
Well, cool.
yeah,
I'm glad you got to
yeah.
experience that. So, for anyone who doesn't know Liz, Liz is predominantly on TikTok. She is under Light Language Liz. and that's her link tree as well down the bottom. Is that the best way for them to reach out to you, Liz, for individual sessions and activations and things
Yeah,
like that?
yep, yep. It is or you can even like come in and DM me, because I will message you back if you DM me, but I won't reach out to you first. So
Yeah, that makes total sense.
yeah.
All right. So I guess that wraps us up, Liz. So thank you very much for being
Thank
here, for
you.
sharing your gifts with the Upgrade Summit legends. And yeah, I'm sure we'll catch you around on one of your many TikTok lives.
Just a few. Just a few.
Yes.
So thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. Y'all have a blessed night. And when you go to sleep, because especially those of you that have been here all day, make sure you tell yourself, I will wake up refreshed and well rested, and your brain will allow you to wake up well rested and refreshed.
Well, perfect. That sounds good to me. Sounds like a plan.
All right.
All right.
Have a good night.
So, you too. Be safe.
All right. You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Where am I? Is this it? No, that's not it. A bit late in the day for me. So, all right, guys, that about wraps us up. Sherry, did you want to come on and say bye to everyone for day one? Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot. so yes, yeah, thumbs up. All right. Can't hear you. Microphone.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, there we go.
Thank you guys so much for being here with us. It's been an amazing day one. Thank you to all the facilitators for taking the time out of your busy day and your schedules to be here. For everybody in the collective, we just honor you guys so much that you want to come and do this and help raise this consciousness and help everybody activate as well. And thank you, Jai, for doing your thing today, because that was pretty amazing. And I know everybody in the comments and some that have jumped off, please make sure that you ground yourself. So before you go to bed, go outside and just ground just a little bit. You've got a lot of energy running through you, even if you can't feel it just yet. So go ground, let yourself have that moment, just to allow it come down. Most of my students already know my command statement. Use that while you're outside. I command myself to ground. Anything I don't need or that's not mine, please take back to Mother Earth. And you'll feel your body start to empty out everything that you don't really need to take to bed with you. You'll find yourself being able to go to sleep much easier. The other thing I will say just before you guys head off to bed is decompress your brain. Start to let go of everything, all the thoughts, the extra thoughts that are kind of moving through your head of, oh, this and this and this. Just allow yourself to come into peace before you go to bed. Or tomorrow you're going to just keep racing a little bit more. And that will just allow you to have just some clear thoughts. But, thank you guys so much for joining us.
It's going to make for an easier integration if you do it that way as well, guys. So
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And have a great breakfast.
Yes.
Because you're coming back to do this again.
Yes. We love you, and we will see you tomorrow.
Have a good night, guys. Have a great
Bye.
day.